Introduction. We shall go on from catastrophe to catastrophe towards final victory. Georges Mandel, French Minister for the Colonies, 1939. When I was a military cadet 4 decades ago, one of the first things that I was taught was that the purpose of an army in a democracy was to deter war, and if deterrence failed, to win. In 1939 to 1940, the army of France's Third Republic, widely believed to be one of the strongest and best-equipped armed forces in the world, famously failed at both tasks, and the result was one of the most ignominious catastrophes in military history. Due to the sudden collapse of France and the eviction of British military forces from the European continent, it appeared for a time as though the Second World War was virtually over before it had even begun in earnest. The historiography of the Second World War has not been kind to France. The sudden military collapse of the French Third Republic in June 1940 has left indelible images of evacuations, mass surrenders, and a triumphant Hitler strutting in front of the Eiffel Tower in Paris. French defeat has often been regarded as the result of incompetent military leadership and battlefield cowardice by unmotivated troops, engendered by moral decay. After that humiliation, Charles de Gaulle's attempt to rally a free French army is regarded as merely a footnote to history until American bayonets returned him to Paris in 1944. 7 decades later, the French contribution to the Allied war effort in the Second World War is still regarded as almost negligible. Many post-mortems have judged the French defeat to be virtually inevitable by focusing on internal political divisions within the Third Republic and the allegedly faulty state of military plans and preparations, although this was hardly apparent to contemporary senior leadership. Prior to its defeat in June 1940, the French army enjoyed a strong international reputation. When Adolf Hitler ascended to power in Germany in 1933 and began to threaten the peace of Europe, it was Winston Churchill who famously said before the House of Commons, "Thank God for the French army," implying that it was a solid bulwark against aggression. Churchill's admiration was based on the French army's demonstrated tenacity in the First World War. In September 1914, General Ferdinand Foch had responded to the German push toward Paris with the quip, "My center is giving way, my right is retreating, situation excellent, I am attacking," and then launched a successful counteroffensive on the Marne. In 1916, when faced with a major German offensive at Verdun, General Philippe Pétain had displayed the same kind of sang-froid, confidently stating, "On les aura," we shall have them, and his deputy, General Robert Nivelle, proclaimed, "Ils ne passeront pas," they shall not pass. French rhetoric was matched by French bravery, demonstrated by Major Sylvain Reynal's epic week-long defense of Fourvaux. Individual positions were lost, but the French army held and later retook all the lost ground in counterattacks. Aside from Churchill, there were plenty of foreign observers who were impressed by the French army's resiliency in the First World War, and this faith carried over into the post-war period. Although Britain's strategy during the interwar period was to avoid continental alliances and to focus instead on defense of its extended colonial empire, the leadership in London believed that French military power would continue to counterbalance any effort by Germany to alter the status quo by force. As long as the French army was strong and could prevent Germany from gaining control over the Channel ports, Britain did not need to maintain a strong army of its own for European contingencies. In April 1938, Churchill still confidently referred to the French army as the most perfectly trained and faithful mobile force in Europe. When Hitler refused to be deterred from committing aggression against Poland, Neville Chamberlain's government felt confident enough in France's ability to anchor the defense of Western Europe that it was willing to call Hitler's bluff. Yet Chamberlain failed to appreciate that the French military had significant deficiencies and was unprepared to fight without significant help from Great Britain. If Chamberlain had better understood the amount of military assistance France would require just to survive an armed confrontation with the Third Reich, he would probably have hesitated to declare war upon Germany. After the Anglo-French declaration of war upon Germany, military professionals in both Paris and London noted some serious deficiencies in the French military, particularly the army's heavy dependence upon poorly trained reservists and a lackluster air force, but believed that these deficiencies would be ironed out soon after mobilization. When Paul Reynaud, France's finance minister, proclaimed "Nous vaincrons parce que nous sommes les plus forts," we shall win because we are the strongest, in September 1939, He was believed in both Paris and London because, on paper, Anglo-French military and industrial resources did seem far superior to what Hitler's Third Reich could muster. Yet during the winter of 1939-1940, doubts began to appear in England, particularly with Churchill, that French military power had deteriorated. Lieutenant General Alan Brooke, commander of 2 Corps of the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, in France, commented in his diary in November 1939, "I could not help wondering whether the French are still a firm enough nation to again take their part in seeing this war through." Across the Rhine, Hitler regarded France as Germany's mortal enemy and prepared for a new conflict almost from the start. Yet Hitler also respected the French army, which he had fought against in the First World War, and expected a tough fight, though one which would be decided by superior German training and morale. In Moscow, Stalin also expected the French army to make a decent showing on the defense. He looked upon the imminent campaign in the West as a windfall that would keep Hitler occupied for at least a year, leaving him free to commit his own local aggressions in Eastern Europe. When France fell in just 6 weeks, a stunned Stalin exclaimed, "Couldn't they put up any resistance at all?" Aside from Hitler's prescient optimism, most contemporary opinions about the military balance in Europe were wrong. Despite the inevitability that is so apparent to some post-war historians, the actual French defeat came as a surprise to nearly everyone. In the immediate aftermath of the fall of Paris, there was a sudden international volte-face in opinion about France and its military. Just 2 weeks after the armistice, Life magazine claimed that the French defeated themselves and cited internal decay as the cause. The French army's supposed strength was now derided as a pathetic illusion, and French officers were accused of having the hearts of rabbits. Life magazine concluded that France was defeated because it suffered from internal divisions and its people had tolerated stupid, bureaucratic, corrupt, slothful, hopelessly ineffective leadership. This type of snide journalistic interpretation was copied by others and soon settled in as collective wisdom to explain the defeat. In the 7 decades since the war, the 6-week campaign that resulted in the defeat of France in 1940 has been intensively studied and analyzed. The first official effort began in February 1942 when the Vichy government put on a show trial at Riom, indicting the major military and political figures of the Third Republic and placing blame for the defeat on their shoulders. The Riom trial proved very little, but began the process of publicly airing the French army's internal deficiencies. This trend gathered popular impetus when Marc Bloch, a Jewish historian who was mobilized as a reserve captain and served in the 1940 campaign, wrote his own conclusions about the campaign, posthumously published in 1946 as Strange Defeat. Bloch wrote his memoir without access to any reference material and while in an occupied country, which severely limited his perspectives. Furthermore, he served as a minor logistics staff officer in the French Première Armée in Flanders, and admitted that he had no first-hand experience of fighting, and his contacts with the frontline troops were few and far between. Yet Bloch blamed the defeat entirely on the utter incompetence of the High Command, whom he never met, and said that French military leaders were unable to understand modern methods of fighting. He admitted that his conclusions were based on second-hand information. Despite his very limited perspective, Bloch's memoirs were considered highly credible and established a pattern that has been followed by many subsequent historians. Serious works of literature on the French defeat in 1940 began to appear in the 1950s, and some of the major works in English on the campaign include Alistair Horn's To Lose a Battle, 1969, Guy Chapman's Why France Fell, 1969, William L. Shirer's The Collapse of the Third Republic, 1969, Geoffrey A. Gunsberg's Divided and Conquered, 1979, Robert Doty's The Seeds of Disaster, 1985, and The Breaking Point, Sedan and the Fall of France, 1940, 1990, Ernest R. May's Strange Victory, Hitler's Conquest of France, 2000, Julian Jackson's The Fall of France, 2003, and Karl-Heinz Frieser's The Blitzkrieg Legend, The 1940 Campaign in the West, 2005. These books examine a wide variety of social, political, economic, and military factors that the authors assert contributed to the rapid French military defeat, with Bloch's utter incompetence theme being woven into several of them. Gunsberg's book is almost alone in claiming that the French army was not technically deficient or commanded by incompetence in 1940. With this mass of existing literature, listeners might wonder what justification there is for another book on this subject. The simple answer is that the existing literature focuses almost exclusively on Case Yellow, Fall Gelb, the initial period of the German offensive in the West, and either dismisses the final phase of the German offensive, known as Case Red, Fall Rot, or treats it merely as a brief epilogue. Many books simply end their narrative after the evacuation of the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, from Dunkirk on 3 June 1940, and act as though that was the end of the campaign, which ignores the fact that there was a second BEF sent to France after Dunkirk and another evacuation. Frieser's book, which is regarded as one of the best available from the German point of view, stops at Dunkirk and spends only 2.5 pages skimming over Case Red. Horn spends just 24 pages on Case Red out of 666 in his book. He mostly focuses on political details and devotes only one sentence to the second BEF. Doty's book stops at 16 May 1940, and May's book completely ignores Case Red. Consequently, Case Red and the second half of the Battle of France have been largely missing from existing historiography. Indeed, the only major books that discuss Case Red at any length are Lionel Ellis' Official History, The War in France and Flanders, 2004, 36 pages of 353, Shirer, 100 pages of 948, Chapman's Why France Fell, 70 pages of 354, and the second volume of Sir Edward Spear's Assignment to Catastrophe, 1954. Chapman's dated account of Fall Rot is probably the best, along with Spear's day-by-day diary, but otherwise the French attempt to make a stand on the Somme River usually gets no more than a paragraph or two. Operations Ariel and Cycle, the evacuation of the second BEF, are virtually unknown in Second World War historiography. Important events that occurred in June 1940, such as the sinking of the liner Lancastria by the Luftwaffe off Saint-Nazaire, which resulted in the death of at least 3,000 British service members, are rarely mentioned in any of the standard accounts. Furthermore, not only is the existing literature on the Battle of France focused primarily on events in May 1940, but it is also ground-centric, with only passing regard for air and naval operations, aside from the Dunkirk evacuation. While there are specialized studies available on air operations in the 1940 campaign, heavily tilted toward the Royal Air Force, RAF, contribution, these efforts are not integrated into the standard histories. The French Navy was also quite active in June 1940, providing naval gunfire support along the coast, conducting raids against the Italians, evacuating key vessels to North Africa, and staging the first Allied air raid of the war on Berlin. But this service has been ignored in virtually all accounts of the 1940 campaign. Nor is there much discussion in standard histories about German war crimes committed against French soldiers during the 1940 campaign. While the massacres of British Expeditionary Force prisoners at Le Paradis and Wormhout by SS troops on 27 to 28 May 1940 are well known, the murder of French POWs by regular troops of the German Heer army has been studiously avoided. Existing accounts also largely ignore the role of Polish ground and air units during the French campaign, since none of these units were involved in the fighting in May 1940. However, in the desperate days of June 1940, over 50,000 Polish soldiers and airmen were added onto the Allied scales, and they made a notable contribution before the French armistice. Over 20,000 of the Poles escaped to England to continue the fight. Czech pilots also made a very important contribution to the French military in 1940. Consequently, the focus of this book rests on Fall Rot, Case Red, and air, land, sea military operations in June 1940, which will be the first English-language attempt to cover the final 3 weeks of the French campaign in this kind of detail. Although I must discuss the development of pre-war military modernization efforts by all the involved parties, as well as outlining the course of Fall Gelb in order to set the stage for Fall Rot, I will not devote excessive space to this. Listeners interested in the preliminaries have plenty of available literature to consult for further details on that period. However, fleshing out the last half of the 1940 French campaign is not my only purpose in writing this book. I have also found existing attempts to explain French military defeat to be far too generalized in causality to fit actual battlefield circumstances. Usually, French defeat is ascribed to either military incompetence or moral decay, with 6 specific factors usually cited as proximate causes of the catastrophe. 1. Deficiencies in morale caused by widespread pacifism and defeatism. 2. Faulty French military doctrine, particularly in regard to maneuver warfare and the use of tanks. 3. Inadequate training of reserves in peacetime, which made the army ill-equipped to fight a modern war. 4. The detrimental effects of the Maginot Line, which is alleged to have corrupted the fighting spirit of the French army and diverted resources that would have been better spent on developing armoured divisions. 5. Lackluster senior military leadership, who made multiple mistakes before the campaign and also proved unable to react accordingly on a modern dynamic battlefield. 6. Irreconcilable political divisions and/or corruption within France's Third Republic, which is alleged to have undermined the nation's ability to unite in the face of invasion. All these traditional explanations for the military defeat of the Third Republic have merit, but they also fail to explain a number of things. For example, while pacifist and defeatist attitudes certainly undermined the morale of some French reserve troops, particularly during the Battle of Sedan, these attitudes were not evident in most of the regular or colonial troops, which formed 40% of the field army. Capitaine Daniel Barlone, a reserve officer in the 2nd Division d'Infanterie Nord-Africaine, DINA, criticized some of the staff officers in his division, but wrote in his diary at the time that morale among the troops was good. Another regular officer, the 34-year-old Capitaine François Huet, demonstrated that the French army could still produce keen soldiers with fire in the belly. Huet was an ardent Catholic and the son of a cavalry general, a star pupil at Saint-Cyr, then a distinguished cavalryman who served 7 years in Morocco. During the 1940 campaign, Huet would distinguish himself several times as commander of a cavalry squadron and then play a major part in the resistance. Major Robert Neuchez, another second-generation cavalryman and colonial veteran, provided further evidence that the mid-level ranks of the French regular army had their share of real warriors. The French army of 1940 was composed of divisions of different levels of quality: active, Reserve A, Reserve B, just as the German Heer was, active, reserve, and Landwehr. Over 40,000 African troops would fight in the 1940 campaign. German accounts from 1940 admit to the ferocity of the Senegalese tirailleurs and other colonial troops. Although Category B reserve divisions like the 55th Division d'Infanterie, 55th DI, and 71st Division d'Infanterie, 71st DI, fell apart rapidly at Sedan, active divisions like Général de Brigade Jean de Lattre de Tassigny's 14th DI put in a superb effort in the defense of the Rethel bridgehead, which has been ignored in many narratives of the campaign, including Horn's. Glossing over occasions when the French army fought well, Horn based much of his assessment on the notion that the French army crumbled from within, and this kind of narrative has generated the popular perception of French cowardice, incompetence, and unwillingness to fight in 1940. While French historian Dominique Lormier has been arguing against exactly this kind of broad-brush interpretation for a number of years in his French language histories, his efforts have unfortunately not gained much traction. Indeed, it is clearly ridiculous to try to lump every unit in a 2.3 million-man field army into the same basket as 2 third-rate divisions at Sedan. Likewise, available evidence indicates that morale in the French Navy and among French fighter pilots was quite good in 1940, which means the pacifist defeatist theory cannot speak for the entire French military effort. Furthermore, the suggestion of excessive French pacifism completely ignores the brutality demonstrated by France during its counterinsurgency campaigns in Morocco and Syria during 1925 to 1933. Maréchal Pétain deployed over 100,000 troops, including units from metropolitan France, to crush Abdelkrim's rebellion in the Rif. In just 6 months, Pétain's forces suffered over 11,000 casualties, including 3,700 dead or missing, demonstrating a willingness to suffer losses in return for military success. Certainly neither Abdelkrim nor Syrian rebels would have agreed that French war-making was debilitated by pacifism. An objective way to gauge morale and discipline in an army is to examine statistics related to desertion, suicides, and court-martials. Yet accounts that stress morale as the key factor in 1940 tend to rely upon anecdotal observations, not statistical evidence. During the phony war, the French military suffered 12,623 deaths from all causes, including illness and accidents, but the number of suicides and executions is unknown. On the other hand, specific figures are available for the German Heer during the Phoney War, which suffered just under 10,000 non-battle deaths in this period. Between September 1939 and April 1940, 777 soldiers in the Heer committed suicide, over 600 deserted, and military courts-martial handed out over 300 death sentences. It is unclear if the French desertion rates were higher, but it is clear that the Wehrmacht had its share of malcontents as well. The whole French morale was bad rationale also conveniently ignores a hidden truth about the other side's morale, namely that senior members of the Wehrmacht were covertly plotting against Hitler and actively opposed to Fall Gelb because they did not believe it could succeed. Within the Heer, a covert resistance against Hitler had been developing since the Blomberg-Fritsch affair of early 1938. According to Karl-Heinz Frieser, most of the senior German officers were appalled when Hitler announced his intent to attack France in 1939 and actively tried to undermine this effort. The highest levels of the Heer, including Generaloberst Walter von Brauchitsch, Commander-in-Chief, his Chief of Staff, General der Artillerie Franz Halder, and his Deputy, General der Infanterie Karl Heinrich von Stulpnagel, were aware of the anti-regime conspiracy, but did not divulge this to Hitler. During the Phoney War period, both General Wilhelm Ritter von Leeb, commander of Heeresgruppe C, Army Group C, and General Oberst Erwin von Witzleben, commander of 1st Armee, 1st Army, were made aware of the anti-Hitler conspiracy. These officers not only opposed Fall Gelb, but some of them, like Stulpnagel, were actively discussing a military coup to remove Hitler from power. Oberst Hans Oster, one of the leading anti-Hitler conspirators in the Wehrmacht, even provided the Dutch military attaché in Berlin with operational details about Fall Gelb during the winter of 1939-1940. While morale was certainly a problem within parts of the French army in 1940, German morale was far from pristine. For all its deficiencies, at least nobody in the French army was plotting to overthrow Renault or assassinate General Gamelin, or was providing secret planning documents to the enemy. Thus, morale was an issue on both sides in 1940, not just among the French. The doctrinal argument is principally made by Robert Doty, an expert on the French army, who used the Seeds of Disaster, 1985, to explain how the French army's methodical bataille conduite doctrine, was a refinement of the best tactical methods learned from the Battle of Amiens in August 1918, and simply modified during the interwar period to incorporate better tanks and aircraft. Doty asserts that methodical battle emphasized firepower rather than maneuver and sought to fight a tightly controlled battle with key assets like artillery micromanaged by the High Command. He also states that French doctrine was tailored to avoid the kind of meeting engagements which had proved so costly to the French army in August 1914. Sluggish and top-heavy, Doty asserts that the French doctrine was not sufficiently adapted to the tempo of warfare in 1940, and consequently proved unable to stop the German Bewegungskrieg, maneuver warfare methods. In one scathing assessment, Doty concluded that swift German columns cut the clumsy French units to pieces. Yet straight off, the flawed doctrine interpretation runs into trouble on several levels. First, methodical battle was modelled on successful offensive methods from 1918, but the French in 1940 had adopted a defensive strategy. At no point in 1940 did the French army mount more than local counterattacks involving a couple of divisions, so it is fair to say that methodical battle doctrine was not really employed in this campaign. Secondly, if the French army intended to fight a tightly centralized battle, it stands to reason that it should have invested heavily in modern communications equipment during the 1930s, but it did not. As Doty himself pointed out, the French army spent only 0.15% of its budget on purchasing communications equipment during the period 1923 to 1939. The headquarters of General Maurice Gamelin, French Supreme Commander at Vincennes, had no radios or teletypes and relied upon motorcycle couriers to send dispatches, which precluded tight control over operations. While other French commanders, such as General Alphonse Georges, did have radios and teletypes, the methods of command and control, C2, in place in 1940, were not adequate to fight a centralized battle. Thirdly, the doctrinal argument tends to focus on how French divisions were unable to cope with rapidly moving German Panzerdivisionen, tank divisions, but ignores the fact that 90% of the German divisions involved in Fall Gelb had no more mobility than the opposing French divisions. Like the French army, the bulk of the Wehrmacht's ground combat power still consisted of infantry marching on foot and horse-drawn artillery. Horn recognized this and stated that on almost every occasion when Allied troops in 1940 came up against the ordinary infantry divisions which comprised the great mass of the Wehrmacht, they held their own. Nor does the flawed doctrine argument explain how the French army could build and test suitable anti-tank guns and anti-tank mines, recognize their defensive value in pre-war exercises, and then somehow fail to deploy them in adequate numbers with front-line combat units. As Doty notes in an article written in 1976, French officers understood from pre-war exercises that anti-tank guns and mines could halt armoured attacks with a defence in depth, but oddly put little urgency in actually fielding these weapons in significant numbers. Indeed, the French army fully understood the concept of creating successive lines of anti-tank barrages buttressed by natural obstacles to channelize, delay, and eventually stop armour. Furthermore, despite Doty's insistence that the French emphasized firepower, French infantry units had significantly less firepower than German infantry units. For example, a French infantry division had only 60 artillery pieces against 72 in a German infantry division, and most of the French guns were only 75 millimeters, whereas the German guns were mostly 10.5 centimeters. Consequently, French divisional artillery only had 63% of the firepower throw weight of their opponents. French fire support was even more outmatched at the regimental level, where French infantry regiments only had 15 mortars, whereas a German regiment had 45. Nor did French infantry regiments have infantry guns for close-range fire support, as German regiments did. Equally odd, given Doty's insistence on the defensive orientation of French doctrine, is the French army's failure to develop and deploy adequate anti-aircraft weaponry. Gamelin and others repeatedly noted the importance of anti-aircraft defenses and training, then failed to follow through. Nor does criticism of the methodical battle doctrine do anything to explain why the Armée de l'Air, ADA, failed to provide adequate air cover for the army, which enabled the Germans to employ their ground-air tactics to maximum advantage. Consequently, it seems evident that the faulty doctrine argument falls well short of explaining why the French military was defeated so quickly in 1940. Doty and Eugenia C. Kiesling's Arming Against Hitler, 1996, are on firmer ground when they criticize the French decision to reduce conscription to just 12 months in 1928 and the refusal to devote time and resources to training the reserves during most of the 1930s. Kiesling mentions that no reserve training was conducted in the period 1919 to 1933, and that when it resumed in 1934, exercises revealed that reserve units were less than satisfactory. Buried within Kiesling's discussions of training inadequacies is a major point that the French army dropped the ball on training its non-commissioned officers and reserve junior officers. Having poorly trained privates is one thing, but having poorly trained NCOs and platoon leaders deprives an army of its backbone. Yet it is unclear how much deficiencies in reserve training affected the outcome in 1940. Clearly it mattered with the Category B reserve divisions at Sedan, but it is not evident that it was a significant detriment in other units, which had larger numbers of professional soldiers. Both Doty and Kiesling skim over the fact that the French army had more than adequate time, 8 months between mobilization in September 1939 and the German offensive in May 1940, to redress its training deficiencies, but it did not. This failure to make good use of this interlude transfers at least some of the blame for inadequate reserve training from pre-war politicians to frontline military supervisors, particularly at the division level and below. Essentially, arguments about reserve training deficiencies in the mid-1930s really can't establish a clear link to multiple performance failures in 1940. Over the decades, considerable opprobrium has been heaped on the much-maligned Maginot Line for costing too much and infecting the French army with an overly passive mentality. Alistair Horn claimed that the French army atrophied because of the Maginot Line. Yet the Maginot Line fitted well into France's overall defensive strategy because its presence did deter the Germans from attacking directly into Alsace-Lorraine, which is what it was intended to accomplish. Indeed, the existence of the Maginot Line probably bolstered French morale. Capitaine Daniel Barlone wrote in his diary during the Phoney War that, "We know that our land is safe from invasion, thanks to the Maginot Line." As to cost, the Maginot Line was built between 1928 and 1936 for about 5 billion francs, about $195 million, equivalent to 7.5% of the French army budget in this period. Few historians mention that the Germans invested nearly 1 billion Reichsmarks, $400 million, in the West Wall fortifications during 1934 to 1939, plus twice as much concrete and 4 times as much steel as the French put into the Maginot Line project. Yet that effort is not described as wasteful or impairing the Wehrmacht's offensive spirit. How can one side's fortification program be harmful to morale, but not the other side's similar program? Furthermore, the Maginot Line not only inflicted significant casualties upon the Germans, but managed to resist longer than the mobile parts of the French army. It is true that during the period that the Maginot Line was being built, the French army spent less than 100 million francs, $3.9 million, on tank programs, or just 2% of what it was putting into fortifications. However, this imbalance reversed in 1934 when France began a major program to expand its armored forces while only minor work on fortifications continued after 1936. In contrast to all the criticism directed against the waste of the Maginot Line, scarcely a word has been said against the French Navy's expensive investment in battleships, aircraft carriers, super destroyers, and overseas bases, which contributed virtually nothing to deterring Hitler or even Mussolini. Instead, the French Navy was allowed to pursue its own private agenda, totally disjointed from the strategic objective of protecting the French homeland against German aggression. Ostensibly, the primary purpose of the French Navy was to protect the sea lanes to France's colonial empire, but even this mission was given only lip service by a Navy leadership that seemed obsessed with acquiring white elephants. For example, the large submarine Surcouf was designed to act as an underwater cruiser against enemy commerce, even though that had nothing to do with the trade defense mission. The Surcouf was armed with 2 8-inch guns, larger than any gun installed in the Maginot Line, and was completed in 1929 at a cost of 200 million francs. Soon after completing the Surcouf, the Navy ordered 6 Le Fantasque-class super-destroyers, capable of 40-knot speeds, but these 6 ships cost a total of over 430 million francs to build. In 1932, the Navy ordered 2 Dunkirk-class battlecruisers, total 1.4 billion francs for 2, followed by orders for 2 Richelieu-class battleships, total 2.6 billion francs for 2, and a Joffre-class aircraft carrier, about 500 million francs. These were all prestige projects, and French admirals were quick to brag about having the most modern capital ships, the fastest destroyers, and the largest submarine in the world. By 1939, France had the 4th largest navy in the world, measured by tonnage, and over 100,000 personnel, but it had not invested in the kind of technologies that would enable it to fulfill its mission of trade protection. At the start of the war, the Force de Raid, raiding force, was an impressive and modern naval squadron, but it was also completely irrelevant against Germany. Since the French Navy, unlike the British Royal Navy, had virtually ignored anti-submarine warfare in the interwar period and had not developed an underwater detection system like the British ASDIC, it could not be used against U-boats either. The sheer waste of key resources, steel, armament, and trained personnel on French naval building programs in the 1930s was far more detrimental to France's war-making capability in 1940 than the Maginot Line. Unlike the French army in the Armée de l'Air, the French Navy did not even draw blood in 1939 to 1940. Its only accomplishment was the interception of a handful of unarmed German merchant ships. As for arguments against the French senior military leadership, General Maurice Gamelin, French Supreme Commander, has long been a lightning rod for attracting criticism of the poor performance of the French army in May 1940. Indeed, Gamelin has often been depicted not only as the epitome of military incompetence, but as the apex of a dysfunctional French military machine. There is no doubt that Gamelin's adoption of the Deal-Breda Plan in March 1940 exposed his forces to serious operational risk, but it was based upon the best available intelligence. It is also important to remember that Germany achieved operational surprise against every one of its victims in 1939 to 1941, often by employing unexpected high-risk tactics. Unlike other commanders held responsible for serious defeats, like Lieutenant General Walter Short and Admiral Husband E. Kimmel at Pearl Harbor, Gamelin's mistakes were not based upon failure to take necessary measures to protect his command. In contrast, Gamelin's decade-long effort to prepare the French army for war with Germany marks him as an exceptional planner with good insight into enemy capabilities and intentions. Based upon recommendations from Gamelin and other top French generals, French industry developed some of the best weapons available in 1940, such as the Saumur S-35 medium tank and the Hotchkiss 47mm anti-tank gun. Gamelin knew what the French army needed and was clear-eyed enough to embrace new technology. Suggestions that Gamelin and other senior French leaders could not fight a modern war and were fixated on the methods of 1918 are grossly unfair. He recognized that the Maginot Line was insufficient, and since 1935 he had pushed to form the first French armoured divisions. Without Gamelin and General Maxime Weygand, the French army would have had significantly fewer tanks and no armoured divisions at all. Gamelin also followed military developments carefully and had a good understanding of German capabilities and tactics. Beginning with the Riom show trial, Gamelin's reputation was stained not just by the defeat of 1940, but by his personal style, which marked him as a professional military bureaucrat who swam in the treacherous political currents of the Third Republic. Gamelin had strong detractors within both the French military and the political elites, who worked to affix blame upon him rather than themselves, although the Germans had a surprisingly high opinion of his abilities as a military manager. Nor did Gamelin possess any great gifts for battlefield command, and he preferred to delegate operational responsibilities to his subordinates, which led to accusations of weak and feckless behavior by post-war historians such as A.J.P. Taylor. Yet it was extremely uncommon during the Second World War for a supreme commander to take direct command of operations. The Soviet Union's Marshal Georgy Zhukov was the exception, so Gamelin's delegation of battlefield command to others was well within accepted norms for senior military leaders. Gamelin's performance in 1940 was far better than Britain's senior army leader, General Edmund Ironside, who proved unable to cooperate with allies and unable to understand his opponents. Yet British contributions to the Allied disaster of May 1940 have slid out of sight, leaving Gamelin and the French High Command holding the bag. Like the Union General George B. McClellan in the American Civil War, Gamelin was fairly effective at building up and organizing an army, but ineffective at leading it in a successful campaign. There is no doubt that Gamelin's adoption of the Deal-Breda contingency plan in March 1940, which committed 30 Allied divisions to move forward into Belgium, unwittingly played straight into the enemy's hands, since it greatly reduced the reserves available to counter any surprise by the enemy. Gamelin was not overly concerned about his centre, expecting any German move through the Ardennes to be slow enough to provide him ample time to respond. But this was also a serious mistake. Yet Gamelin's operational mistakes were based upon faulty judgments made by Maréchal Philippe Pétain, who as defence minister in 1934 had insisted upon an advance into Belgium in the event of war, and who minimized the threat in the Ardennes sector. The Belgians also played a critical role in undermining Gamelin's operational plans by adopting a self-destructive course of neutral non-cooperation until the moment of invasion. At the army, corps and division level, French leadership varied from effective officers like de Gaulle, Delattre de Tassigny, Touchon, and Delestin to mediocre or poor leaders like Gronsard, Corap, and Recca. Like any other military organization transitioning from peace into war, the French military contained officers who excelled at paperwork or other duties, but not at battlefield leadership. The US, British, and Soviet armies also had their share of senior paper pushers who could not adapt to the modern battlefield and were outmaneuvered by the Wehrmacht in 1941 to 1943. The difference was that the French in 1940 were afforded very little time to learn from their mistakes or remove the dead wood. The Germans, too, had their share of incompetent officers like Generalmajor Friedrich Paulus, who was an obscure staff officer in 1940, but 2 years later would lead the 6th Army to disaster at Stalingrad in 1942-1943. SS Obergruppenführer Josef Sepp Dietrich, commander of the regimental-size SS Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, LSSAH, in May 1940, was later described by Generalfeldmarschall Gerhard von Rundstedt as decent but stupid, and did not know how to read a military map. 4 years later, Dietrich would lead the 6th Panzer Army to defeat in the Ardennes forest. The French army had no monopoly on military incompetence. Finally, the interrelated themes of internal political division and moral decadence have been stoked by a number of individuals to create the idea that the French army was defeated from within. Maréchal Pétain was the first to level this accusation, stating on 17 May 1940 that "My country has been beaten and they are calling me back to make peace and sign an armistice. This is the work of 30 years of Marxism. Pétain, a grating reactionary, blamed French radical socialists and communists for undermining morale during the interwar period, particularly the Popular Front in 1936 to 1938. Certainly, left-wing trade union leaders like Jean Motte incited strikes that disrupted armaments production in the 1930s and created near anarchy in some factories, while Maurice Thorez, leader of the French Communist Party, urged his followers to oppose the French war effort. While the divisions within the French body politic were significant and affected pre-war policies in regard to conscription and budgets, they had little or no effect on how the army was deployed or used in 1940, which was almost entirely up to the military leadership, who were all conservative in outlook. Certainly, political rancor may have affected the morale of some troops during the phony war, but once the campaign started on 10 May 1940, there was no time for such abstractions among troops faced with death or capture. It is also true that labor issues affected military production in France in 1938 to 1940, but not to the extent of compromising France's ability to defend itself. Of all the arguments made about the defeat of France, the impact of political divisiveness has the least salience to what occurred on the battlefield. Likewise, the theme of French moral decadence was popular, particularly in Britain and Germany, but again these are broad brush generalizations without linkage to actual battlefield effects. In Britain, France's lack of moral fibre was used as an example to urge on greater sacrifice in order to keep the population in the war, while for the Nazi regime, the rapid victory was an affirmation of the moral superiority of the Third Reich. Both sides depicted French moral decadence in order to assist their own war efforts. After examining the standard causal factors used by historians to explain France's military collapse in 1940, I find that all share a common defect. Such historians do not attempt to test their main thesis by asking if France would still have been defeated in 6 weeks if this factor did not exist. For example, if the French army had better senior leadership in 1940, generals who were better able to anticipate German actions and react to them accordingly, would this have substantially altered the outcome, or merely pushed the date of the armistice back a few weeks? Or, if instead of investing 5 billion francs on the Maginot Line, the French had spent the money on forming more armoured divisions, would it have fared better in 1940? My method is to propose a thesis and test it. In this context, the sine qua non is regarded as the factor or factors without which the event would not have happened. A proximate cause is generally regarded as one or more factors which set the train of events in motion to produce a given outcome. With these definitions in mind, my thesis proposes that 1. The indispensable or sine qua non factors that led to French defeat in 1940 were A. Lack of effective air support to the army, and B. Insufficient defensive firepower at the tactical level in the field army, e.g. anti-tank and anti-aircraft guns, mines, mortars. 2. One proximate cause of these material deficiencies was an excessive commitment by the French military and political leadership to the concept of coalition warfare, rather than the adoption of a plan to fight a major campaign solely with their own resources. Due to an excessive reliance on others to carry the burden in the early stages of any future conflict, modernization of the Metropolitan Army and the Armée de l'Air was not prioritized until after the Munich crisis in September 1938. The last-minute effort to rebuild the Metropolitan Army and the ADA failed because of the unpreparedness of French industry to mass-produce new weapons and the inability of the military leadership to train and equip their soldiers with new equipment in a timely manner. 3. Another proximate cause of defeat was a long-running obsession with maintaining France's image as a major power, with illusions substituting for reality. Thus, French leaders took comfort from leading a coalition of minor allies, Belgium, Poland, Czechoslovakia, even though they had no coherent military plans to work with these allies to stop German aggression. Likewise, the investment of large sums in prestige projects like the Mers el-Kébir naval base and rebuilding the battle fleet was used to highlight France's extensive overseas empire, while glossing over the fact that the empire did not enhance French security. 4. The final proximate cause of the Allied defeat was the British failure to fully support France on the ground or in the air. Britain committed a small and inadequately trained expeditionary force that added little to the ground battle, particularly the absence of an armoured division with gun-armed tanks. The refusal by RAF Fighter Command to commit Spitfire fighters to the Battle of France left the French fighter units hopelessly outnumbered and outclassed, which ensured that the enemy would gain air superiority over the battlefield. Thus, rather unusually, I am stepping away from the doctrine, morale, leadership deficiency arguments that normally form the core of assessments about the French collapse, to say that the military, which espoused Pétain's mantra of firepower kills, in fact lost because it could not gain firepower superiority on or above the battlefield. Furthermore, the reason for France's shortfall in firepower was a result of conscious decisions by the military political hierarchy to emphasize image over substance, rather than accept the notion that the onus of stopping Hitler fell on their shoulders and not to some nebulous coalition. The failure of Great Britain to prepare for continental commitments and its uninspired performance as an ally also contributed greatly to the Allied debacle in 1940. Chapter 1. The Path to Disaster, 1918 to 1939. Very well, France will be the aggressor. 3 September 1939, German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop responding to the French ultimatum to withdraw from Poland or face war. Strategic context, June 1919. On 28 June 1919, the Treaty of Versailles was signed, officially bringing the First World War to a close. By this point, France was left with the largest field army in Europe, about 1.6 million troops in 100 divisions, and an air arm with over 3,000 aircraft. As Kiesling noted, few armies have emerged from a major war with greater confidence in the future than the French army felt in 1918. André Beaufre, soon to enter the military academy at Saint-Cyr, noted, "Victorious France enjoyed enormous prestige at the end of the war. In order to enforce German compliance, the Allies occupied the Rhineland and France deployed over 100,000 troops in the region and garrisoned bridgeheads across the Rhine River. This was the apex of France's military reputation in the 20th century. As a result of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, France also acquired control over Syria, giving it a foothold in the Middle East and additional prestige. Yet beneath the glow of victory, French political and military leaders recognized that France had been greatly weakened by the war. Over 4% of the French population was dead. Many key resource areas were damaged by the war, and the economy was burdened with a debt of 34 billion francs, 1.3 billion pounds, the largest among the war's participants. On top of a mass of existing debt, repairing the devastated border regions would eventually require an investment of 158 billion francs. Just 2 weeks before the armistice, retreating German troops dynamited and flooded the coal mines at Longwy and the Nord-Pas-de-Calais mining basin near Maubeuge, thereby depriving France of 47% of its coal reserves. It would take at least a generation or more to recover. Demographically, France was on a downward spiral of low birth rates that endangered its future ability to field large armies. Germany's losses were also severe, about 3.5% of the population dead and its economy on the verge of collapse, but its homeland had not been devastated by the war. In order to keep Germany weak, French diplomats ensured that the subsequent Treaty of Versailles saddled Germany with billions in financial reparations to the Allies and stripped it of territory in both the East and the West. In total, the Treaty of Versailles cost Germany 12% of its population, 13% of its 1914 territory, and 48% of its iron production. Foremost, Germany's war-making capability was sharply curtailed by enforced disarmament. Germany's post-war army, the Reichswehr, was limited to only 100,000 troops in 10 divisions. German operational capabilities were sharply reduced by eliminating the Großer Generalstab, General Staff, and forbidding the possession of tanks, heavy artillery, or an air arm. With the abdication of the Kaiser, Germany was convulsed with internal political chaos, revolution, and social unrest, on top of a weakened economy. The newly created Weimar Republic was weak and ineffectual, just the way Premier Georges Clemenceau and Maréchal Ferdinand Foch wanted it. With its primary enemy emasculated, France began its own demobilization and reduced its active army to 900,000 troops in 49 divisions, supported by large numbers of tanks, heavy artillery, and aircraft. Despite the huge French military advantage, Clemenceau and Foch recognized that Germany was resourceful and would eventually regain its internal stability. At that time, German leaders would probably seek revenge for the harsh terms imposed by the Treaty of Versailles. Foch famously called the treaty an armistice for 20 years, and in an interview with a British newspaper in April 1919, he predicted that next time the Germans will make no mistake. They will break through into northern France and will seize the Channel ports as a base of operations against England. Across the English Channel, Great Britain's leadership was even quicker to demobilize, reducing the post-war British Army to 370,000 troops and the RAF to just 35,000 personnel. After suffering 744,000 dead and missing in the First World War and seeing its economy weakened by massive national debt of £7.4 billion, Britain's populace adopted an anti-military outlook. Consequently, British political leaders were averse to further military commitments or expenditures and decided to shift budget priorities towards social programs. Instead of relying upon military muscle, Britain's leaders placed their faith in international diplomacy. Unlike France, Britain had no vengeful neighbours on its borders, and British leaders could afford the luxury of believing that the new League of Nations rendered the possibility of another major war in Europe unlikely. Instead, Britain's residual post-war military was reoriented to deal with policing the widespread empire. Unrest in Ireland, Iraq, India, Palestine, and Somaliland all required attention, so the British Army of the Rhine was reduced to a token force by 1920. Within just a few years, British military power on the European continent had essentially evaporated. France's primary wartime partners, the British and the Americans, drifted away, choosing to focus on their own issues and reluctant to engage in new security commitments. Since it was widely believed that the pre-war alliances had contributed to the outbreak of war in 1914, the idea of formal alliances became anathema in London and Washington. The Entente Cordiale, the basis of the wartime Anglo-French alliance, was allowed to wither and die. Anglo-French military collaboration shrank to almost nil. Both the American and British political leadership regarded French efforts to financially punish a defeated Germany as unnecessarily harsh, and this difference helped to drive a wedge between the former allies. Later, when France and Belgium decided on their own initiative to occupy the Ruhr industrial area in January 1923 in response to the failure of the Weimar Republic to deliver coal as part of war reparations, Paris was stunned by sharp Anglo-American criticism of their actions. After this, it was clear that the old wartime alliances were moribund. Cordon sanitaire, 1920 to 1936. Maréchal Foch's attitude towards the threat of German revanchism set the tone for post-war French military thinking. Buy time for France to recover and keep any future conflict off French soil for as long as possible. French military policy during the interwar period was guided primarily by 5 senior officers: Maréchal Philippe Pétain, Général Marie Debeney, Général Maxime Weygand, Général Maurice Gamelin, and Général Louis Morin, along with several politicians, including Édouard Daladier, Minister of Defense, 1936 to 1940, Georges Laigle, Minister of the Navy, 1925 to 1930, 1932 to 1933, and Pierre Cotte, Minister of Aviation, 1933 to 1934, 1936 to 1938. Debeney was Chief of Staff of the Army in 1923 to 1930, followed by Weygand in 1930 to 1931, and then Gamelin in 1931 to 1940. Pétain served as Inspector General of the Army in 1922 to 1931, then Inspector of Air Defences in 1931 to 1934, but throughout the interwar period he played a prominent role. Morin was Inspector General of Artillery from 1922 to 1934, then Minister of War in 1934 to 1936. Policy was debated and formed within the Conseil Supérieur de la Guerre, CSG, or Supreme War Council, which only nominally coordinated the services. France's military aviation, Aéronautique Militaire, remained under Army control until August 1933, when it became an independent service known as the Armée de l'Air, ADA. In the 1920s, the French Army was indisputably the senior service, but this changed in the 1930s as both the Air Force and Navy clamored for resources. In light of the shift in Anglo-American sympathy away from France, French diplomats sought new partners to help erect a cordon sanitaire around Germany in order to contain any future revanchist policies. While some Frenchmen hoped that the League of Nations might help to reduce the risk of another conflict, the French military wanted something more substantial and wasted no time in seeking new military partners. During 1917 to 1918, France had trained and armed over 60,000 Polish expatriates who were formed into the Blue Army. After fighting on the Western Front, France helped to transfer this army across defeated Germany in 1919, and this force played a decisive role in the subsequent Russo-Polish War. A French military mission, which included Weygand, was also sent to Warsaw, and during the course of the war, France provided Poland with tanks, aircraft, artillery, and ammunition when it was needed most. After Poland's victory, France signed a defensive military alliance with Poland in February 1921, which pledged mutual military collaboration in case of an attack by a third party. In addition, France provided Poland with a loan of 400 million francs for rearmament, and in return, Poland promised to purchase all its arms from France. From the outset, the CSG intended to build up the Polish army in anticipation that an aggressive Germany would be confronted with a potential two-front war scenario. Poland had no other allies and shared a fear of German revanchism, so its leaders gladly accepted French military aid. France also courted Belgium, which was still recovering from 4 years of German occupation. Despite fighting together with France in the First World War, the Belgians were not inclined to closer military or economic integration with France in the post-war world, but instead preferred to maintain an independent line. Even before the war ended, Belgium rejected a proposed customs union with France and often demonstrated a peevish attitude towards military cooperation. Nevertheless, the Belgians signed a military accord with France in September 1920, which was specifically geared towards participating in the Allied occupation of the Rhineland, to which Belgium contributed 5 divisions. Optimistically, the French hoped they could build upon their cooperation on occupation duties in order to coordinate future defense plans with the Belgians, particularly the construction of border fortifications. Foch and Pétain recognized that Belgium would remain a likely avenue of approach for any future German aggression, and sought to build up the Belgian military as a blocking force that would buy time for the French military to mobilize and deploy for action. In particular, France succeeded in getting the Belgians to agree to maintain forces to defend the approach routes through the Ardennes forest. Since Belgian industry had been devastated by the war, the French provided loans and licenses to several of their start-up firms so they could manufacture French-designed aircraft and weapons. Yet for their part, the Belgians were ambivalent and looked upon the alliance with France as a short-term necessity. France also managed to forge a military alliance with Czechoslovakia in January 1924, which included a pledge to defend its national integrity in the event of foreign aggression. In the immediate aftermath of Czech independence, France supplied the Czechs with surplus FT-17 tanks and Spad fighters, as well as loans and technical expertise from the Schneider-Krauso armaments firm to help modernize the Skoda works. By the mid-1930s, Skoda was cranking out artillery, anti-tank guns, and light tanks for the Czech army. Diplomats in London were not pleased with France's cordon sanitaire and fretted that it could set the stage for a future European war. Consequently, Britain ushered Weimar Germany into an international conference at Locarno, Switzerland in 1925, along with France, Italy, and Belgium. At Locarno, the Weimar government pledged to respect the new borders in Western Europe and never to declare war on any of the signatories, but the question of eastern borders was left unresolved. Neither Czechoslovakia nor Poland was happy with the Locarno Treaty, fearing that France might not honor its commitments to them, so France renewed its military alliances with both nations. When the Polish economy was near collapse in 1927, French loans enabled the Poles to ward off the crisis. In 1931, France provided Poland with another 113 million francs worth of equipment, primarily artillery. French diplomats were also able to sign treaties with Romania in June 1926 and Yugoslavia in November 1927. While these treaties paved the way for French arms sales in the Balkans, they were not military alliances and only provided the illusion of expanding France's cordon sanitaire. The treaty with Romania, for example, provided for strategic consultation in event of a crisis, but not outright military cooperation. When push came to shove, neither Romania nor Yugoslavia proved willing to side with France in a crisis. French military guarantees to Czechoslovakia and Poland also made it difficult to re-establish military collaboration with Britain during the 1930s, since British diplomats did not want to risk getting dragged into a war over some obscure issue in Eastern Europe. On paper, the bilateral military alliances seemed impressive. Both the Czechs and Poles were earnest about investing in their military defences, and by the early 1930s they could each mobilize a field army of over 1 million men in 25 to 30 divisions. By the time that Hitler reintroduced conscription in 1935, the Poles and Czechs had credible military forces equipped with French-made weapons. Yet while the French CSG had been working since the 1920s to develop contingency plans for deploying forces into Belgium in event of German aggression, it never bothered to develop a realistic plan to coordinate military operations with either Czechoslovakia or Poland. Rather, the CSG simply assumed that the presence of French allies in Eastern Europe would force the Germans to deploy a substantial part of their military forces in that theatre, thereby ensuring that France had military superiority in the West. In other words, the French were satisfied if their Eastern allies merely tied down German forces and had no intention of directly helping them with the defense of their own territory. After Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933 and made it clear that he possessed a revanchist philosophy, France became willing to engage the Soviet Union in some kind of security arrangement, short of a de facto alliance. In May 1935, a Franco-Soviet Treaty of Mutual Assistance was signed and then ratified in 1936. But again, it really only provided for strategic consultation, not military cooperation. Nevertheless, French leaders hoped that a symbolic display of Franco-Soviet cooperation would deter Hitler from any adventures. It did not. By 1936, through substantial diplomatic and financial effort, French leaders believed that they had Hitler checkmated, surrounded by allies or at least sympathetic powers which altogether greatly outnumbered Germany's still limited military capabilities. Unfortunately, any system is only as strong as its weakest element, and Belgium proved to be the weak link in France's web of alliances. In order to economize, the Belgians had reduced their active army to 4 divisions and cut service for conscripts to just 10 months. Instead of modernizing the field army, Belgian Defense Minister Albert Devez preferred to invest in border fortifications, particularly in modernization of the 8 remaining Liège forts and the construction of 4 new forts east of Liège. The most important of these new forts was Ben-Emael, guarding several crossing sites over the Albert Canal, 5 kilometers south of the Dutch city of Maastricht. While the French supported the idea of Belgian fortifications, they regarded Devez's preference for defending along the Albert Canal as foolhardy. The chief of the Belgian staff, Lieutenant General Émile Gallet, argued for building fortifications on the line Antwerp-Namur, which the French and Belgians could jointly defend. However, Gallet was ignored, and Devez began construction of Fort Ben-Emael in April 1932. By 1933, the French General Staff noticed that Belgian defense plans were out of sync with French strategy, and in particular the Belgians were neglecting the defense of the critical Ardennes forest region, which increased the risk to France since it had no border fortifications in this sector. Shortly thereafter, Gamelin informed the Belgians that France was prepared to send a large motorized force into Belgium in the event of German aggression. It was hoped that this kind of security guarantee would encourage the Belgians to meet their own obligations to secure the Ardennes. King Albert agreed to triple the size of the forces defending the Ardennes, which were renamed the Chasseurs Ardennais, but this unit would not reach division size until 1937. However, the state of Franco-Belgian military cooperation deteriorated further when King Leopold III came to the throne in Brussels in February 1934. Unlike the Poles or Czechs, Leopold III was uninterested in investing in modern weaponry like tanks or field artillery, and instead simplistically believed that security was provided by eliminating armaments, not accumulating them. Leopold believed in neutrality, not alliances, and he preferred the construction of a national redoubt to hide within if war occurred. 2 months after he came to the throne, the French offered a quid pro quo. If Belgium would agree to strengthen its defences in the Ardennes, the French army would guarantee that a large force would be sent into Belgium in event of German aggression. Leopold III was not interested in the Ardennes, and he preferred a security guarantee from Britain, not France. In a further sign of disdain for the military alliance with France, the Belgian Air Force decided to drop its reliance on French aircraft designs and began buying aircraft from Great Britain and other countries. When the Belgians did respond to Gamelin, they stated that they wanted help defending their northern borders in case the Germans tried to invade through neutral Holland. Gamelin offered 2 divisions to help secure Antwerp, but the Belgians pressed for more. This was the genesis of the disastrous Breda variant of 1940. Under Leopold III, the Belgian army was allowed to deteriorate, but the Belgians smugly trusted that their new fortifications would protect them. In 1935, Fort Eben-Emael was declared operational, and Devers claimed it was the strongest fortress in Europe. The Belgians decided to put their faith in concrete rather than the French army. By 1936, King Leopold III was simply looking for an excuse to abrogate the Franco-Belgian alliance, and he used French inaction during the Rhineland crisis as his justification. On 14 October 1936, Leopold III stated that Belgium would adopt a policy of strict neutrality. The loss of Belgium as an ally was a serious blow to French strategy, but the French made no adjustment, and Gamelin assumed that Belgium would come running back for military aid when Germany threatened. Belgium's feckless and suicidal behavior not only began the unraveling of French security strategy, but would continue to bedevil Allied decision-making right up to the Dunkirk evacuation. As Germany began to openly rearm, France urged Czechoslovakia and Poland to fortify their borders and escalate their own defensive preparations. In 1934, Gamelin sent the engineer Général de Division Charles Bellague, who had led the committee that designed the Maginot Line, to advise the Czechs on building their own fortified lines. Beginning a crash-building program in 1935, the Czechs made amazing progress, and by mid-1938 had partly completed a belt of fortifications that was stronger than the Maginot Line. On the other hand, the Polish military was not interested in building border fortifications and instead preferred to spend on improved artillery, tanks, and aircraft rather than concrete. In September 1936, under the terms of the Rambouillet Accord, France granted Poland a loan of 2.6 billion francs over 5 years for arms purchases. The Polish military wisely invested these funds in purchasing licenses from the Swedish Bofors firm to build modern 37mm anti-tank guns and 40mm anti-aircraft guns. In addition, France agreed to provide the Poles with 100 MS-406 fighters and 2 battalions of R-35 light tanks, but delivery was delayed until mid-1939. Viewed from Gamelin's position, the strategy of strengthening France's allies was relatively inexpensive and gave France the appearance of having military coalition partners, as well as a market for arms sales. Even when Hitler began openly violating the Versailles Treaty by reintroducing conscription and forming the Luftwaffe, Gamelin believed that France's military and diplomatic strategies would contain any German attempts at revanchism. Yet during the interwar period, France invested billions in its allies instead of using these funds to modernize its own military. Furthermore, some of the technical assistance provided to its allies would be used against France in the future. When Czechoslovakia ceded the Sudetenland to Germany in 1938, the Germans were quick to inspect the border fortifications. This knowledge was used to develop improved artillery ammunition and hollow-charge weapons, which would be used against the Belgian and French forts in 1940. The Cost of Empire, 1920 to 1936. It is often forgotten that during the interwar period, both France and Great Britain were considerably distracted by costly colonial conflicts and a myriad of other situations requiring military forces or security guarantees. In 1919, Britain was faced with a revolution and civil war in Ireland, which required the commitment of 50,000 troops for 4 years. Britain had strong commitments in the Mediterranean area as well, including an occupation zone in the Dardanelles. France was faced with perennial trouble in its North African colonies, and the acquisition of Syria only added to its overseas operational burdens. In 1924, trouble escalated in Morocco into the Rif War, which cost nearly 1 billion francs in the first year alone, and forced the French army to commit 2 corps from metropolitan France. The Rif War was not an easy campaign, and the French army was up against a tough opponent. Lieutenant André Beaufre, assigned as a junior infantry officer in Morocco, noted that we were up against trained fighters who maneuvered skillfully. Eventually, the French committed over 200,000 troops under Pétain's guidance, almost half the available field army, and crushed the Rifians in a brutal campaign that used tanks and bombers. Mop-up operations continued in Morocco for nearly a decade. As late as 1934, France still had 35,000 troops and 100 aircraft committed to hunting various insurgent groups. French rule in Syria had been troubled from the start, and in July 1925 the situation erupted into open revolt. General Maurice Gamelin took charge of the French forces in Syria, and he used artillery and bombers to reduce rebel-held areas in Damascus to rubble on 18 to 20 October 1925. Up to 1,500 Syrians may have been killed. This was not the indecisive Gamelin of May 1940, but the decisive Gamelin who swiftly and ruthlessly crushed a colonial revolt. Suppressing the Syrian revolt cost another 1 billion francs. In addition to almost 15,000 military deaths, these two colonial wars in Morocco and Syria diverted billions that might have gone into modernizing the French military at home. Furthermore, even after major combat operations ended, the French military had to spend additional resources to continue pacification operations in both Morocco and Syria until 1934. In the case of Syria, this effort required an additional 4 billion francs, nearly as much as was spent on the Maginot Line. Trouble with nationalist groups in Vietnam, which sparked the Yen Bai Mutiny of 1930, required additional French military commitments in Indochina as well. There was an intellectual cost to these colonial conflicts, which caused much of the regular army to focus upon counterinsurgency operations rather than preparing for another European war. The allegation is often made that France spent the interwar period preparing to refight the First World War, but it would be more appropriate to say that the French army in this period focused on preparing to suppress the next rebellion. It is also argued that the French military's obsession with linear battlefields made them psychologically unprepared to deal with high-speed maneuver warfare in 1940, yet the campaigns in both Morocco and Syria were distinctly non-linear. In the 1920s, the French active army reverted to the role of a colonial police force, which contributed to the neglect of the reserve forces at home. The British were also faced with traditional low-intensity conflict in India and small brushfire operations around the globe. Britain gained control over Iraq after the First World War, and considerable effort was expended turning this country into a British client state in order to assure access to its oil resources. During the late 1920s, the RAF committed 8 squadrons to the defense of Iraq and began building bases in the region. Likewise, Britain continued to devote resources to strengthen its defenses in Egypt and Palestine. In 1936, a major uprising in Palestine forced the British Army to commit 50,000 troops to pacify the area. Nevertheless, trouble continued to brew in Palestine even after the outbreak was suppressed. Another 40,000 British troops were in India, and trouble along the northwest frontier required active campaigning in 1936 to 1939. Like the French army, the British Army spent much of the interwar period focused on low-intensity conflict rather than thinking about conventional warfare. During the interwar period, both British and French political leaders allowed colonial spheres of influence to color their overall national strategies. Britain became increasingly worried about Japanese expansion in Asia, and in 1926 the government decided to build a major naval base at Singapore to reassure Australia and New Zealand that it was doing something to deter Japan. Both of these Commonwealth partners were far more concerned about Japanese expansion than German revanchism, which served to divert British military resources away from Europe. Over the next decade, Britain invested £60 million in the Singapore base, which was declared operational in February 1938. Substantial British garrisons were also placed in Hong Kong and in Shanghai to try to demonstrate resolve against Japanese expansion in China. Likewise, significant military resources were devoted to building up a small army in Egypt and Palestine to curb Italian ambitions in the Middle East. Consequently, British military budgets were being apportioned to deal with 3 different possible opponents, Germany, Italy, and Japan, which reduced the amount available for military modernization programs at home. Likewise, French colonial interests in North Africa and the Far East caused an inordinate amount of resource to be siphoned off from homeland defense and instead redirected to deter Italy. The French Navy was almost entirely focused on matching the Italian Navy. In 1935, the French army had 40% of its 530,000 troops deployed overseas, including 29,000 troops in Indochina, 26,000 in sub-Saharan Africa, and 6,000 in Madagascar. This heavy overseas commitment occurred at a time when the Metropolitan Army didn't have enough regular officers and NCOs to train new conscripts and reservists. In particular, French Army and Navy leaders became obsessed with the idea that Italy wanted to attack Tunisia. In a clear demonstration of this obsession with a backwater theatre, the French Navy began a major effort to fortify the port of Bizerte in 1933, including the construction of 2 very expensive 340mm turret batteries. Even worse, in 1935, the French army decided to build a mini Maginot Line in the Tunisian desert to block an Italian invasion. At a time when the French Ministry of War was saying that it lacked the funds to extend the Maginot Line further along the border, the French army was investing 20 million francs to build a 45-kilometer-long fortified line in the middle of nowhere. Another 27 million francs was spent to fortify Corsica, just in case. However, the real colonial sinkhole was the CSG's decision in 1934 to create a new naval base at Mers el-Kébir, near Oran in Morocco. The Navy argued that its primary base at Toulon was within range of Italian bombers, and it needed a new base that was secure from air attack. This was an extremely specious argument, as Toulon could be made more secure by investing in air defense rather than spending a decade in building a new base from scratch. The real reason was that the French Navy wanted a new base in North Africa that would give them a status symbol akin to Britain's nearby base in Gibraltar. The Navy got its way, and in 1936 over 2 billion francs was allocated to begin construction of the base. Construction was slow, resulting in large cost overruns. By 1939, the base was less than one-third completed, and the French Navy asked for another 300 million francs just to finish ongoing construction. Historians for decades have bemoaned the money spent on the Maginot Line while ignoring the billions France wasted on prestige defense projects in North Africa. Nor was there any real economic justification for France to invest substantial defense resources in its North African colonies. Unlike the British Empire, which provided the mother country with critical imports such as oil, mineral ores, and foodstuffs, the French Empire provided little economic benefit for France. North Africa provided lead and zinc, while Indochina provided tin, but colonial imports fell far short of meeting France's industrial requirements for rearmament, particularly in terms of iron ore. The only colony with important resources was distant New Caledonia, which had substantial deposits of chromite and nickel. Yet the bulk of France's critical imports, oil, copper, and rubber, actually came from various corners of the British Empire. Rather than raw materials, the main benefit for France of maintaining its empire was international prestige and the ability to recruit colonial infantry to serve in its army. By the mid-1930s, nearly 1 in 5 infantrymen in the French army were from the colonies. France wanted to be perceived as being on par with Great Britain, and it could not do that without colonial spheres of influence. Yet for both Britain and France, their overseas empires served to distract them with secondary security concerns and caused them to divert military resources towards non-critical areas. Colonial campaigning hindered military modernization in both material and intellectual terms, keeping the British and French ground forces focused on small-scale tactics at the expense of honing their operational-level skills. French modernization efforts, 1920 to 1936. While working diligently to build up their allies, the French military leadership intended to invest in modernizing their own military forces as soon as finances permitted. At the start of the 1920s, the French army was equipped with a state-of-the-art arsenal of artillery, tanks, and airplanes, as Kiesling described. But in fact, much of this equipment had been hastily produced and was already well worn by use in battle. French military leaders were eager to begin modernization and develop new weapons with lessons learned from the war. However, the French army's annual budget fell from 6 billion francs in 1920 to 3.9 billion francs in 1925. Operational costs also remained high, since there were almost 200,000 troops still stationed on occupation duty in the Rhineland and the Ruhr, plus another 200,000 troops in the colonies, so very little money was left for procurement. The 4 main branches competing for funds for modernization were the infantry, artillery, cavalry, and aviation, aéronautique militaire. The post-war tank force was absorbed by the infantry branch. General Debeney, as Chief of Staff, advocated motorization for the infantry and artillery as well as other weapons modernization efforts, but funds were so slim that only a few programs could be funded at a time. One of the first projects identified was to replace the 37mm M1916 TRP with a modern lightweight anti-tank gun. The Army wanted a weapon that could penetrate 20 millimeters of armor inclined at up to 60 degrees at 600 meters. Unfortunately, funding was so minimal that even priority projects languished for years as research rather than leading to production. Hotchkiss submitted a design for a new anti-tank gun in 1926, which then spent 6 years under review. General de Division Jean-Baptiste Estienne, in charge of the French tank force, also pushed for new tanks. The post-war French army had 27 tank battalions equipped with about 3,500 Renault FT-17 light tanks, but all of the Saint-Chamond and the Schneider CA-1 tanks armed with 75mm cannon were soon scrapped. French industry was still working on the 70-ton Charles II-C breakthrough tanks, a leftover from the planned offensive for 1919, but this was a prestige project which would complete only 10 examples by 1921. Instead, Estienne wanted a 15-ton medium tank that had the firepower and mobility to punch through an enemy fortified line and would then be able to advance up to 80 kilometers in a day. Estienne's concepts were too grand for the financial constraints imposed by post-war budgets, so the infantry branch was unwilling to allocate more than 4.1 million francs for tank programs in the 1920s, mostly minor upgrades on the FT-17. Instead of tanks, the infantry branch decided to allocate most of its limited funds to modernize infantry equipment, beginning with a new light machine gun and mortars. By 1924, this policy resulted in the introduction of the 7.5mm FM-24 light machine gun, which greatly augmented squad-level firepower. 2 years later, the Brandt 81mm mortar was introduced to enhance battalion-level firepower. However, the common infantryman was still equipped with bolt-action rifles designed in the 1880s and did not get a new rifle, the Mas 36, for another decade. The French Army's principal automatic weapon, the 8mm Hotchkiss M1914 machine gun, was not replaced at all, and by 1940 it was thoroughly outclassed by the German MG34 machine gun. Despite Estienne's initial failure to secure greater funds for tank development, the infantry branch recognized that future tanks should be designed with a good balance of firepower, armor protection, and mobility. Estienne was allowed to conduct trials with 5 prototypes offered by French industry in 1924. The results of these trials found none of the prototypes entirely satisfactory, so the Army asked for the best features of each to be blended into a new design. Development dragged on for several years. The design grew to a 20-ton tank, and it was not until 1927 that funding was available to order 3 new prototypes. This program would result in the Charles B heavy tank. By the end of the 1920s, the only French tank in production was the 14-ton Charles D1, which had grown out of concurrent efforts to modernize the FT-17 design. After years of tinkering, a total of 110 Charles D1 tanks were ordered from Renault, and 3 battalions were equipped with them by the end of 1933. Unfortunately, the Charles D1 proved to be a fragile, unreliable vehicle. Nevertheless, it was the only modern tank available for training in the French Army until 1936. In organizational terms, the weak French post-war economy necessitated that the army was reduced from 41 infantry divisions in 1920 to 20 by 1926, and the number of professional soldiers was cut to just 106,000. As defense budgets fell, the CSG made the decision to cancel all reserve training throughout the entire 1920s, even though French strategy relied heavily upon reserves. Only the divisions in the Rhineland and near the German border were full strength, while those in the rest of France were reduced to 2-battalion regiments. In order to save money, the CSG placed greater reliance on reservists, but had little money to train or equip them. Constant reorganizations of the army in response to budget cuts further complicated efforts to modernize equipment and tactics. At the end of the First World War, France had a substantial lead in military aviation technology, but this was squandered during the 1920s. The Aéronautique Militaire remained part of the army and received only 2 to 7% of the military budget. The French aviation industry also rapidly reconfigured itself for civilian manufacture, while some firms simply went out of business. Available funds were allocated for procurement in order to keep a few firms going with small orders, but research and development on new aero engines virtually ceased. Nevertheless, the Aéronautique Militaire managed to introduce several new aircraft types, including the Breguet 19 light bomber and the Poté 25 fighter bomber, both of which proved well suited for a variety of missions and were built in quantity. While under Army control, the Aéronautique Militaire focused on aircraft that suited Army mission requirements. In order to share their technological advances with their allies, the French provided licenses to build these aircraft to the Belgian Sabca firm and the Polish PWS firm. In mid-1926, the outlook for the French military improved a bit because the economy was recovering more swiftly than expected, and the colonial wars in Morocco and Syria were winding down. Consequently, the defence budget in 1927 was increased by nearly 50%. For a short time, France was actually running a budget surplus, and the CSG had to consider how best to invest this windfall. The issue of available personnel weighed heavily on the choices, since it was clear that with declining birth rates, France would have difficulty mobilizing a large army by the mid-1930s. Consequently, the CSG recognized that spending on weapons alone might not help the French army's ability to deter or defeat another German invasion. There was already widespread consensus within the CSG that France needed improved border fortifications in order to protect its natural and industrial resources in the border areas, which were critical for armaments production in a long war. Fortifications offered the potential for the French army to employ an economy of force strategy in Alsace-Lorraine, while concentrating the main field army to block an enemy invasion through Belgium. Without fortifications, the French army would be stretched thin everywhere and thus vulnerable. The only real questions were where to build the fortifications and how much to invest in them. In October 1927, the CSG adopted recommendations heavily influenced by Pétain's concept of fortifications. Some initial site work began in 1928, but it was not until 1929 that the main funding was approved for the project that would eventually become the Maginot Line. This project was popular, since even socialists in the French Parliament regarded it as providing thousands of construction jobs. While the money invested in the Maginot Line was not excessive, it did delay modernization programs for the field army for several years. Weygand took over as Chief of Staff in January 1930, and two key events occurred on his watch. The French army finally evacuated its last troops from the Rhineland, and it initiated a program of partial motorization. The end of occupation duties in the Rhineland eased the operational burdens on the French army, but the loss of bridgeheads over the Rhine also reduced the options for preemptive action in the event that Germany began to rearm. The French defence budget in 1930 increased to 15.9 billion francs, and the army received 10.1 billion francs, which meant there was money for procurement. In July 1930, only days after the evacuation of the Rhineland, the CSG decided to prioritize a motorization program for 5 infantry divisions and 1 brigade in each of the 5 existing cavalry divisions. Weygand was a strong advocate of motorization, but the plan was expensive, over 1 billion francs just to motorize the cavalry units. Furthermore, the slow pace of technological development and industrial production was serious obstacles to motorization of even part of the French army. This first step would require the acquisition of about 10,000 motor vehicles and the development of new tracked support vehicles. Citroën had been working on half-tracks since 1922, and by 1928 it had a workable design, designated as the P-17. Although French designers achieved success in perfecting the first military half-tracks, industry was slow to organize production, and it required 2 years before the French army began receiving its initial order for 100 P-16 half-tracks. Oddly, the French army soon lost interest in half-tracks and decided to develop a family of fully tracked support vehicles instead. The leading candidate was the Renault UE Chenillette, which began to reach motorized infantry units in 1932. Meanwhile, as part of the motorization program, the cavalry branch issued requirements in 1931 to 1932 for 3 new types of light armored vehicles known as automitrailleuses: the AMD for long-range reconnaissance, the AMR for short-range reconnaissance, and the AMC cavalry tank to engage enemy reconnaissance vehicles. Amazingly, in less than 2 years, French industry was able to build prototypes in response to all 3 requirements. Poir's 8-ton armored car was accepted in 1934 to fulfill the AMD role. The Poir 178, or AMD 35, was an effective mix of firepower, armored protection, and mobility that made it the best armored car available in 1940. Renault won the competition for the AMR, and the French army placed orders for 120 AMR 33 light tanks in 1933, and a follow-on order for 200 improved AMR 35s in 1936. These AMR light tanks were intended for scouting and to protect motorized infantry units, but they were not suited for engagements with enemy armored vehicles. The AMC cavalry tank proved a tougher requirement to meet, but Saumur was able to build a 17-ton prototype by 1935, which was approved for production in March 1936 as the S-35. For political reasons, the cavalry branch was also forced to order 200 Hotchkiss H-35 tanks as well. The French concept of employing motorized infantry was influenced by the memory of how General Joseph Galliani had used 1,200 requisitioned taxis on the night of 7 to 8 September 1914 to move 2 infantry regiments from Paris to the front in order to participate in the counterattack on the Marne. Weygand believed the primary purpose of motorization was to create a small number of rapid reaction units which could quickly deploy into Belgium in order to block a German invasion. French motorized infantry divisions, Division d'Infanterie Motorisée, or DIM, were not designed or trained to fight as mobile units, but rather to be transported long distances and then fight on foot. Indeed, each DIM was only provided about 1,500 motor vehicles, which was insufficient to move all 3 of its infantry regiments at once. Instead, the DIM moved what it could in its own vehicles, but relied upon an Army-level Groupement de Transport de Personnel (GTP) unit to provide up to 200 additional trucks. The French DIM was essentially designed to leapfrog forward in pieces, reassemble back into a division, and then fight as a traditional infantry division. In contrast, when the Germans began forming their own motorized infantry divisions in 1937, they were provided with over 3,000 vehicles, which was enough for the entire formation to move at once on its own resources. Weygand wanted the cavalry units to have enough of a motorized component that they could effectively screen the movement of motorized infantry units deploying to the front, but they were not intended for serious combat. Thus, by mid-1930, the French Army issued requirements for a wide variety of vehicles, including armored cars for reconnaissance, tracked vehicles and trucks to move infantry, heavy weapons and supplies across the battlefield, and tanks to provide mobile fire support. Gamelin took over as Army Chief of Staff in 1931, and Weygand became Inspector General of the Army, but remained on the CSG. The French Army's motorization program was driven by the operational requirements to have a force that could move rapidly into Belgium in order to prevent a German invasion from reaching the industrial regions in northern France. However, by May 1932, the CSG began to have serious doubts about Belgium's commitment to the alliance and the wisdom of committing its best forces to help defend central Belgium. A crucial strategic debate occurred within the CSG, with Gamelin and Weygand advocating building fortifications along the border with Belgium. Gamelin also initiated a study on building a defensive line north of Paris to protect the capital. However, Pétain was opposed to investing in concrete, and other members feared that a new round of fortification building would delay the introduction of new tanks and anti-tank guns, so the idea was dropped. As a result, the CSG affirmed the commitment to send motorized units into Belgium if needed. After the Renault Charles D1 tank proved disappointing, the infantry branch ordered an improved version known as the Charles D2 in 1934, of which 50 were built in 1936 to 1937. Meanwhile, the French Army spent 5 years testing the 3 Charles B prototypes and kept deferring production orders. By the early 1930s, the Charles B had evolved into a 27-ton tank, armed with both a 47mm gun and a 75mm howitzer, which meant that it was able either to fight enemy tanks or to support infantry in breakthrough offensives. During this period, tank designers around the world faced the difficult decision of whether to place high-velocity or low-velocity weapons on their tanks. The French wanted to combine both weapons on the Charles B. The French Army intended the Charles B to be the perfect blend of firepower and protection, so it kept tweaking the design rather than initiating production. Gamelin and Weygand claimed to recognize the need for a combined arms approach to modernization, but in fact they focused too heavily on tanks and neglected or deferred modernization for infantry weapons, field artillery, air defense, and communications. The French artillery park in the 1930s consisted of 10,500 pieces, 53% of which were 75mm model 1897 guns, and 24% were Schneider 155mm model 1917 howitzers. Most of the French artillery had a maximum range of 12 kilometers or less, which was adequate for positional warfare but not mobile operations. Even in 1939, 80% of French military regiments remained horse-drawn. The French artillery's most effective weapon was the 155mm GPF field gun. This was a big 14-ton weapon, but it could fire a 43-kilogram shell out to 18 kilometers. The U.S. Army liked this French weapon and paid for license to build their own copies. Gamelin recognized the need to modernize the artillery arm with both longer range and more mobile weapons, but decided to put it off because the global depression was beginning to impact the French economy, and the brief splurge of 1930 evaporated. As tax revenues dropped, the French government was forced to scale back military spending, but also made the poor decision to defend the value of the franc at all costs, which resulted in prices doubling or tripling, including on weapons. The motorization program was endangered both by budget cuts and by the inability of French industry to produce large numbers of tanks and support vehicles. During 1930 to 1933, French industry built a total of just 40 tanks in 4 years. In 1932 to 1933, the French army conducted several experiments with motorized units, including a battalion of the new D1 tanks. The results were mixed, and it took another 2 years before the decision was made to convert one of the cavalry divisions into a light armored division, or Première Division Légère Mécanisée, DLM, which began forming in July 1935. When Général de Division Jean Flavigny took over the Première DLM in February 1936, the division was still awaiting much of its equipment, and the only armored fighting vehicles available were a small number of AMR-33 light tanks. This development occurred just as Germany was forming 3 Panzerdivisionen. Only minimal funds were allocated for modernization of other branches, such as the engineers and signal troops. In order to upgrade tactical communications, the ER-17 radio was issued to infantry divisions in 1931 for use by regimental commanders and the division artillery net. The ER-17 weighed over 45 kilograms and could only communicate via Morse over distances of 15 kilometers or less, but it was soon followed by improved models. In 1934, the ER-12 radio was introduced for infantry division command nets. A 20-kilogram ER-40 man-pack radio was introduced at the infantry battalion level in 1935. In the light of the shift to a defensive strategy after 1930, development of anti-tank and anti-personnel mines for the engineers was begun in the mid-1930s, but was not given priority. Nevertheless, field exercises in 1932 demonstrated that it was feasible to construct a robust defense with anti-tank guns and anti-tank mines that rendered a tank attack doomed to failure, which instilled senior leaders like Gamelin with the notion that the threat of German tanks was manageable with the right technology. Of course, the French exercises were correct in assessing that a properly organized defense in depth could stop armored attacks, as would later be proven by other armies at El Alamein in 1942 and Kursk in 1943. However, the French army's leadership seemed satisfied with hypothetical results and made little effort to turn them into a practical reality. French engineers were tasked with destroying bridges if necessary, but except for the motorized divisions, the engineers were provided few vehicles. Even in 1940, most French engineer units still moved their equipment with horses and wagons, which meant that they often arrived too late to destroy threatened bridges. Virtually all French modernization efforts were geared towards improving existing weapons, and the Ministry of War severely limited funding for scientific research and development programs. Nevertheless, in 1934, the ministry did allocate funds for several tests at Le Bourget Airport to conduct experiments in detecting aircraft with radio signals. The results were promising, and French scientists began to develop several approaches to building a practical radar early warning system. Gamelin's modernization plans were complicated when the Aéronautique Militaire became an independent service in August 1933 and was renamed the Armée de l'Air, ADA. An air ministry had already been created in 1928, which soon began demanding large budget increases for the ADA. Once independent, French aviators pushed for roles that unshackled them from the Army cooperation mission, which meant pursuing the development of a strategic bombing capability. Air Minister Pierre Cotte, a radical socialist, managed to sell an ambitious expansion program for the Air Force to the French Parliament, known as Plan 1, which was approved in July 1934. Cotte's Plan 1 called for the construction of 1,000 aircraft in 2 years. It was soon followed by Plan 2, which raised the number to 1,500 aircraft, of which 50% were bombers, but only 29% were fighters. French aviation research and development had been in a slump for years, so the designs available were mediocre, but Cotte's ministry wanted large orders to revitalize the French aircraft industry and provide jobs for the unemployed. Furthermore, the Air Ministry pushed a new multi-role aircraft type known as the BCR, Bomber Combat Reconnaissance, in the hope of fielding airplanes that were suitable for a wide variety of missions, but the resulting aircraft proved unsatisfactory in all roles. The consequences of Kurtz's Plan 1 was billions sunk into producing mediocre aircraft like the Bloch MB-210 bomber and the Dewatin D-500 fighter. These aircraft were better than the initial crop of Luftwaffe designs, but obsolete within just a few years. By focusing on multi-role designs, the French aviation industry lagged behind on designing modern high-performance fighters. Even though the ADA was supposed to provide support to the Army, Kurtz's Plan 2 avoided this requirement by simply including no provision to build close air support aircraft, which irked Gamelin. Yet the most profligate waste of defence funds was the vast sum expended upon modernizing the French Navy, which contributed little or nothing to deterring a German invasion. During the period 1925 to 1935, the French Navy received 20 to 25% of the overall French defence budget. The Naval Ministry, led primarily by Georges Laigle, was determined to build a modern French battle fleet, and in this period completed 2 Dunkerque-class battle cruisers, 15 smaller cruisers, 39 destroyers, and 73 submarines. The threat from the Italian Navy or the new German pocket battleships was insufficient to justify such a massive naval modernization effort, nor was a naval build-up on this scale consistent with France's overall defensive strategy. However, naval construction work meant a lot of jobs in the port cities, which was supported by politicians in Paris. Laigle also wrested control over the French naval air arm, the Aéronautique Navale, Aéronaval, from the Air Ministry in 1932, and in 1936 he convinced the CSG to fund the construction of 2 new aircraft carriers. Indeed, Laigle argued that the Navy should receive priority for modernization funds over the Army. Yet under Laigle's hegemonic leadership, the French Navy failed to invest in anti-submarine warfare technology like sonar, or develop improved anti-aircraft weaponry, which made the fleet almost irrelevant when war came in 1939. It is bizarre that the CSG would allow the French Navy to pursue its own private agenda like this without serious complaint, but the result was that billions were devoted to warships which added nothing to France's security. Far more than the Maginot Line, the French Navy of the interwar period was a white elephant that drained France of capital, steel, and personnel. With billions wasted on obsolescent aircraft and unnecessary warships, the Army's share of the overall budget was reduced, forcing Gamelin to scale back plans to modernize the Army's field artillery. Modest development programs yielded a small number of modern Schneider 105mm guns in 1935, but only enough for the new motorized divisions. Gamelin finally recognized the need to develop improved anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons and tried to invigorate development programs that had been languishing for years due to inadequate funding. Based upon the original 1920 requirement, Hotchkiss built a prototype in 1932 for an excellent 25mm anti-tank gun, whose tungsten core APT rounds could penetrate 30mm of armor plate with 30-degree slope at 500 meters. This weapon could defeat all known tanks and was accepted into service in 1934 as the SA-34. Hotchkiss was able to produce about 2,000 of these weapons in just 2 years. However, in field training, the weapon proved heavier than expected and difficult to maneuver, so the Army asked Hotchkiss to design a lighter version. Production declined until the improved model, the 25mm SA-37 gun, was ready in 1938. This weapon was 1/3 lighter than the original model. On the other hand, Hotchkiss had much less success with its design for a new 25mm anti-aircraft gun, which was plagued with technical problems. Since there had been no real enemy air threat until the creation of the Luftwaffe in 1935, air defense remained a low priority. Gamelin's main initiative was a plan he put before the CSG to replace the entire fleet of obsolete FT-17 tanks left over from the First World War with a new infantry tank. Unlike the expensive Char B-1, he advocated an infantry tank that was inexpensive and easy to mass produce. Under Gamelin's program, which was approved, the French Army would add 800 new tanks by 1938 and 2,500 by 1940, giving it a total of 46 tank battalions. This was an almost revolutionary step because it would mean that every French active division would get a tank battalion for support, thereby greatly increasing its organic firepower. After a lengthy competition, the Renault design for the new infantry tank was accepted in April 1935, and 300 were ordered. Although the Hotchkiss design was rejected, the Army had doubts about Renault's ability to produce so many tanks, and 7 months later decided to award an order for 200 H-35 infantry tanks as well. While Gamelin and the French Army were moving forward slowly with mechanization efforts, in spring 1934, Major Charles de Gaulle published his third book, entitled Vers l'armée de métier, Towards a Professional Army. The book sold very poorly in France, but it gained the author a certain notoriety. In it, de Gaulle argued that the best way to defend France was to create a mobile shock force of 100,000 regular troops in 6 mechanized divisions, since he believed that infantry divisions based upon conscripts and recalled reservists were unlikely to perform well in the early stages of an enemy invasion. A good portion of this idea was lifted from Estienne's ideas in the early 1920s about the future of the French tank force. De Gaulle knew Estienne, who had retired in 1933. Although de Gaulle clearly had some prescient thoughts on military modernization, the ideas he presented were not really original. Furthermore, de Gaulle's book contained a strong political content which created controversy and offended his superiors. Within the Third Republic, the idea of creating elite divisions consisting only of regular troops had the whiff of a Praetorian Guard, which was anathema. Thus, the immediate effect of Vers l'armée de métier upon modernization was nil. Although the CSG could disregard de Gaulle, it quickly took notice of German rearmament. France's military intelligence arm, the Deuxième Bureau, achieved a major intelligence coup in November 1931 when it recruited Hans Thilo Schmidt, an official in the German Cipher Bureau. Schmidt not only provided French intelligence officers with the manual for the new Enigma code machine, but information about German rearmament plans gleaned from his older brother Rudolf, who was a rising star in the Reichswehr and would later command a panzer division. Armed with this accurate intelligence from the Deuxième Bureau, Weygand led the CSG in creating a formal memorandum for the cabinet in May 1934, which noted the growth of German military power and the urgent need to invest in refurbishing French military forces. A year later, the French Minister of War, Louis Morin, stated that Germany had hitherto been surrounded by a wall of paper. Within that wall she had grown, and she had provided herself with formidable military means. Whatever other mistakes the French leadership made, they were not slow to realize the threat posed by Hitler's Third Reich. Despite widespread recognition of the threat, France's economic situation continued to deteriorate, and by 1935 the French government was nearly bankrupt. Gamelin's army budget was reduced to 6.6 billion francs, and inflation further diminished the actual buying power of these funds. In order to continue even modest modernization efforts, the French army was forced to cut back further on training, maintenance, and readiness, which made the active army even more toothless. Work on the Maginot Line was declared complete at this time, although originally there had been plans to increase the depth of the defenses and possibly extend the line further along the border. But these follow-on plans were shelved. After 5 billion francs of investment in the Maginot Line, fiscal austerity left the Shield of France in a condition of limited readiness. While the Maginot forts were extremely well protected against artillery or air bombardment, the firepower of the forts was unimpressive. Those sections of the Maginot Line facing Germany mounted a total of only 39 135mm howitzers and 102 75mm guns, which meant that any particular segment lacked the firepower of even a standard infantry division. The heaviest weaponry, the 135mm MLE 1932 Lance bomb, only had a range of 5,600 meters. Meanwhile, the Navy received heavier and longer range weaponry to defend its naval bases. Lacking funds to make the Maginot Line stronger or longer, the French government relied upon propaganda to exaggerate the effectiveness of these border fortifications. Just as the French budget crisis was approaching its worst moments, Hitler decided to take advantage of the unpreparedness of the French military. Despite advance warning from the Deuxième Bureau's German spy, Hans Thilo Schmidt, Gamelin was stunned when the German Heer boldly conducted Operation Winter Crossing, Unternehmen Winterübung, on 7 March 1936, marching 3 infantry battalions into the Rhineland. The German military reoccupation of the Rhineland was not only a flagrant violation of the Treaty of Versailles and the 1925 Locarno Treaty, but exposed the fact that Gamelin had no contingency plans for dealing with German microaggression. Despite having a total of 350,000 active troops, the French army had fewer than 200,000 trained troops in metropolitan France, and no divisions were prepared to conduct any kind of rapid offensive advance into the Rhineland. Gamelin informed Prime Minister Albert-Pierre Sarraut's cabinet that a French military response would require a large-scale mobilization of reservists in order to bring the army up to strength, and even then, no offensive action would be possible for at least a month. Gamelin also stipulated that French strategy required Czechoslovakia and Poland to mobilize in order to put increased pressure on Germany. Nor was the ADA prepared to provide the army with air cover. Once Gamelin informed the cabinet that mobilization could cost up to 1 billion francs a month, proposals for intervention quickly evaporated. As soon as France turned to the League of Nations for support, Hitler knew that the French would not attempt unilateral military action. Georges Mandel, in charge of communications, was the only one of Sarraut's ministers to advocate a military response, but he was outvoted by the rest of the cabinet. Mandel was an Alsatian Jew and former journalist, who, during the First World War, became a close protégé of Georges Clemenceau. While others were willing to give Hitler a pass, Mandel was one of the few leaders in either Paris or London who early on realized that Hitler was not going to stop. When France decided to do nothing, Mandel warned that Hitler would be emboldened and France should prepare for worse to come. With military action problematic, the French Foreign Minister Pierre Flandin pushed instead for tough economic sanctions against Germany. Given Germany's heavy dependence upon foreign raw materials, even a partial curtailment of imports would have seriously impacted the Wehrmacht's military modernization programs. Yet when Flandin went to London to seek support for sanctions, Britain's leadership refused to cooperate with sanctions due to concerns that Hitler would react violently to coercive measures. Using the tone of appeasement, Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin informed the French that he would not pursue a policy if there was even a 1% risk of war. Likewise, Flandin's efforts to recruit support for sanctions within the League of Nations failed. In fear of diplomatic isolation, France dropped the idea of sanctions. France's apparent military and diplomatic impotence in the face of German provocation in the Rhineland crisis revealed how badly the French army and ADA had degenerated into ineffectual tools of state policy. Indeed, Gamelin and his political masters suddenly realized that Hitler had a taste for revanchism, and that the French army needed to be modernized quickly if it was to be in a position to respond to the next crisis. It was also clear that the cordon sanitaire did nothing to deter German aggression, and that Britain could not be counted upon. Indeed, it did not help the spirit of Anglo-French cooperation that in London, Ramsay MacDonald, Lord President of the Council, mocked the French weakness in cabinet and said that he hoped the French had been taught a severe lesson. In Paris, they recognized that these were not the kind of words spoken by friends. After the Rhineland crisis, the leftist Popular Front was elected, and unexpectedly on 7 September 1936, it decided to authorize a 14 billion franc rearmament program. Édouard Daladier was made the Minister of Defense and empowered to rearm the French military against the obvious threat posed by Hitler's Wehrmacht. In order to match Germany's Panzerdivisionen, it was decided to amend Gamelin's tank program and build 3,200 new tanks. Yet even with this large infusion of funds, Daladier and Gamelin recognized that it would take several years before real progress could be achieved. In addition to authorizing rearmament, the Popular Front decided to selectively nationalize parts of the French armaments industry in October 1936. Somehow, the French Navy was able to dodge most of the nationalization effort, but many of the industries supporting the army and the ADA were affected. A number of industrialists, including Hotchkiss, Schneider, and Brandt, viewed this policy as government confiscation and actively resisted it, which led to chaos and disruption in the French armaments industry. Adding to the disruption, the Air Ministry pushed a number of aviation firms, such as Bloch, Breguet, and De Watine, to relocate some of their industrial plants to Bordeaux, Bayonne, and Toulouse. Dispersing aircraft factories to reduce the risk of enemy bombing in wartime made strategic sense, but it also added another element of friction to aviation companies that were struggling to stay in business. One of the main limiting factors for French air power would prove to be the supply of supercharged piston engines. Hispano-Suiza had begun to develop a new V12 piston engine in 1932, the 12Y, and by 1934, improved models were developing over 930 horsepower, HP. However, producing this engine in quantity proved problematic for a number of reasons. French aviation companies were also having difficulty adjusting to building metal frame aircraft instead of wood frame, which required far more tooling and more skilled labor. In order to avoid adding further disruption to the aviation industry, the Air Ministry decided to complete the production run of obsolescent types authorized by Cott's Plan 2 rather than switching to build newer types. The Air Ministry's continued focus on bombers for strategic deterrence purposes also delayed the development of advanced single-seat fighters. In the long run, nationalization enabled increased weapons production in 1939 to 1940, but in the short term it disrupted research of new aircraft and essentially froze designs in place for several years. By mid-1936, France had begun rearmament, but time was running out. The military modernization of every major power's military forces during the interwar period was affected by the global depression, and in terms of total budget outlays, France had actually outspent everyone else. Prior to beginning rearmament in 1936, France was typically spending 4% or more of its gross national product on defense. During the period 1919 to 1935, the French army was provided with a total of 113.8 billion francs in funding. Yet, as John W. Hall noted, France maintained the highest level of defense spending throughout the interwar period, and yet had the least to show for it once the smoke cleared. A large part of this outcome was due to much of the funding going towards operations, pay, and pensions, leaving less than 1% per year for procuring new equipment. Even worse, as testing of new tanks and aircraft was dragged out for years, a good portion of the funds allocated for programs was left unspent. French military modernization efforts in the period 1920 to 1935 were primarily focused on technology development of the best possible weapons, with series production often being limited or deferred due to financial considerations. Prior to 1936, time was not considered a critical factor, so programs like the Charles B heavy tank were allowed to languish for over a decade. Except for the aviation field, where the French had clearly fallen behind in the development of modern fighters and bombers, the French were actually able to develop several excellent weapons, including the Saumur S-35 medium tank and the 47mm anti-tank gun. However, French industry was poorly prepared to mass-produce these advanced weapons, and even when the Popular Front provided the funds for rearmament, the machine tools, skilled labor, and managerial talent were insufficient to outstrip German military production. Given time, France had the ability to re-equip its army with modern weapons, but the question remained whether its troops would be able to effectively employ them on a modern battlefield. British modernization efforts, 1920 to 1936. In 1918, the British Army had deployed 62 divisions in France with over 1 million troops. Overall, at the time of the armistice, Britain had 3.8 million troops in the army and over 300,000 in the RAF. The British Army had invested heavily in tanks, and Colonel J.F.C. Fuller was the leading advocate of mechanized warfare. Indeed, Fuller's Plan 1919 envisioned a new type of mobile warfare that employed mechanized units and tactical aviation to achieve rapid breakthrough and dislocation of enemy defenses. Yet after achieving victory, Britain was quick to divest itself of most of its military strength, partly for the sake of economy and partly from the belief that diplomacy was a better guarantee of security. Under the 10-year rule adopted in 1919 at the urging of Minister of War Winston Churchill, the British government shaped its post-war budgets on the assumption that there would be no major war in the next decade. Consequently, British defense spending dropped off sharply after 1920, and by 1925, Britain was spending only 2.6% of GDP on defense. Likewise, British spending on intelligence was sharply curtailed. By 1922, the budget of the Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, had been slashed to just £90,000. By 1925, Britain's army was reduced to 209,000 troops, of whom nearly one-third were in India. In Europe, the British Army had the equivalent of just 2 full-strength infantry divisions, plus bits and pieces of 3 more. The Territorial Army, TA, was also severely reduced, depriving the regular forces of any significant ready reserves. At the same time, the RAF was cut down to 39,000 personnel. Britain was quick to reduce its occupation army in the Rhineland to just a token force, and by the end of the 1920s it no longer had any significant ground or air forces organized, trained, or prepared for a continental deployment. During most of the interwar period, the British Army was last in terms of priority for modernisation funding. Instead, the Royal Navy received priority and spent most of its budget on constructing cruisers and destroyers for trade defence. British strategy was focused on imperial requirements, whereas any future continental deployments were considered unlikely. The only bright spot for the British Army was its continued leadership in experimenting with mechanised units. Although the number of tank battalions was reduced from 26 to 4 after the war, the Royal Tank Corps was established as a permanent component of the British Army, and Fuller pressed for greater emphasis upon mechanisation. In 1924 to 1925, the British Army sought to replace its First World War vintage tanks with a family of new medium tanks built by Vickers. The 12-ton Vickers Medium Mark II tank was an excellent vehicle for its day, armed with a 47mm gun and capable of moving 25 kilometers per hour. A variant known as the Birch gun was built, which mounted an 18-pounder 83mm gun. This was the first tracked self-propelled gun ever deployed. After assembling over 250 Vickers medium tanks and variants, the British Army made the momentous decision in 1926 to form a combined arms brigade known as the Experimental Mechanized Force. The EMF was a revolutionary development and included armoured cars, tanks, motorized infantry, engineers, and field artillery. Amazingly, Fuller turned down command of the EMF and essentially recused himself. For 2 years, the British Army used the EMF as a test bed to experiment with mechanized warfare, then simply decided to disband the unit in 1929. A large part of the problem was that budgets were extremely tight and mechanized units were very expensive. Consequently, the British Army became enamored of tankettes, since they were inexpensive enough to be purchased in quantity and were suitable for colonial duties in places like Egypt and India. During 1927 to 1935, the British Army purchased over 300 Carden-Lloyd tankettes, mostly for use as weapons carriers, as well as 150 Vickers light tanks, Mark I through 4. In April 1934, the British Army formed a tank-pure armoured brigade with the remaining Vickers medium tanks and some of the new light tanks, but this was no longer a combined arms force. The tankettes evolved into the Universal Carrier, which began entering service in the same year. Some infantry, artillery, and engineers were motorized, but rather than take the next logical step of forming an armoured division, the British Army dithered for 5 more years. Aside from mechanization, the British Army received very little other new equipment in the period 1925 to 1935. During the 1920s, the RAF had been cut by 90%, and its commander, Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Trenchard, had to fight many political battles to keep it an independent service. Trenchard had to convince Parliament that the RAF was worth funding, and to achieve that he had to show that it had a peacetime mission other than just training. Thus, Trenchard pushed to use the RAF in colonial conflicts in Somaliland and Iraq in order to show military relevance and cost-effectiveness. In this, he succeeded, and the RAF decided to develop a number of inexpensive, multi-purpose aircraft suited for colonial duties in places like Iraq. Trenchard was also enamored of strategic bombing and determined that the RAF should develop a sizable force of heavy bombers to be used to deter attacks on London by being in a position to bomb enemy capitals. In a bold demonstration of absurdity, for a number of years the Air Ministry chose to design its bombers with France as a theoretical opponent, since France was the closest major power with its own bomber force. In order to fulfill the strategic bombing role against Paris, the Air Ministry based its requirements for a force of twin-engine bombers with a radius of action of about 6,500 kilometers and a 1-ton bomb load. By 1924, the RAF had 3 squadrons of Vickers Virginia biplane heavy bombers, which began to be replaced by the Handley Page Hayford in 1933. Britain's political leadership placed their primary faith in collective security through the League of Nations, but regarded the RAF's heavy bombers as an insurance policy, in case any foreign leader was ever irrational enough to require deterring with the threat of force. It is important to note that the British faith in the destructive power of heavy bombers and their concomitant deterrent effect was based on opinion, not established fact. At no point in the interwar period did the RAF conduct realistic bombing tests in order to determine what their bombers could achieve. Nor was there any effort to develop night navigation aids, and night training was curtailed. Politicians simply assumed capability, and RAF leaders exaggerated in order to secure more funding. During the 1930s, various estimates suggested that a few hundred tons of bombs could cripple a major city, which helped to promote the idea of an enemy launching a knockout blow against the capital at the start of the war. In reality, the RAF greatly exaggerated the effectiveness of the 500-pound general-purpose bomb, and its bombers lacked the ability to strike point targets accurately at night. Meanwhile, the RAF placed little emphasis upon fighters. In the 1920s, Trenchard did not believe that fighters or anti-aircraft could effectively protect London, and considered that defences were really just for morale purposes. Indeed, the anti-aircraft mission was handed off to the Territorial Army, then under-resourced. Nor did the RAF have an offensive counter-air mission, since it did not expect to deploy outside Great Britain, so fighters were designed to be fast and maneuverable, but without much range. All of the RAF's fighters between 1924 and 1937 were biplanes, armed with just 2 machine guns and with a maximum speed in the range of 240 to 370 kilometers per hour. This design philosophy would carry over into the later Hurricane and Spitfire fighters as well. Under the Home Defense Air Force (HDAF) plan, developed in 1923, the RAF hoped to create a total of 52 squadrons, but this was continuously deferred, and the active force was usually around 25 combat squadrons. Instead, the RAF focused on building cosy air bases in England, complete with concrete runways, barracks, and maintenance facilities. By 1934, the RAF had 52 permanent bases in Great Britain. The RAF paid even less attention to its implied responsibility to provide air support to the Army. Although a handful of squadrons were designated as Army Cooperation in the 1920s, they were equipped with aircraft like the Armstrong-Whitworth Atlas and Hawker Audax that were armed with only a single light machine gun and a 500-pound bomb load. Even when the Air Ministry issued Requirement P-27/32 in 1933 for a new Army Cooperation light bomber, the result was the inadequate Fairey Battle, which entered service with the RAF in 1937 and was obsolete by 1940. The Fairey Battle could deliver 4 250-pound bombs, but was still armed with only a single light machine gun for strafing. In 1934, the Air Ministry issued 2 requirements to meet the requirement to support the Army. The first, Specification P4/34, specifically called for a dive bomber, but the resulting Hawker Henley was never used in that role. The second, A39/34, resulted in the Westland Lysander, but this aircraft was designed primarily for artillery spotting, not close air support. Thus, the British Army could not count on much direct air support from the RAF. In strategic terms, the British political leadership did not abandon the 10-year rule until March 1932, when Japanese aggression in China made it clear that the League of Nations was impotent and that Britain would need to make some gesture to increase its military forces in the Far East. When Hitler came to power in 1933, the Committee for Imperial Defense, CID, decided that Britain could not afford to increase defense spending to deter both Germany and Japan, so it chose to focus on Japan by completing the naval base at Singapore. In particular, Neville Chamberlain, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, opposed the expense of rebuilding the British Army in order to prepare for any continental contingencies, and instead recommended more bomber squadrons for the RAF. Chamberlain was concerned that too large an army might encourage Britain to reconsider sending a force to the continent in a crisis. In November 1933, the CID established the Defense Requirements Subcommittee, DRC, to report on deficiencies within the military. Ramsay MacDonald, Prime Minister from 1929 to 1935, did not see Hitler as a threat and regarded the French as apoplectic alarmists. Indeed, MacDonald went so far as to say in 1933 that he did not object if the German peacetime army was increased to 300,000 troops, which left the French CSG incredulous. In looking at defense priorities in the early 1930s, the CID believed that defense of the Far East was the main priority, while home defense was dead last. Yet in March 1934, the DRC identified Germany as the primary potential enemy, and Chamberlain responded by allocating additional funds for the RAF in order to form 3 more bomber squadrons. Once Germany was identified as the potential threat, the Air Ministry realized that its biplane bomber squadrons were too short-ranged and obsolescent to threaten Berlin, and were forced to upgrade their vision to encompass 4-engine bombers with greater range and payload. Yet the design of 4-engine bombers was still years off, So in July 1934, the Air Ministry issued Specification B3/34. This resulted in the twin-engine Whitley bomber, which could at least threaten targets in the Ruhr. The Whitley was intended to cover the gap in capability until better bombers were available. The RAF leadership was enamored of the idea that their bombers could conduct a strategic air war on their own, and this illusion was reinforced by the development of the powered gun turret in 1935. Once this device was installed on the next generation of bombers, it was believed that heavily armed bombers could defend themselves in daylight raids over enemy territory. After all, Stanley Baldwin had famously said that the bomber would always get through, and Bomber Command had begun to believe this glib statement as fact rather than conducting operational tests. After the creation of the Luftwaffe, Chamberlain and Baldwin did become uneasy about the potential for enemy bomber raids on England and prodded the Air Ministry to bolster home defences. Consequently, the Air Ministry issued specifications for a new high-speed monoplane fighter armed with 8 machine guns, which would eventually result in the Hurricane and the Spitfire, both of which were optimized for intercepting bombers, not enemy fighters. However, these fighters would take several years to develop, and in the interim, the Ministry placed orders for the RAF's last biplane fighter, the Gloucester Gladiator. The Ministry was also sufficiently impressed with the research on radio direction finding, RDF technology, that in September 1935 it authorized £60,000 for the construction of 5 chain-home radar sites. The Ministry believed that the combination of new fighters and RDF would enable a credible defense against enemy bombers. Like the Maginot Line, chain-home and heavy bombers gave the British leadership the illusion that they could potentially conduct a war from a position of relative safety behind a linear shield. Despite the emphasis upon deterrence provided by the RAF, in late 1934 the British Army was directed to develop contingency plans to enable it to deploy 5 divisions and the sole armoured brigade to the continent. These plans were to be realized within 5 years, but only modest additional funding was allocated to achieve this goal. Since the Territorial Army was hopelessly underfunded and untrained, even less so than French reservists, the British active army would have difficulty forming an expeditionary force of this size. By the time of the Rhineland crisis in March 1936, Britain had no appreciable military forces ready for commitment to the European continent, and its existing heavy bomber force lacked the range to seriously threaten critical German targets. Furthermore, Britain's SIS was so ineffectual in collecting information on German rearmament programs that politicians in London simply relied upon the French to provide intelligence on German activities. While the French military and political leadership made many mistakes in the interwar period and paid the price for these errors in 1940, Britain's failure even to consider the possibility of another European war until 1934 was divorced from reality and made it easier for Hitler to achieve his early aggressive coups. German modernization efforts, 1920 to 1939. Unlike the Anglo-French, a defeated Germany was not distracted by colonial issues and could focus single-mindedly upon restoring its military power. Nor was the post-war Reichswehr burdened with large stocks of obsolescing weapons or a victor's confidence that no major adjustment to doctrine or tactics was required. The Germans knew that they had been defeated on the battlefield, and their deficiencies in tanks and tactical air power had contributed to that defeat. As a result of the Treaty of Versailles, the post-war Reichswehr was limited to a 100,000-man establishment with a total force structure of just 10 small divisions, 7 infantry and 3 cavalry. In order to prevent the Germans from building up significant reserves, the Allies also insisted that Reichswehr enlisted troops serve a minimum term of 12 years. Most heavy weaponry, including all tanks, was scrapped, and the Reichswehr was left with fewer than 300 light artillery pieces. Yet by imposing these severe limitations upon the Reichswehr, the Allies actually made it easier for Germany to eventually modernize its military. Given its small size, General Hans von Seeckt, commander of the Reichswehr in 1920 to 1926, could ensure that only the best personnel were retained in the military. In particular, the 4,000-man officer corps was the pick of the Kaiser's army. Through an oversight, the Allies forgot to impose limits upon the number of NCOs in the Reichswehr, which Seeckt fully exploited. By 1926, the Reichswehr had over 48,000 NCOs, which gave Seeckt a solid professional corps of trainers when the time for expansion arrived. Entrance into the Reichswehr's enlisted ranks was so competitive that there were 15 applicants for every slot, ensuring a high-quality force. In retrospect, the French should have realized that the Reichswehr was ideally sized for forming an elite body of troops who were far superior to the short-term conscripts of the Third Republic, but the Versailles restrictions focused on quantity, not quality. Seygt set about rebuilding German ground combat power by intensively studying the lessons of the First World War, which concluded that offensive action through mobile warfare was the key to success on the battlefield. Although the General Staff was forbidden by the Allies, Seygt connived to create a hidden staff within the army bureaucracy and placed the most talented officers within its ranks. A small air staff was also created in order to study aviation technology. During the early 1920s, the Reichswehr focused primarily on training and developing new doctrine, since funds were limited. Throughout the period 1925 to 1932, German defense spending was less than 2% of GNP, around 700 million Reichsmarks, or roughly one-third of what the French and the British were spending on defense. Furthermore, the efforts of Allied inspection teams to enforce disarmament complicated German efforts to conduct military research. It was Seygt who chose to reach out to the Soviet Union in order to assist Germany in covertly developing new weapons. Both regimes were regarded as international pariahs and were in a position to help each other. Germany had advanced military technology which the Red Army needed, and the Soviet Union had distant training facilities which the Reichswehr needed. Seygt established a covert group known as Sondergruppe A to conduct German-Soviet military technical collaboration and put individuals in it he could trust, like Oberstleutnant Fedor von Bock and Major Kurt von Schleicher. After the Treaty of Rapallo normalized Soviet-German relations in 1922, Seygt began moving towards his goal of establishing secret testing facilities in the Soviet Union, out of sight of Allied inspectors. In 1926, the Kampffliegerschule Lipetsk Flying School, was opened, and the Germans used 50 Dutch-built Fokker D-13 fighters there for flight training and ground attack experiments. The role of the Lipetsk facility was critical in shaping future German doctrines for the use of fighters and close air support aircraft. 3 years later, the Panzerschule Kama Tank School, was opened, and Germany began testing experimental tanks in the Soviet Union. As a result of these experiments, the Reichswehr was able to figure out what kind of tanks it would need and to develop an appreciation for modern tactical communications and close air support. Initially, Seygt emphasized the need for inexpensive defensive weaponry, which yielded the 7.5-centimeter light infantry gun in 1928. Under the Treaty of Versailles, German industry was permitted to build new artillery pieces up to 7.5 centimeters, but nothing larger. Yet as part of the effort to evade the treaty restrictions, German companies used foreign subsidiary companies to conduct covert research and design work that could not be conducted on German soil. Thus, in 1929, Rheinmetall Borsig purchased a controlling interest in the Swiss ammunition firm Solothurn AG in order to provide a platform for developing a new family of automatic weapons. 2 engineers from Rheinmetall, Fritz Herrlach and Theodor Rakula, began designing a new 2-centimeter automatic heavy anti-tank rifle at Solothurn's facility, and by 1930 their prototype emerged as the 2-centimeter ST-5, which could be used as either an anti-tank or an anti-aircraft weapon. Export sales to Bulgaria and South America were used to fund further improvements, and the result was the 2-centimeter Flak 30. Rheinmetall sold the design for the new 3.7-centimeter Pak anti-tank gun to the Soviets, and the proceeds were invested in developing new field artillery pieces for the Reichswehr. Since the German armaments giant Krupp could not produce heavy artillery in its Ruhr factories, it acquired a controlling share of the Swedish armaments firm of Bofors, which enabled design work to occur outside Germany. Krupp developed the 8.8-centimeter Flak 18 aircraft gun in conjunction with Bofors in the late 1920s, but production did not begin in Germany until 1933. New weapons were built only in limited quantities and generally kept out of sight. Troops used wooden mock-ups in training exercises in Germany, which helped to deceive Allied inspectors. In addition, the Reichswehr made a considerable investment in developing tactical communications. One of the biggest obstacles to the creation of new German military aircraft was the lack of suitable engines for prototypes. After the First World War, the German aviation industry had shrunk to just 7 firms, of which Junkers, Heinkel, and Dornier were the largest. Allied inspectors closely monitored these firms in the 1920s and restricted their efforts to develop new engines suitable for military aircraft, which Germany was not supposed to possess. However, German firms were able to obtain licenses to produce 2 foreign radial engines, the Pratt & Whitney Hornet and the Bristol Jupiter. Eventually, the British sold supercharger technology to German companies, which enabled German engineers to stay abreast of technological developments and conduct clandestine research and development programs. The failure of the Anglo-French intelligence services to detect these clandestine German weapons research programs was easily one of the greatest intelligence failures of the 20th century, and the repercussions were catastrophic. Despite very limited funding throughout the 1920s, the Reichswehr made excellent use of what it had, and by the 1927 field maneuvers, it was already experimenting with motorized infantry and using tactical radios to control troop movements. At this point, Germany was only spending about 70 million Reichsmarks, about $16.6 million per year on new weapons, or roughly 9% of its defense budget. Nevertheless, by 1929, the Reichswehr was planning to triple its forces to 21 divisions and add an air arm with 150 aircraft when the political circumstances were ripe. Part of this planning effort included developing the requirements for a 15-ton medium tank armed with a 7.5-centimeter gun and writing organization tables for a Panzerabteilung, tank battalion. Although the Reichswehr did not yet have tanks, it trained as though it did, using mock-ups. Inevitably, some mistakes were made, particularly in the selection of wheeled transport. Too many dissimilar vehicles were taken into service in order to meet the goals of motorization, and a number of vehicles would prove poorly suited to off-road or muddy conditions. Another serious mistake, which was not immediately obvious, was in allowing the Reichsmarine to develop significant resources towards building the Deutschland-class cruisers for prestige purposes. Each of these pocket battleships cost over 80 million Reichsmarks, or more than the Heer's annual budget for new weaponry. Even in secret, the Reichswehr spent a significant amount of effort preparing to recreate an air force. In the period 1926 to 1932, the Reichswehr spent 170 million Reichsmarks, about $40 million, on aviation modernization, most of which went for research and development. Assisted by infusions of Anglo-American technology, Daimler-Benz and Junkers took the lead in developing new piston engines, but they would not be ready until 1932. Consequently, most of the early German prototype aircraft flew with modified copies of foreign engines. By 1929, Dornier was testing prototype bombers at Lipetsk, and 3 years later the Dornier Do-11 bomber entered service, disguised as a freight transport. In addition, the Reichswehr planned to create a potent flak arm with a total of 55 anti-aircraft batteries. Doctrinally, the air staff placed primary emphasis upon providing close air support to mechanized units which were expected to comprise the Schwerpunkt main effort in an offensive operation. Reichswehr staff officers were quick to recognize the powerful combat synergy produced by the marriage of mechanized forces and close air support, and they modernized their air and ground forces with this concept as a guiding principle. After the French army withdrew from the Rhineland in 1930, the Reichswehr became more brazen about secretly testing prototype tanks and fighters on German soil. Generalmajor Oswald Lutz was put in charge of the army motorization program in April 1931, and he established a requirement to build a tracked armored vehicle for training purposes. By July 1932, Krupp had built a prototype, and it was approved for production. At this point, the combat value of this 5-ton vehicle, which evolved into the PZ-1 light tank, was less important than getting German major firms like Krupp, Henschel, and Daimler-Benz to retool for large-scale armaments projects. Similarly, Germany began to covertly rebuild an air arm, with the manufacture of 56 military aircraft in 1931 and 55 in 1932, including the first Arado AR-64 biplane fighters. Within the covert air staff, Oberstleutnant Helmut Felmy drafted a plan to deploy an air force with 720 aircraft by 1938. These tentative plans were tempered by the fact that Germany's aircraft industry was still rudimentary. It is also important to note that German military doctrine in the Reichswehr period was still primarily defensive, and the army was being trained and structured to fight a medium-sized power like Poland, which Seygt had regarded as a natural enemy. Although the Reichswehr laid the groundwork for the doctrine and tools that the Wehrmacht would one day use to defeat France, the military was being structured to fight short, mobile campaigns against mid-size enemies, not protracted wars against large coalitions. In June 1932, Kurt von Schleicher, formerly of Sondergruppe R, became the new defense minister, and Germany began moving towards open rearmament. Schleicher authorized a program known as the Umbau conversion plan, which envisioned expanding the army to 21 divisions, although the active army would only increase to 147,000 troops and reserves would make up the difference. Schleicher briefly served as Chancellor of Germany, and while he paved the way for rearmament, he shrank from openly provoking the Anglo-French. In January 1933, Hitler became Chancellor, and he immediately made it clear that rearmament was a priority. 4 months later, Hitler's close ally Hermann Göring oversaw the creation of the Air Ministry, RLM, or Reichsluftfahrtministerium, ostensibly to supervise commercial aviation, but in reality to pave the way for an independent air force and to jumpstart the German aviation industry. Göring directed the RLM to invest large sums in the aviation industry, which in the course of a single year quadrupled the workforce. One of the firms that benefited from this government largesse was the bankrupt Bavarian BFW and its talented engineer Willy Messerschmitt. In July 1933, the RLM issued requirements for a new single-seat fighter, and BFW was one of several firms that competed for the contract. Eventually, Messerschmitt's prototype was chosen and would enter service as the Bf-109 fighter. In addition, the RLM initiated a program to develop dive bombers at the instigation of First World War ace Ernst Udet. The first was the HE-50 in 1935, followed by Henschel's HS-123, and later the Junkers Ju-87. In 1933, the Reichswehr laid the doctrinal groundwork for German military modernization by issuing a new field manual named Truppenführung, troop leadership. The new manual stressed initiative, offensive action, maneuver, and combined arms warfare, all hallmarks of the future Wehrmacht of 1940 to 1942. Thus, the Germans took the correct approach of studying the lessons learned from the First World War, using these lessons to formulate a new doctrine, and then developing the weapons to meet the requirements of the new doctrine. German military modernization efforts in the 1930s reflected a balanced alignment of doctrine and technology, unlike the Anglo-French, who placed much more emphasis upon technology while neglecting doctrinal improvements. Hitler made his first openly provocative move in June 1933, when he announced that Germany would no longer make payments on its 19 billion Reichsmarks foreign debts. At the same time, his cabinet approved an allocation of 35 billion Reichsmarks for rearmament over the next 8 years, which meant increasing defense spending to nearly 10% of GNP. Under this plan, the first phase of rearmament would see the RLM build an air force equipped with 2,000 aircraft by 1935, and the army expand to 300,000 men in 21 divisions by 1937. In the second phase, Germany would develop an offensive strike capability to be ready by 1941. Privately, Hitler confided that the intent of his rearmament was to utterly crush France. German rearmament began slowly in early 1934. In February, Krupp began delivering the first pre-production PZ-1 light tanks, which did not yet include rotating turrets or armament. Nevertheless, Oberst Heinz Guderian, working under Lutz, began forming a small experimental mechanized Kampfgruppe, battle group. From the beginning, Lutz and Guderian resisted the notion of forming tank-pure units and favored combined arms formations. Guderian's experimental team included a platoon of the PZ-1 light tanks, 2 platoons of armored cars, a motorcycle platoon for reconnaissance, and a motorized platoon equipped with 3.7-centimeter pack anti-tank guns. In April 1934, Guderian demonstrated his mechanized team to Hitler, who enthusiastically exclaimed, "That's what I want! That's what I mean to have!" It is rare in military history that a weapons system in such a primitive state gets such blanket endorsement from a political leader, but certainly no politicians in England or France were so interested or enthusiastic about military modernization. Aside from trying to develop tanks, the German motorization program focused heavily on armored cars and motorcycles, since these were both relatively easy for German industry to produce in quantity in the early 1930s. The SD KFZ-231 armoured car, which entered service in 1932, was armed with a 2-centimetre cannon, had 5 to 8 millimetre of armoured protection, and could move at up to 70 kilometres per hour, which actually compared favourably with the PZ-1. The Reichsheer was also enthusiastically purchasing BMW motorcycles such as the R4 and R12 with sidecar. Together, the armoured cars and motorcycles enabled the formation of the first motorized reconnaissance battalions, which combined mobility and firepower. After President Hindenburg's death in August 1934, Hitler gained total control over Germany, and he began to implement his rearmament plans. Initially, Hitler tried to avoid openly antagonizing the Anglo-French, so rearmament measures were concealed. In particular, he wanted to keep the new tanks and aircraft out of sight until they were available in numbers. Although the HE-51 biplane fighter began entering service in July 1934, it was officially referred to as a trainer, and the first fighter squadron was not operational until April 1935. Part of the reason for this subterfuge was that German rearmament required a certain amount of foreign technology infusion to jumpstart programs, but this would not be forthcoming once Hitler revealed his long-term intentions. The RLM was particularly dependent upon foreign imported technology. Not only were 2 US-built F-11C Goshawk dive bombers purchased in 1933 for a total of $23,000, but Junkers managed to purchase 10 state-of-the-art Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines for £20,514. The Rolls-Royce engines were used to power the prototypes of both the Ju-87 dive bomber and the Bf-109 fighter. It was not until 9 March 1935 that Hitler publicly revealed the existence of the heretofore secret Luftwaffe. At the start, the Luftwaffe had 10,000 personnel assigned to flight units and 7,200 flak troops. Although Goering boasted that he had 2,500 aircraft, in fact he had only 1,800, and most were trainers or reconnaissance machines. The Luftwaffe's first-line combat strength in March 1935, a total of 674 combat aircraft, consisted of 3 squadrons of biplane fighters, AR-65 and HE-51, and 5 squadrons of bombers, Do-11 and Ju-52. Considering that most of the bombers were antiquated Ju-52 transport planes, it was not much of a force, but it raised alarm in London and Paris. On 15 March, Hitler announced the reintroduction of conscription and his intent to increase the army to 36 divisions with 500,000 men. By May, the Reichswehr was renamed the Wehrmacht, and it was clear to the Anglo-French that Hitler was openly defying the Treaty of Versailles and committed to rearmament. Yet Hitler continued to obfuscate in order to buy time, stating on 21 May 1935 that Germany wants to rearm only because she wants to be equal. Otherwise, she does not threaten anybody. In October 1935, Hitler decided to drop pretense and announced the formation of 3 Panzerdivisionen, which included a total of 12 Panzerabteilungen. At the time, there were just over 300 PZ-1 light tanks available, even though the tables of organization said that each division was supposed to have roughly 500 light tanks. The real motorized core of these early Panzerdivisionen was in fact their Aufklärungsabteilung, reconnaissance battalions, and Kradschützenbataillonen, motorcycle infantry battalions, equipped with armored cars, motorcycles, and light trucks. Otherwise, these partly formed divisions lacked the support units to operate as combined arms teams. For example, the 1st Panzer Division was not completely formed with supply and maintenance subunits until early 1938. Nevertheless, Hitler wanted the creation of these obviously offensively oriented formations to deter and unnerve the French, who still only had the Première DLM. Like the Anglo-French, Hitler hoped to bluff his enemies into believing that Germany was militarily too strong to oppose. Unlike the British or the French, the Germans put a massive effort into developing mobile air defense capabilities once Hitler allowed domestic production of weapons that had been in covert development for years. Rheinmetall began series production of the Flak 30 in Düsseldorf in 1934. Since the 2-centimetre Flak 30 was inexpensive, it could be easily mass-produced and was provided to all the branches of the Wehrmacht. The 8.8-centimetre Flak 18 also entered series production, providing an excellent medium anti-aircraft gun. Although Hitler had opened the floodgates for defense spending, German rearmament efforts in 1934 to 1935 were slowed by a host of lingering technical problems in developing new weapons and the limited capacity of German industry to build these weapons in quantity. For the Heer, the artillery program, 10 cm SK-18, 10.5 cm LFH-18, and 15 cm SFH-18, and the infantry weapons program, 8 cm GRW-34 mortar, 7.92 mm MG-34, and 7.92 mm KAR-98K rifle, were all bearing fruit and beginning to enhance German tactical firepower. Likewise, the introduction of the 2 cm Flak 30 and the S-mine anti-personnel mine stiffened German defensive capabilities. However, the medium tank program had run into problems and had split into two new tanks, the PZ-3 that was optimized to fight enemy tanks and the PZ-4 that was designed to fight enemy bunkers and infantry. As a stopgap solution to providing something more than just the PZ-1 tank, the Heereswaffenamt, Army Weapons Department, decided to develop another light tank, designated the PZ-2. Furthermore, there was resistance within parts of the Wehrmacht High Command to the creation of independent Panzerdivisionen, since more conservative officers felt that this step would deprive infantry divisions of armored support. Consequently, the Sturmartillerie, assault artillery concept, was created by Oberst Erich von Manstein and recommended mounting artillery pieces on tank chassis to support the infantry. Thus, by 1935, Germany was trying to develop three new types of tanks and an assault gun, which seriously strained the small armored vehicle industry. Likewise, the Luftwaffe was armed entirely with biplane fighters, underpowered bombers, and tactical support aircraft of limited combat capability in 1935 to 1936. Improved fighters and true bombers were in development, but would not be ready before mid-1937. The RLM had a brief infatuation with heavy bombers and funded the Dornier Do-19 bomber project, but the prototype proved inadequate. Consequently, the RLM shifted back to an emphasis upon tactical aircraft which could be built in quantity. German industry produced 3,183 military aircraft in 1935, mostly auxiliary machines, but a 370% improvement over the previous year. In addition, the RLM made prudent investments in radar and night navigation systems. After the German firm GEMA GmbH achieved a technical breakthrough by developing the first cavity magnetron in early 1935, the RLM began a program in 1936 to develop the Freya early warning radar. Likewise, the RLM funded the development of the civilian Lorentz radio navigation system into a military navigation aid for night bombing, the first of its kind in the world. However, the Anglo-French air staffs remained ignorant of the Luftwaffe's true technical capabilities due to a combination of Nazi propaganda and inadequate intelligence collection, which made it difficult to fine-tune their own modernization efforts. In late 1935, the Wehrmacht's bureaucracy began to tinker with Hitler's rearmament plans. In December 1935, General der Artillerie Ludwig Beck, Chief of the General Staff, decided to add 48 Panzerabteilungen to the force structure, which effectively quadrupled the amount of armor the Wehrmacht expected to have by 1939. However, Beck's purpose was to keep some armor available for direct infantry support, which contravened Lutz's concept of large independent armor units. In June 1936, Generalmajor Friedrich Fromm, a senior planner in the Oberkommando des Heeres, OKH, German Army High Command, drafted a memorandum to create a 3.6 million-man field army by October 1940. Fromm's plan called for the establishment of 102 divisions, including 3 Panzer, 3 light mechanized, 4 motorized infantry, 68 infantry, 21 Landwehr, and 4 miscellaneous units, equipped with a total of 1,800 tanks and over 90,000 motor vehicles. This was an enormous program, larger and faster than Hitler had envisioned, and Adam Tooze states that constructing this enormous fighting force would stretch the German economy to its limit. In fact, the Achilles heel of German military modernization was the lack of sufficient raw materials to build all the equipment and ammunition required to meet the ambitious goals established in 1936. Hitler could throw money at German firms to jumpstart programs, but without adequate raw materials and skilled labor, production could not meet demand. In particular, Germany imported a large amount of its copper, iron ore, chromite, tungsten, and manganese from France or Commonwealth countries, which had to be paid for in foreign currencies. However, Germany was very short on foreign currency reserves in the mid-1930s and was not able to import the amounts of critical raw materials required. By defaulting on Germany's foreign debt, Hitler could not borrow from foreign lenders. As it was, Britain purchased shipments of iron ore from Sweden in order to deny it to Germany, and a coordinated effort by Britain and France to embargo critical resources could have seriously endangered Hitler's rearmament program. Indeed, it is difficult to understand how France could continue to sell iron ore and copper ore to Germany after the Rhineland crisis, but it did. The reason for the failure to employ sanctions is fairly simple. Both Britain and France were worried that sanctions would force Hitler to become more aggressive, and they were unprepared for military action. So Hitler ignored the economic costs in order to ram through his rearmament programs before the Anglo-French could react. In August 1936, he personally drafted the four-year plan, in which he stated that the extent of the military development of our resources cannot be too large, nor its pace too swift. Henceforth, Hitler embarked on a quest for military supremacy in order to push his revanchist agenda in Europe. The pace for the Luftwaffe's rapid conversion from shadow air force to full-fledged air power was especially phenomenal. The new Wehrmacht was being formed into an offensive tool, unlike the Anglo-French militaries that were primarily oriented towards deterrent roles. Germany's shift from severely limited Reichswehr to nascent military threat was so abrupt that it caught the Anglo-French by surprise. Even with better strategic intelligence, it would have been difficult for political leaders in London or Paris to accept that Germany's leadership was willing to spend more than 10% of GNP while still emerging from a major economic depression. Thus, strategic surprise caused by Hitler's bold disregard for economic facts enabled German rearmament to surpass Anglo-French modernization programs. Hitler pushed the expansion of the Wehrmacht to the limits of Germany's resources. Having eliminated domestic political opposition, the only real constraint upon his rearmament programs, which were popular in Germany because they helped to reduce unemployment, was the limited amount of foreign currency available to purchase critical resources like copper, manganese, and rubber. Nevertheless, in the space of just 6 years, Hitler was able to build up a powerful offensive force, geared for short, sharp campaigns. German military expansion was so rapid that it caught everyone by surprise. The 100,000-man Reichsheer with 10 divisions was expanded sevenfold to the 750,000-man Heer with 45 divisions by the time of the Munich crisis in September 1938. The Luftwaffe's expansion was even more dramatic, from a handful of training aircraft in 1933 to an aerial armada with 243 squadrons and 2,928 aircraft by September 1938. Indeed, the resurgence of German military power was without precedent in military history and left the British and French militaries struggling to keep up. By the time of Munich, Hitler had a larger army than the French and a larger air force than the British. Hitler also allowed the creation of the Waffen-SS, which would eventually compete with the Heer for material and personnel. Starting from the company-sized detachment SS Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, LSSAH, in 1933, the Waffen-SS began to form larger regimental-size units known as SS Standarten, Deutschland, Germania, in 1936, followed by SS Standarte der Führer in 1938. SS Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, demanded the best equipment for his units, and they were fully motorized and provided with the latest anti-tank weapons and artillery. Altogether, by 1938, the Waffen-SS units were equivalent to a reinforced motorized infantry division, and the SS Division Totenkopf was formed after the outbreak of the war. Consequently, the creation of 2 motorized divisions for the Waffen-SS meant 2 less motorized infantry divisions for the Heer. Rapid expansion did not come without costs. The German economy was still relatively anemic even by 1937, and could not build enough motor transport to motorize more than about 10 to 12% of the Heer. Thus, most of the new German divisions still relied upon horses to pull their artillery and supplies. Indeed, the Wehrmacht was never able to break its dependence upon the horse, which meant that only the handful of motorized units could conduct rapid maneuver warfare. A second cost was the dilution of trained officer and NCO cadres from the elite Reichsheer. The Heer raised its infantry divisions in waves, Wellen, with 36 divisions formed in the Erste Welle. The new divisions were formed by splitting each of the original 10 Reichsheer divisions into several new sub-units, which mixed professional cadre with conscripts. The infantry divisions formed in later waves consisted of older reservists and Landwehr, including veterans of the First World War. Quality simply could not be maintained across the entire force structure, with the result that the Wehrmacht evolved into a hierarchical organization. A small number of elite divisions, a larger number of good divisions, and a number of divisions really only suited for defense. When Austria was incorporated into the Reich with the Anschluss in March 1938, this proved a boon, since over 100,000 active and reserve troops from the Austrian Bundesheer were absorbed into the Wehrmacht, including many professional officers and NCOs. The addition of trained Austrian cadres enabled the Heer to form 8 new divisions during mid-1938, including 3 mountain divisions, Gebirgsdivisionen. The Austrian Schnelle Division, a light armored unit, was refashioned as the Vierte Leichte Division, 4th Light Division. Another chronic weakness created by rapid expansion was that German industry could not supply enough modern infantry weapons, tactical radios, and a myriad of other items for the reserve and Landwehr units, which had to make do with obsolescent weapons like the Gewehr 98 rifle, MG 08 machine gun, and 10.5 cm FH-16 howitzer. When Austria and later Czechoslovakia were absorbed, equipment from both these sources, particularly artillery and motor transport, proved critical in filling shortages within the divisions of Zweite 2 Welle and Dritte 3 Welle, which enabled them to be considered combat-ready. However, insufficient domestic production continuously forced the Wehrmacht to add captured equipment into its inventories to redress shortfalls, which made standardization impossible and complicated logistics. The situation was particularly acute in terms of motor transport. The Wehrmacht had 114 different truck types in service by mid-1939, including Austrian-built Steyr vehicles and Czech-built Skodas. An effort was made to rectify this problem, first with the uniform diesel truck in 1937 and later the Shell program in March 1939, but standardization remained an elusive goal for the Wehrmacht. In short campaigns, this kind of weakness did not matter. But in longer campaigns like North Africa and Russia, the lack of standardization would undermine logistics sustainability of the field armies. Despite forming their first 3 Panzerdivisionen in 1935, the Heer had no gun-armed medium tanks until early 1938, when the first pre-production PZ-3 and PZ-4 models began to enter service. Initial models were problematic, particularly the PZ-3 with its defective transmission, so series production did not begin in earnest until the end of 1938. Although the German tank industry could crank out fairly large numbers of PZ-1 and PZ-2 light tanks, German factories had as much difficulty starting mass production of the PZ-3 and PZ-4 medium tanks as French factories had with the Char B-1 bis and Saumur S-35. The PZ-3 and the PZ-4 were designed to be complementary, with the first optimized for anti-armor combat with its high-velocity 3.7 cm KWK-36 L-45 gun, and the second designed as a fire support vehicle with its low-velocity 7.5 cm KWK-37 L-24 gun. However, so few of these medium tanks were available that the light tanks would form the bulk of German armored combat power until 1941. Compared to the French medium and heavy tanks, the German medium tanks had less firepower and less armored protection, but had better mobility and a more reliable engine. If not for the equipment acquired when Czechoslovakia was forcibly incorporated into the Reich in March 1939, the Heer would have been even more outclassed in armored capability in 1940. The Germans acquired a number of well-designed Czech tanks, including over 200 LT-VZ-35 and 10 LT-VZ-38. These were adopted into German service as the PZ-35T and PZ-38T. The PZ-38T was an excellent design for 1939 and so well suited to German needs that the Skoda plant was allowed to remain functional so it could begin serial production of this model. Eventually, the acquisition of the Czech tanks would enable the Heer to form 3 more Panzerdivisionen. Most of the other important Heer equipment programs, artillery, anti-tank guns, and small arms, were in serial production by 1938, and sufficient quantities would be available for at least the active divisions. The most serious deficiency impacting the readiness was the shortage of steel to make new weapons and copper for ammunition manufacture. Germany had been forced to begin rationing steel in February 1937, and army programs were only getting 72% of the steel needed to reach the goals of Hitler's rearmament plan. By early 1938, Germany's reserve foreign exchange was nearly depleted, and without it there could be no further purchases of foreign raw materials. However, the incorporation of Austria temporarily eased this situation because the Austrian reserves were simply appropriated, which provided the funds for one final splurge of foreign purchases. By 1939, Germany was able to accumulate a 7-month stockpile of copper and 18 months' worth of manganese, but most of its other stocks of raw materials would only be sufficient for 6 to 10 months' worth of production. Although Hitler hoped to create an autarkic economy by domestic production of synthetic fuel and synthetic rubber, these programs would not be able to completely replace foreign imports until 1942. Despite the diplomatic success achieved in the Munich crisis, the German military rearmament program was forced to scale back a number of programs in early 1939 due to the shortage of materials. The production of MG-34 machine guns was reduced by nearly 80%. Field artillery was cut by 45%, and tank production by 50%. Ammunition production was particularly hard hit, and projected stockpiles were deferred until 1942. The Wehrmacht would go to war in September 1939 with only enough ammunition for 2 weeks of heavy combat. Nevertheless, the Heer proceeded to form 2 more Panzerdivisionen and 3 more Leichter Divisionen after the Munich crisis, even though the first 4 mechanized divisions were still incomplete. Adding to the Wehrmacht's discomfiture caused by equipment shortages, Hitler introduced several additional complications. In May 1938, Hitler decided to accelerate work on the West Wall fortifications, which had been begun after the reoccupation of the Rhineland in 1936. The West Wall defences required a great deal of resources, particularly iron and steel, which was also needed to manufacture ammunition and tanks. Yet Hitler was increasingly worried about the Wehrmacht's unpreparedness to fight a 2-front war, and wanted some insurance policy against the possibility of an Anglo-French military response while Germany was preoccupied with a war in the east against Czechoslovakia or Poland. The diversion of resources to the West Wall program reduced the amount of resources that were put into mobile forces, just as the Maginot Line did with the French army. A second complication introduced by Hitler was his decision to afford greater priority to the Kriegsmarine, which had been relatively neglected in the early stages of rearmament. Initially, Hitler wanted to avoid antagonizing Great Britain by building up a large surface fleet, as Imperial Germany had done, but he changed his mind once the likelihood of a general war began to increase. In late 1938, the Kriegsmarine had launched its first aircraft carrier, and in March 1939, Hitler approved the Z Plan, which envisioned building a fleet that could go head-to-head against the Royal Navy. More steel and skilled labor was diverted to build new battleships instead of equipment for the Heer or Luftwaffe. If Hitler had been serious about preparing the Wehrmacht for full-scale war, he would have ensured that the Panzerdivisionen were properly equipped with medium tanks, tracked support vehicles, and mobile artillery, instead of filling them out with a hodgepodge of vehicles. While the Heer struggled to bring its divisions up to combat readiness, the Luftwaffe expanded at an unprecedented rate. In particular, the Bf 109 fighter was rushed into serial production, and over 1,000 were built in 1936 to 1938. Although the early models had significant defects, by late 1938 the much improved Bf 109E was in production, with about 110 rolling off the production line each month. The Bf 109E was significantly superior to all of the French fighters, and the only Allied fighter that could seriously oppose it was the British Spitfire, which were fewer in number. However, it is important to note that the Bf 109 was intended for offensive counter-air missions, to clear enemy airspace, not to defend German airspace. Goering structured the Luftwaffe for offensive missions, but allowed several defensive programs such as the Bf 110 bomber destroyer and the Freya early warning radar. In addition, the Luftwaffe built up a very large anti-aircraft force, which had the agility to defend German cities or operate with the field armies. Once the Bf-109s had secured local air superiority, German medium bombers would be employed to conduct deep attacks against key targets like enemy airfields, rail yards, and reserve concentrations. Goering ensured that he would have a large twin-engine bomber force available, based primarily upon the HE-111H and the Do-17Z. Both were decent but not great designs, but they could be built in quantity by 1938. The Luftwaffe's future workhorse would be the Ju-88 bomber, which was just entering production in mid-1939. Unlike the French, the Luftwaffe did not neglect the close air support mission, and the introduction of the Ju-87B dive bomber was a major development. Although the Ju-87 itself was not a particularly remarkable design, the units to which it was assigned only had one real function: support the Heer's spearhead units. Having divested itself of the strategic bombing mission and not having to focus much on air defense, the Luftwaffe could focus on offensive and tactical capabilities that were best suited to supporting combined arms operations. Not only was the Luftwaffe receiving good aircraft and in quantity, but it was afforded the opportunity to test its aircraft and pilots in combat conditions in Spain in 1936 to 1939. Initially, the Legion Condor arrived in Spain in August 1936 to support the nationalists with He-51 biplane fighters and Ju-52 bomber transports. But once the Soviets began providing the Republican side with modern aircraft, the Luftwaffe decided to send its best aircraft. Jagdgruppe Fighter Group 88, JG-88, received Bf-109B fighters in March 1937, and its pilots soon ran up impressive scores against Soviet and Republican pilots. During the course of the Spanish Civil War, 26 Condor Legion pilots achieved ace status, including Oberleutnant Werner Mölders and Oberleutnant Günther Lützow. These aces returned to Germany and helped to refine German fighter tactics with the introduction of the Vierfingerschwarm, Finger Four formation. German bombers and Ju-87 Stukas were also able to refine their tactics in Spain. In one memorable operation in April 1937, the Condor Legion conducted a mass attack on Republican positions near Bilbao. 60 tons of bombs were dropped in 2 minutes, which caused enemy resistance to break. These tactics of offensive counter-air sweeps, followed by maximum bombing effort in support of ground offensives, would be repeated by the Luftwaffe in Poland and the West in 1939 to 1940. Intervention in Spain validated the effectiveness of the Luftwaffe's aircraft, pilots, and tactics. By early 1939, Hitler had a battle-proven Luftwaffe that was numerically superior to the Anglo-French air forces, and his Heer was capable of major offensive operations. Based upon the delays caused by material shortages, the Wehrmacht would not be fully operational until at least 1941. Yet one can see why Hitler was tempted to push the situation with Poland, to remove France's last ally in Eastern Europe, before Anglo-French rearmament programs closed the gap in military capabilities. Although Hitler was not seeking a general European war when he began aggressive moves against Poland, he preferred to take the risk when he believed that he had a strong hand. The Last-Minute Scramble, 1937 to 1939. After the Rhineland crisis, both Britain and France got serious about rearmament, although they did not yet coordinate their efforts. While politicians in London and Paris were alarmed by Hitler's provocative actions, their military leaders were not yet ready to share contingency plans or sensitive technology. For his part, Hitler stepped up German rearmament to gain a military advantage before the Anglo-French could unite to oppose his foreign policy objectives. Having pulled off his coup in the Rhineland without any serious external reaction, Hitler was now emboldened. All three countries' militaries switched from an emphasis on technology development to mass production, intent upon deploying their best aircraft, tanks, and other weapons in quantity. In an arms race of this sort, with time as a dominant factor, each side was forced to make difficult choices, some of which turned out in retrospect to be mistakes. In France, progress was slow in 1936 to 1937 due to the difficulty of French industry to suddenly shift into mass production. The French army made some good technical choices about tanks, favoring all-welded construction and sloped armor to increase ballistic protection, but for industry this was a revolutionary change that required new manufacturing techniques, high-quality machine tools, and skilled workers. In particular, the state-run Atelier de Puteaux APX plant, which designed and built the turrets for most of the new tank designs, encountered serious difficulties and could not keep up with demand. By 1936, French companies were beginning to produce tank hulls, but their turrets were often not available for months. Nor did it help that the French army had placed orders for 6 different types of tank, which meant there was little standardization of parts. Each tank had its own unique engine, unlike the German medium tanks which shared the same engine. Rather than building complete tanks in one factory, French industry built the subcomponents in multiple sites, which created multiple delays. Although French industry managed to manufacture over 400 tanks in both 1936 and 1937, the number actually accepted into service was quite small, which hindered both training and the formation of larger units. The first Char B-1 tank was delivered in December 1935, but there were not enough available to form a battalion until January 1938. The much-improved Char B-1 bis began rolling off the production line in February 1937, but the first battalion was not formed until September 1938. By the summer of 1939, monthly production output was still only 4 or 5 Char B-1 bis tanks, so it took about 7 months to build enough to form a single battalion. By September 1939, the French army had only managed to form 3 tank battalions equipped with the Char B-1 bis. Efforts to establish an armoured division were hampered by the CSG's insistence on waiting until sufficient numbers of Char B tanks were available. In the interim, a training group was established at Nancy in February 1938, using an ad hoc formation of 3 tank battalions, 1 each of D1, D2, and B1 tanks, and 3 artillery groups. The Nancy training group conducted only limited tests, not full-scale maneuvers, and had no attached infantry or support troops. It was not until December 1938, after the Munich crisis, that the CSG finally authorized the creation of 2 armored divisions, Division Cuirassée, or DCR, by 1940. Organizationally, the DCRs were tank-heavy, with 160 tanks, 70 Char B-1 bis, and 90 H-39 in 4 battalions. However, the DCR had only a single motorized infantry battalion, 2 artillery battalions, minimal reconnaissance and support troops, and no air defense. Thus, after all the delay for Char B-1 bis production to catch up, the DCR organization itself proved to be much less capable than the German Panzerdivisionen. The cavalry branch enjoyed more success with its light mechanized divisions, although it was equally hampered by equipment shortages for most of 1937 to 1939. The excellent Saumur S-35 cavalry tank and the Pont 178 armored car both began entering service in February 1937, although the first models of the S-35 were still missing components and not fully operational until 1938. The tendency of French industry to deliver weapons in an incomplete state is an important part of the disaster that unfolded in 1940, since it negatively impacted training and distorted senior leaders' perception about the effectiveness of their units. Once enough vehicles were available, the CSG agreed to create another mechanized division, so the 5th Division Cuirassée was converted into the 2nd DLM in July 1937. However, since neither the Saumur S-35 nor Hotchkiss H-35 cavalry tanks were available in quantity, the 2 DLMs were not fully equipped until mid-1938. Although not tank divisions, these DLMs were powerful formations, each comprising 2 reconnaissance, 4 armor, 3 motorized infantry, 3 artillery, and 1 engineer battalions, a solid combined arms force. The only real weakness in the DLM organization was the inadequate amount of organic support units. Both DLMs trained extensively in 1937 to 1939 and were honed into 2 of the best, most modern divisions in the French army. The French army of 1940 has often been accused of splitting its armor up into impotent penny packets, by which critics mean the large number of tanks in independent battalions. Time would prove that the infantry support mission was a valid role for tanks, and it was later employed successfully by other major armies. For example, the Germans created assault gun battalions to support their infantry divisions, and the US Army attached tank battalions to infantry divisions. The real problem was not tanks being diverted to the infantry support mission, but the fact that these infantry tanks lacked the firepower or mobility to successfully conduct any other mission. By 1937, enough of the new Renault R-35 and Hotchkiss H-35 infantry tanks had been built to begin forming battalions. Unfortunately, the R-35 proved disappointing. Not only was it weak in terms of firepower and mobility, but its armoured protection was also deficient. Field tests in June 1937 revealed that the Hotchkiss 25mm anti-tank gun could easily penetrate the R-35's armour. The Hotchkiss H-35 infantry tank was even more problematic. By mid-1937, the French army realized that Gamelin's tank program was scheduled to purchase almost 2,000 of these inferior vehicles and requested improved models with better armament in later tranches. This decision resulted in the marginally better R-40 and H-39 infantry tanks entering service in 1939 to 1940. In order to hedge their bets, the CSG also decided to place an order for 100 infantry tanks from Forges et Chantiers de la Méditerranée, FCM. The diesel-powered FCM-36 infantry tank was an interesting design that boasted all-welded construction and sloped armor at a time when most tanks were built with simple riveted slabs of armor plate, but it added no real capability. By 1940, the French army would have 25 independent tank battalions, each with 45 tanks, equipped with these three new types of infantry tanks. This allowed each French field army to have 3 to 5 battalions, which could be used to support individual divisions. On paper, this meant that each French army had 100 to 200 tanks, which could be used either as a powerful concentrated mobile reserve for counterattacks or dispersed to stiffen each division's defensive sector. In reality, none of the infantry tanks could move quickly enough to respond to an enemy breakthrough, and even if they managed to confront enemy tanks, they were ill prepared to fight them. In order to save money, all 3 of the new French infantry tanks were armed with the low-velocity 37mm SA-18 gun, the same weapon as used on the FT-17 they were replacing. The SA-18 was intended to engage infantry targets or small buildings, not to engage enemy tanks. Once this weakness was recognized, the CSG authorized the firepower on the infantry tanks to be upgraded with a new high-velocity weapon, which became the 37mm SA-38 gun. Only a handful of infantry tanks were outfitted with the new gun in 1939 to 1940, and most of the upgraded H-39 tanks went to outfit the armored divisions instead. Thus, the expedient decision to retain the aged SA-18 gun on the new generation of infantry tanks was a serious mistake that undermined the firepower of the armored units available to support the frontline infantry. Under the 1936 defense appropriations, French infantry was allocated 2.4 billion francs, and the artillery branch received 2 billion francs, plus another 1.3 billion francs for artillery ammunition. While some infantry units began to be re-equipped with the new Mas 36 rifle, only 250,000 rifles of this type were built between 1936 and 1940, which was not even enough for the active army. Nor did the French infantry receive a machine gun which could compete with the German MG-34. Instead, they had to make do with the heavy Hotchkiss machine gun from 1916. Although last-minute efforts were made to introduce semi-automatic rifles and submachine guns in 1939 to 1940, the French infantry would head into the Second World War with weapons only slightly better than their predecessors had had in 1918. The artillery branch received 300 new 105mm guns, but the vast majority of the French artillery park was obsolescent by 1939. For anti-tank defense, the French infantry would have to rely primarily upon the Hotchkiss 25mm anti-tank SA-34 and SAL-37 versions, and the brand new 47mm SA-37 anti-tank gun. Although the 25mm gun was more than adequate to deal with existing German tanks, the CSG was concerned that the Germans might begin to develop heavy tanks with thicker armor, so they developed a requirement for a larger anti-tank gun. Hotchkiss was able to develop a 47mm gun fairly quickly, and an order for 1,214 of them was placed in 1937. Both French anti-tank weapons were excellent and capable of defeating German tanks at ranges between 500 and 1,000 meters, so Gamelin was satisfied. However, the nationalization of Hotchkiss in 1936 affected both anti-tank gun programs. Even though Hotchkiss was already capable of producing 60 25mm anti-tank guns per month, the War Ministry ordered production shifted to the APX plant, which was already behind on making turrets for the new Charles B-1 and Saumur S-35 tanks. This decision slowed anti-tank gun production at a critical moment. On top of this industrial mistake, the French Army leadership regarded the 47mm gun as something of a secret weapon, and made the mistake of trying to keep this weapon under wraps, lest the Germans find out and decide to upgrade the armoured protection on their own tanks. Unfortunately, excessive secrecy meant that French officers and troops did not get to practice with the 47mm gun in pre-war training exercises, and most officers were unaware of its capabilities. France's anti-aircraft defences in the DCA, Défense contre-avion branch, had been neglected throughout the 1930s, and still relied primarily upon 13.5mm heavy machine guns for low-altitude air defence and modified 75mm anti-aircraft guns for medium-altitude defence. Some of the original 75mm Model 1897 field guns were extensively modified for anti-aircraft use in 1934, 75mm CA-MLE-32, with longer barrels and pointer systems to lead aircraft. Unfortunately, most retained barrels well worn from service in the First World War. From 1923 on, the DCA branch had 5 anti-aircraft regiments, Régiment d'Artillerie de DCA or RADCA, each with about 32 75mm guns. Since most of the DCA troops were reservists and only limited reserve training occurred before 1938, the DCA branch had no real corps of trained personnel. While the DCA did not have a weapon that could attack aircraft at high altitude, the French Navy did. In 1932, the Navy purchased 35 90mm anti-aircraft guns. By 1937, the DCA was in poor condition, with obsolete weapons and untrained personnel. As part of rearmament, the DCA received over 400 million francs in 1937 to 1939, but aside from forming 2 more regiments, little else was achieved. Considerable effort was spent trying to get the new Hotchkiss 25mm anti-aircraft gun into service, but only about 300 would be available by 1940. A token number of Schneider 37mm and Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft guns were purchased, but too few to matter. About 2/3 of the Army's share of the 1936 defence credits went to the Field Army, but the remaining 4.5 billion francs was spent on a myriad of areas, ranging from industrial mobilization to veterinary care for horses. The engineer branch received 308 million francs over 4 years, but apparently didn't buy much equipment. At the start of the war, the French army only had 40,000 mines ready for use. Despite the completion of the Maginot Line, the army managed to spend another 1.1 billion francs on fortifications in 1937 to 1939, which was a considerable sum for minor improvements. Some money was allocated for innovation and research, indicating that the French military of the 1930s was not as hidebound in regard to new technology and tactics as often depicted. In April 1937, the ADA decided to form its first airborne units, the 601st and 602nd Groupe d'Infanterie de l'Air, 601 GIA and 602 GIA, one based in Reims and the other in Algeria. Each group consisted of a 207-man company of parachute infantry, which was intended to parachute behind enemy lines. By creating these units, France signaled that it had not completely abandoned offensive tactics. The GIA units were most likely created for use in North Africa against either the Italians or local insurgents. 2 months after the decision to form airborne units, the French War Ministry allocated 60,000 francs to build 12 radar detection sites near Reims. Unlike the British, who kept RDF secret, the French placed their radar sites near one of their primary training areas and actually incorporated aircraft detection into the 1938 summer maneuvers. In addition to fixed sites, known as the Z network, French scientists also developed 20 mobile DEM, detection électromagnétique, sets, which could be deployed to support the field armies. However, the French failed to tie their nascent radar network in with a secure communication system, and instead relied upon the civilian telephone system. While the French army had its share of deficiencies, the real problem was in the ADA, and this could not be solved simply with money. When the floodgates opened in late 1936 and the ADA budget doubled, then tripled, the Air Ministry had no new designs ready to rush into production. In 1934, the ministry issued requirements for a new single-engine fighter and for a twin-engine heavy fighter. Morane-Saulnier was the winner of the single-seat fighter, with Bloch coming in second. The prototype MS-405 fighter first flew in 1935, but the Air Ministry felt the design was immature and wanted improvements. Meanwhile, Potet won the requirement for the heavy fighter, with Breguet coming in second. Potet was able to get a flying prototype by 1936, and series production began in May 1937. Heavy fighters were in vogue at this point, with the Luftwaffe working on its own Bf-110. The main point here is that in 1937 the French ministry was still purchasing outdated aircraft, including biplane fighters and bombers ordered under Plan 2, while dragging out the introduction of newer models. Since this was a time of rapid technological change, the ministry was mindful of making incorrect choices and hedged its bets by ordering competing designs for the same requirement. After much foot-dragging, the Air Ministry issued Plan 5 on 15 March 1938, which envisioned building over 3,000 new aircraft by April 1940. This plan was intended to re-equip the ADA with modern aircraft so it could stand up to the Luftwaffe. Plan 5 placed its emphasis upon fighters, which was a major shift from the previous plans. The centerpiece of Plan 5 was the order placed for 1,082 MS-406 fighters and 532 MB-151 fighters. These were decent aircraft, but designed before the French were aware of the Bf-109 fighter. The other major part of Plan 5 was to order another 1,123 Potet 630 variants, including night fighter, reconnaissance, and light bomber versions. The intent was to build up French air strength rapidly, but French industry was incapable of suddenly escalating from building 30 to 40 aircraft per month to building 100 plus per month. Morin-Saulnier simply could not produce at the rate demanded by Plan 5. Consequently, the Air Minister, Guy Lachambre, sent representatives to the United States to purchase aircraft and engines. In May 1938, France purchased 100 Curtiss P-36 fighters, renamed the Hawk H-75A1, which would join the ADA in July 1939. Another 100 Hawks were ordered in 1939. The French purchasing agents were also interested in the more advanced Curtiss P-40 fighter, which would eventually be ordered as the H-81A. 5 months after Plan 5 was issued, Hermann Göring invited General Joseph Villemain, Chief of Staff of the ADA, to visit Germany. Villemain was not only shown brand-new Bf-109C fighters belonging to JG2, but was shown the HG-100 fighter prototype, which he was told was about to enter serial production. Göring's invitation was a deliberate attempt at disinformation, which succeeded. Villemain went back to France crestfallen and said that, should war break out, there won't be a single French plane left in a fortnight. Villemain knew that the MS-406 and MB-151 fighters were not in the same league as the Bf-109, and when they entered service in early 1939, they would already be second-rate. Likewise, the Potet 630 proved too slow for the reconnaissance role and too lightly armed for the heavy fighter or light bomber roles. Consequently, even before the first aircraft ordered under Plan 5 began rolling off the assembly line, the French Air Ministry recognized that the new aircraft on order would not redress the balance with the Luftwaffe. French aircraft production gradually increased by late 1938, and several improved models such as the D-520 would be ready to enter production in 1939. But even if enough modern aircraft were produced, there were a number of innate factors that undermined the ability of the ADA to become an effective fighting force. First, France simply did not have enough trained pilots to man 2,000 aircraft. At best, the ADA in 1938 to 1940 had about 600 to 700 trained pilots, and it was not expected to receive any major reinforcements until 1941. Pilot training had not been a priority in the 1930s, and thus Plan 5 was building more aircraft than the extant crews could handle. Indeed, in 1938, the ADA only flew 1 hour for every 60 hours flown by the RAF. Second, many of the aircraft built were not actually complete, often lacking propellers or other key components, which meant that there was considerable lag time before new aircraft actually reached active squadrons. Many incomplete aircraft were stored in depots. Finally, the ground support personnel were also deficient in number and training on the new types, so operational readiness rates were extremely low, often around 30%. The lack of standardization in equipment was a debilitating factor throughout the French military in 1937 to 1940. Too many types of tanks and aircraft were pushed into service at around the same time, greatly complicating maintenance and training. Although most of the French bomber force was obsolete, there were signs of improvement. In November 1938, the Air Ministry ordered 224 Breguet 691 light bombers. Unlike previous French bombers, the Breguet 691 was optimized for the ground attack role, armed with a 20mm cannon and the pilot protected by armor plates. Although the French were not keen on dive bombing, they had been experimenting with low-level tactics since 1937, and the Breguet was intended to attack with bombs and cannon at extremely low level. Like many French designs, the Breguet 691 suffered from problematic engines, but it would eventually turn out to be an excellent ground attack aircraft. In early 1939, France also ordered 100 Douglas DB-7 light bombers from the United States. These bombers were actually faster than most of the French fighters. When the Munich crisis erupted in September 1938, Prime Minister Daladier wanted to stand by the defensive alliance with the Czechs, and on 24 September his cabinet announced a partial mobilization. Now Gamelin had no excuse to do nothing, as he had in the Rhineland crisis, for lack of reservists. However, Villemain dampened Daladier's willingness to consider the use of force by asserting that the ADA was outclassed by the Luftwaffe and needed another 18 months for the goals of Plan 5 to be achieved. Villemain stated that the ADA only had 340 operational fighters, of which many were the obsolete D-510. In fact, the Luftwaffe had just 440 operational fighters at the time, many of which were still biplanes, but German propaganda succeeded in creating an illusion of much greater numbers. As a result, the weakness of the ADA set the stage for the Anglo-French diplomatic debacle that followed. It was also obvious to Daladier that Chamberlain sought to avoid war over an issue that had no direct interest for Britain. Efforts to enlist Soviet support to oppose Hitler also fell flat, since Stalin recognized that the Anglo-French were not prepared to spill blood over Czechoslovakia. In the end, Hitler achieved a diplomatic triumph, and Czechoslovakia was dismembered by the loss of the Sudetenland, which deprived the Czechs of the new border fortifications. Without firing a shot, France had lost a valuable ally in the east, and its strategic cordon sanitaire had been compromised. Unlike Chamberlain, Daladier was not deluded by the outcome, and he stated that Hitler would next move against Poland. Daladier believed that war with Germany was now on the cards. The only question was when. Furthermore, the French military was well informed on German military doctrine and knew what to expect. During the field maneuvers held during 14 to 22 September 1937, 45,000 French troops experimented with tactics designed to stop German-style combined arms attacks. During the exercise, French paratroopers were employed to conduct a surprise raid on one of the divisional headquarters, indicating the French were not rigidly fixated on methodical battle. They could improvise. French troops had difficulties stopping armored attacks, but General Pierre Hering reaffirmed that anti-tank defenses, deployed in depth, should be able to stop panzer attacks. Hering also noted deficiencies with anti-aircraft defenses, which left French units vulnerable to the kind of low-level attacks the Luftwaffe was known to favor. 7 months later, Gamelin continued to stress the necessity of improving anti-aircraft defenses and the adoption of passive defensive measures, such as camouflage and dispersion. The French political and military leadership knew what needed to be done. They were professionals fully capable of analyzing a problem and developing solutions, but they were running out of time. If war could be deferred until after French rearmament programs had modernized the ground and air forces, France would have a fighting chance of holding off a German onslaught. While France was struggling to revitalize its military capabilities before the outbreak of another European war, Britain continued to focus more on deterrence and home defense. Only 2 months after the Rhineland crisis, the RAF formed Bomber Command and Fighter Command in May 1936. Initially, Bomber Command comprised 12 squadrons of biplane heavy bombers, 1 medium and 8 light bomber squadrons. Bomber Command was designed to conduct strategic attacks against military or industrial targets. Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin and his cabinet believed that the threat of large-scale strategic bombing was a cost-effective deterrent. In theory, the Handley-Page-Hayford, Bomber Command's primary bomber, could reach the Ruhr with a 1-ton bomb load, and an all-out strike by No. 4 Group might deliver about 150 tons to a target. In 1936, this potential payload seemed intimidating, although in just a few years it would seem very small. In March 1937, Bomber Command began to replace its biplane bombers with the twin-engine Whitley, the first modern monoplane heavy bomber in RAF service. Once Britain embarked upon rearmament, the RAF was given priority and received over 40% of defense spending. Unlike the French, the British Air Ministry had a number of modern aircraft designs available, and a number of British factories were capable of ramping up quickly for serial production. British industry also had several advanced engine designs, particularly the Rolls-Royce Merlin, ready for production. Thus, during the short interval of 1937 to 1938, the RAF was able to introduce 5 new bomber types: Whitley, Blenheim, Battle, Hampton, and Wellington, and 3 new fighters: Gladiator, Hurricane, and Spitfire. The number of active and reserve squadrons also grew rapidly. In just 2 years, the RAF transformed itself from a small force of biplanes to a medium-sized air force composed of up-to-date monoplanes. By September 1939, Bomber Command had about 400 modern bombers in 24 squadrons and could theoretically deliver over 500 tons of bombs in a single large-scale attack. Berlin was now within range of RAF bombers flown from England, which Chamberlain hoped would suffice to deter Hitler. While bombers were regarded as the primary deterrent, the threat of enemy bombing caused a temporary shift in priorities as war became a real possibility. Bomber Command had so oversold its projections about strategic bombing to the political leadership in Britain that concern about an enemy air force inflicting a knockout blow with a massive air attack on London became palpable. Indeed, Group Captain Arthur Harris, later in charge of Bomber Command, wrote a memorandum in 1936 which estimated that London could be crippled by enemy air raids that delivered just 375 tons of bombs. The Air Ministry contributed to this paranoia because it claimed that the Luftwaffe was committed to strategic bombing, even though intelligence from attachés in Berlin suggested otherwise. In intelligence terms, this was an example of mirror thinking, that the enemy must be seeking to do the same thing to us that we seek to do to him. Neville Chamberlain, who succeeded Baldwin as Prime Minister in May 1937, believed in strategic deterrence but was concerned about the knockout blow. Sir Thomas Inskip was made Minister of Coordination of Defence, and Inskip recommended more fighters and increased emphasis upon homeland air defence. Since the Hurricane and Spitfire fighters were still in development, the Air Ministry was directed to increase fighter defences for London as soon as possible. Consequently, the Gloucester Gladiator, Britain's last biplane fighter, was pressed into service, and 8 fighter command squadrons were re-equipped with it by mid-1937. By December 1937, the first Hurricane fighters were beginning to enter RAF service, but it would take 2 years to re-equip Fighter Command with modern fighters that could stand up to the German Bf 109. While the Merlin-powered Spitfire appeared to be a giant step forward for Fighter Command, Supermarine had difficulties starting serial production, and the aircraft was not ready for service until August 1938. Gradually, production rose from 26 Hurricanes and 13 Spitfires per month in late 1938 to 44 Hurricanes and 32 Spitfires by September 1939, but many of the biplane fighters remained in frontline service into 1940. The RAF also put considerable effort, unlike the French, into training reserve pilots and preparing for rapid expansion in wartime. In Chamberlain's cabinet, Leslie Hoare-Belisha, a Jewish conservative, became Secretary of State for War. Hoare-Belisha favoured the RAF and got on poorly with senior leaders in the British Army, particularly Field Marshal Sir Cyril Deverell, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, CIGS. Seeking military advice from non-traditional sources, Hoare-Belisha was introduced to Basil Liddell Hart, a 42-year-old retired captain turned journalist who had had the good fortune to write a book that Chamberlain had read and liked. Hart had already worked with Inskip and now was brought in to advise Hoare-Belisha because he told them exactly what they wanted to hear. Hart argued that the RAF should play the main role in any future war, which was already accepted by Chamberlain, and that Britain should rely upon its allies to conduct military operations on the continent. The only role for the British Army, Hart coined the term limited liability, was to protect the far-flung empire and conduct occasional expeditionary operations. In Hart's opinion, strongly influenced by his own hapless experience in the First World War, no major ground or air forces should be committed to a European war. It is important not to overestimate Hart's influence, which was one of the many voices pushing British policy towards a standoff conception of warfare, with minimal direct involvement and cost. This kind of thinking is by no means unique to the 1930s and remains popular with politicians in democracies even in the 21st century, who want to be seen as simultaneously doing something about a foreign crisis while actually doing nothing. While the RAF prepared to defend the British homeland, the British Army was left uncertain what its role would be in a future European conflict. Field Marshal Devereux was trying to prepare the army for possible deployment of a field force on the continent, but Hoare Belisha and Hart opposed this idea. The army was left uncertain how or where its units would be used, which made it difficult to determine what kind of weapons and doctrine were required. Despite limited funding, the British Army managed to receive a number of new weapons in 1937. The Boys anti-tank rifle, the 25-pounder howitzer, the 3.7-inch anti-aircraft gun, and the infantry tank Mark I. Hoare Belisha favoured eliminating the Royal Tank Corps as a budget-saving measure, but he was persuaded by Hart to finally authorise the creation of a large armoured unit in November 1937, which was designated simply as the Mobile Division. Yet instead of putting an officer from the Royal Tank Corps, RTC, in charge of the division, like Brigadier Percy Hobart, Major General Alan Brooke, an artilleryman, was given command of the unit. Brooke was not inclined towards innovation. The Mobile Division was an awkward formation, unlike the German Panzerdivisionen or even the French DLMs, consisting of 6 mechanized cavalry regiments of light tanks and 3 regiments of medium tanks, but only a single motorized infantry battalion and 1 field artillery regiment. Rather than a proper mechanized combined arms team, Hoare Belisha and Hart had simply dumped all the available tanks, tankettes, and carriers into one oversized but incapable command, in order to deflate the RTC's already limited influence over mechanization in the British Army. After the Mobile Division was formed, Hoare Belisha sacked Devereux, who was replaced as CIGS by General John Vereker, Lord Gort. The Mobile Division was a detour on the path to the British Army adopting 2 different types of tank: infantry tanks in separate battalions to operate as corps-level support units, and fast cruiser tanks for the cavalry exploitation role. By 1936, the British Army wanted to provide the Mobile Division with a replacement for the obsolescent Vickers medium Mark II tanks. After British military observers witnessed demonstrations of the mobility of Soviet BT series cavalry tanks, which were based on the American-designed Christie suspension system, the British Army decided that it preferred a fast, lightly armoured cruiser tank rather than another slow medium tank. A license was procured from Christie for his suspension system, and prototypes of the first cruiser Mark I, A9, were ready for evaluation before the end of 1936. By 1939, the cruiser Mark I was in production, and the cruiser Mark II, A10, was in development. However, neither of these early designs used the Christie suspension, so they were only marginally faster than the better armoured infantry tanks and suffered from a variety of mechanical defects. Consequently, it was not until the cruiser Mark III, A13, with Christie suspension began to enter service in 1939 that the Mobile Division was provided with a cruiser tank that was actually useful for mobile operations. The British adoption of the Christie suspension was a major step forward, but it was incomplete because it was not married to effective firepower or armoured protection, as possessed by the French tank. In developing the cruiser tanks, the British Army ignored one of the key lessons of the Spanish Civil War, that modern anti-tank guns like the German 3.7-centimeter Pak could make short work of lightly armoured tanks. By the time that Hoare Belisha took over, both the infantry tank Mark II, the Matilda, and the cruiser tanks were already in development. He preferred more Mark VI light tanks, since they were inexpensive, and he tried to limit the production of larger tanks. In January 1938, Hoare Belisha began promulgating the new Army policy, which simply codified his aversion to continental missions for the Army by emphasizing the home defence role. As part of this misguided scheme, £7.1 million would be cut from the budget for armoured vehicles, and the order for new infantry tanks would be reduced by 25%. Lord Gort opposed Hoare Belisha and argued that the army had to prepare for an active role in a European war and not just remain on defence in England, as Hart advised. He also questioned Hoare Belisha on why a retired captain had more influence on policy than the General Staff. As a result, Hoare Belisha simply ignored Lord Gort and the army. During the rest of 1938, the regular army continued to receive new equipment, including the Bren light machine gun, based upon a Czech design, the 2-pounder anti-tank gun, and the 4.5-inch 114mm medium field gun. Altogether, these new weapons increased the firepower of British infantry units considerably, and the handful of regular divisions could be re-equipped before the outbreak of war. However, Hoare Belisha ensured that none of this new equipment went to the Territorial Army, TA, who were limited to training roles and left with equipment left over from 1918. Chamberlain and Hoare-Belisha opposed re-equipping the TA, fearing that too large a reserve might encourage a repetition of the slaughter of the PALS battalions on the Somme in 1916. Unlike the effort lavished on expanding aviation production, the War Ministry allowed factories producing equipment for the Army to remain on peacetime footing. Even basic items like Lee-Enfield rifles were only being produced in small quantities. Thus, even the regular army had no real surplus of modern equipment to replace any combat losses. Furthermore, the regular army had failed to develop a combined arms doctrine that could be applied against an opponent like the Wehrmacht. A new British manual on infantry tactics, issued in 1937, made almost no reference to cooperation between tanks and infantry on the battlefield. While British regular troops were proficient with battalion-level weaponry, pre-war training exercises were unrealistic and did not prepare troops or commanders for large-scale operations. By the time of the Munich crisis in September 1938, the RAF was still in transition from a biplane force to one equipped with modern bombers and fighters. Overall, the RAF was outnumbered about 2-1 by the Luftwaffe, and Hitler was not in the least bit deterred. The fact that the British Army was unprepared for a European war made the French skittish and afraid to stand up to Hitler alone. Recognizing that he had no useful military options, Neville Chamberlain opted instead for a diplomatic solution which sacrificed Czechoslovakia. Britain and France had begun talks after the Rhineland crisis in 1936, but these discussions focused primarily on broad political issues and avoided military details. Actual planning and coordination between the two general staffs was studiously avoided until the Munich crisis made clear that Hitler would only listen to force. In February 1939, Chamberlain's cabinet finally agreed to military talks between the two staffs. The first session was held 29 March to 4 April, and it discussed the likely result of a German offensive against Poland. The British military representatives concluded, if Germany undertook a major offensive in the east, there is little doubt that she could occupy Romania, Polish Silesia, and the Polish corridor. If she were to continue the offensive against Poland, it would only be a matter of time before Poland was eliminated from the war. The French officers concurred. Both the British and French military staffs agreed that in the event of a German invasion of Poland, nothing much could be done in the short run, since there was no planning or capability for an immediate offensive against Germany in the West. Another result of the staff talks was that the French finally learned that the British only intended to make a token commitment to the continent of just 4 regular divisions and about 200 RAF aircraft within 33 days of mobilization. The French CSG was shocked to learn that Britain was not going to make a large-scale commitment to assist French operations in the West. Meanwhile, the British Foreign Office had been holding talks with Polish representatives about security issues. Given Britain's traditional indifference to Eastern European territorial issues, this diplomatic initiative was rather bizarre. It is likely that the Chamberlain government wanted to draw a red line for Hitler to see, and Poland was simply a convenient locale. On 6 April 1939, the Anglo-Polish Agreement was signed, which unequivocally stated that if Germany attacks Poland, His Majesty's government in the United Kingdom will at once come to the help of Poland. After years of trying to avoid a continental military commitment, Britain made a commitment against the advice of its general staff and then urged the French to do the same. A week later, the French affirmed their military alliance with Poland and provided a similar security guarantee. The decision by Chamberlain's cabinet to offer a military alliance to Poland was an attempt to deter Hitler from further aggression with a gesture. The cabinet followed up by recommending a program of peacetime conscription, and that the TA would be increased from 173,000 personnel to 400,000 within a year. Yet this conscription proved a hollow effort, since it only called up eligible males for 6 months' training as militiamen, then released them into the reserve. At the same time, Chamberlain's cabinet finally decided to form a total of 32 divisions, 6 regular and 26 TA, by September 1941. The cabinet stuck with the decision to send only 4 regular divisions to assist France, but informed the French that this initial BEF would eventually be supplemented with 2 armoured divisions and 6 or 7 TA divisions. The British General Staff did not expect the BEF to be fully formed until at least 1 year after mobilization, since the TA units would start from zero without training or modern equipment. France also decided to make a gesture. On 19 May 1939, Gamelin signed a military agreement in Paris with Poland's Minister of War, Major General Tadeusz Kaszpczycki. Gamelin promised that in the event of a German attack on Poland, the French army would begin a major offensive against Germany within 15 days after French mobilization. Villemain also promised that he would dispatch 60 bombers to operate from Polish air bases in event of war. Although dismayed by the abandonment of Czechoslovakia, the Poles believed Gamelin and Villemain because France had been a reliable ally since the Russo-Polish War in 1920. In July, France delivered a battalion of R-35 tanks to Poland, and in August, General Louis Faury was sent to Warsaw to coordinate military operations with the Poles, although Gamelin had no specific plans for mounting any counteroffensive against Germany. As the summer of crisis unfolded, Britain and France accelerated their rearmament programs, but Daladier and Gamelin believed that France needed at least another year to prepare. However, Chamberlain was emboldened by the rapid progress achieved in modernizing the RAF and believed that the military balance had shifted in Britain's favor. Bomber Command was far stronger and could threaten Berlin, while Fighter Command had deployed a functional ground control intercept (GCI) system for defense, based upon the Chain Home RDF sites. It was his belief that the RAF could strike a powerful blow at the enemy while parrying any attempts to bomb London that gave Chamberlain the confidence to stand firm against German aggression in 1939. Yet despite all its improvements, the RAF was unprepared to lift a finger to defend Poland or to provide much material assistance to its French allies. Indeed, Britain seemed to be preparing to fight its own separate war rather than as part of a coalition. Hitler was unimpressed by Chamberlain's guarantees and, after signing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with the USSR, duly invaded Poland on 1 September 1939. After issuing ultimatums that went unanswered, on 3 September Britain declared war on Germany, followed 6 hours later by France. Daladier issued a declaration of war without a vote on this issue in the legislature, as required under the Third Republic's constitution. France had known since 1919 that a rematch with Germany was likely, but preferred to avoid that event until circumstances were in their favor. Instead, French security was undermined by diplomatic agreements that it could not honor, and a quixotic ally who dragged it into a fight then proposed to do as little as possible. Chapter 2. A Shadow of Doubt. Opening Rounds, September 1939. Hitler committed slightly more than half of the Wehrmacht's divisions to Fall Weiss, Case White, the invasion of Poland, in order to achieve a rapid conclusion to the campaign. A total of 51 divisions in 5 armies were committed to the operation, including 6 Panzerdivisionen, 4 Leichter Divisionen, and 4 motorized infantry divisions. 3 more Panzerdivisionen, still forming, were held back in reserve. The Luftwaffe committed 2 air fleets, Luftflotten, to the invasion, with 60% of the total available aircraft. From the start, the Wehrmacht enjoyed a strong numerical advantage over the Polish military, particularly in terms of tanks, artillery, and aircraft. Poland refrained from full mobilization until the last moment, based upon Anglo-French entreaties to avoid provoking Hitler, which only served to undermine its defense. Although the Wehrmacht had some limited combat experience in Spain and had conducted realistic combined arms exercises in 1937 to 1938, it was still learning how to best use mechanized units and air support in conjunction. The Luftwaffe intended to destroy the Polish Air Force on the ground, but prior to the beginning of the invasion, virtually all operational Polish aircraft dispersed to alternate fields and managed to stay in the fight for over a week. Consequently, the Luftwaffe bombed empty airfields on the morning of 1 September 1939. Bf-109E fighters were able to achieve local air superiority over eastern Poland, but Poland's obsolescent fighters still managed to defend the airspace over Warsaw and shoot down a number of enemy bombers. Furthermore, Polish anti-aircraft fire proved effective, downing 14 German aircraft on the first day. Initially, the Luftwaffe was more focused on using its Ju-87 dive bombers for battlefield interdiction missions against the Polish transportation infrastructure, and the only aircraft assigned to provide close air support to the Heer's ground units were obsolescent HS-123 biplanes. German forces crossed the Polish border just before dawn on 1 September 1939. 2 army groups conducted converging attacks from the north and the south, with the main thrust made by Generaloberst Gerd von Rundstedt's Heeresgruppe Süd from Silesia. Rather than massing all the available mechanized units into a single Schwerpunkt, Several fast divisions were actually spread out within infantry corps, indicating that the Wehrmacht's maneuver warfare doctrine was still a compromise between infantry support and independent exploitation forces. The only large mechanized formations employed were General der Panzertruppen Heinz Guderian's 19 Army Corps, with 3rd Panzerdivision and 2 motorized infantry divisions in the north, and General de Kavallerie Erich Höppner's 16 Army Corps, motorized Army Corps, with 1st and 4th Panzerdivisionen in the south. Both Guderian's and Rundstedt's forces were able to break through the Polish border defences before the Anglo-French declarations of war. After that, German mechanized units advanced rapidly, stretching and dislocating the Polish defences. While the Panzerdivisionen were powerful units, they were still equipped primarily with light tanks and far from invincible. In the north, Panzerdivision Kempf foolishly tried a hasty assault against Polish fortified positions at Mława and was repulsed with a loss of 72 tanks. Höppner's vanguard reached the outskirts of Warsaw on 7 September 1939, but when the 4 Panzerdivision tried to push into the suburbs, it was met by intense Polish artillery and anti-tank fire. Using French-built 75mm guns, Polish artillerymen were able to turn back the 4 Panzerdivision by destroying 30 tanks and damaging another 33. In these two actions, the Heer learned that Panzerdivisionen were ill-suited for use against fortified lines or urban areas, which influenced how they would later be used against France. The Poles also managed to mount a counter-offensive on the Bzura River on 9 to 12 September, where they massed 3 of their infantry divisions against the 30 Infanterie Division and routed it, taking 1,500 German prisoners. This proved a temporary success, and the German response demolished the Polish forces involved, but it was the kind of action that engendered a nervousness in some French commanders about open flanks. By 15 September, Warsaw was encircled and under siege. Meanwhile, the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, OKW, or High Command of the German Armed Forces, assigned General Oberst Wilhelm Ritter von Leeb's Heeresgruppe C to guard the western border of Germany against any French military response. Leeb had 3 armies, 157, deployed along the west wall, with a total of 33 infantry divisions, including 12 that were active divisions from the 1 Welle. The OKW also had 12 infantry divisions formed from reservists, the 5 Welle, that could be used to reinforce Leeb. Although Heeresgruppe C had no panzer units, Leeb had more than enough troops to mount a credible defence of the west wall. Furthermore, the Luftwaffe left considerable forces in the west to support Heeresgruppe C, including some of its Condor Legion veterans like Hauptmann Werner Mölders in JG 53. Altogether, Luftflotte II and Luftflotte III had nearly 1,300 aircraft, including 490 Bf-109 fighters, 500 He-111 bombers, and 40 Ju-87 Stukas, which made it superior in quality to the French ADA. Gamelin had begun recalling reservists on 21 August, and by 2 September mobilization was in full swing. While the outbreak of war was not greeted with the enthusiasm of 1914, most men reported for duty. Capitaine Daniel Barloon was a reservist who was recalled to serve in the 2nd Dina, an active division. He noted that the equipment in clothing, arms, munitions, tools, vehicles is incomplete, but in 1914-18 it was worse, and we pulled through. One of the few exceptions was the communist leader Maurice Thorez, who was drafted but then deserted. He fled to Moscow, where he spent the rest of the war. Mobilization required each French active infantry division to split into 3 parts to form 3 new infantry divisions. A new active division reinforced with reservists, a Reserve A division, and a Reserve B division. The first 2 categories of division were reasonably well equipped with equipment and personnel, but the Reserve B divisions were short of personnel, equipment, and even uniforms. Even for the active units, most divisions only had 50 to 60 of their anti-tank guns and were particularly short of radios, horses, and motor transport. It would take months to get these deficiencies sorted out. When France declared war, Gamelin delegated command of the forces in northwest France to General d'Armée Alphonse Georges, while retaining control over forces in southern France and overseas. Gamelin wanted to focus on grand strategy and leave the day-to-day running of the war to others, which is not unusual for a commander-in-chief. Georges had the Groupe d'Armée No. 1, GA1, covering the Belgian border, and General André Prételat's Groupe d'Armée No. 2, GA2, covering the Franco-German border along the Maginot Line. Covering forces from the 3rd, 4th and 5th Armée assigned to GA2 were the closest to the Saar region, but only a handful of motorized infantry and cavalry divisions were immediately available. Furthermore, the peacetime French army was spread out across metropolitan France, and after collecting their reservists, units had to be transported to their deployment areas, which took time. Within 3 weeks, the French army was able to mobilize 65 divisions in metropolitan France, 10 of which were deployed in the south against Italy. At this point, the French armoured force consisted of 2nd DLMs, 40 independent tank battalions, and 2 armoured brigades, which began forming into DCRs. Villemain's ADA was completely unready for war, with insufficient pilots and ground crews to operate more than half its aircraft. Altogether, the ADA had 1,374 aircraft, including 439 operational single-engine fighters and 359 bombers. Gamelin had prepared a contingency plan in July 1939 for a limited offensive into the Saar, in order to fulfill the promise to Poland to conduct an operation within 15 days after mobilization. Despite the limited combat readiness of his mobilized divisions, Gamelin tried to follow through with his promise. Even before war was declared, Georges alerted Prételat's GA2 to begin offensive operations in the Saar as soon as possible. The 65-year-old Prételat was not a good choice to lead the first Allied offensive of the war, and approached this task in a perfunctory manner. On 7 September 1939, elements of the 3rd and 4th Armée began probing along the German border, but it took another 2 days before the Saar offensive really commenced. At that point, General Édouard Requin's 4th Armée began an attack with 5 divisions, 11th, 21st, 23rd DI, 9th DIM, 4th DINA, and 4 tank battalions against the German 1st Armée near Sarreguemines. Amazingly, the infantry in the 21st DI, an active division, was still equipped with the obsolete Lebel rifle, and they only received their 25mm anti-tank guns upon mobilization. The German 6th Infanterie Division had deployed combat outposts along the border and destroyed the bridges across the Saar River. When the French 21st DI attacked on the morning of 9 September, the advance was first slowed by heavy fog along the river, and then unexpectedly ran into significant numbers of enemy anti-tank and anti-personnel mines, which disabled 4 R-35 tanks from the 20th Bataillon de Chars de Combat, BCC. Sous-Lieutenant Martial Rousseau, a tank platoon leader, was the first French tanker to die in the Second World War. The French tanks were stopped cold by the mines because they had no attached engineers, and their infantry had not been trained to detect or neutralize mines, a serious deficiency of pre-war training. Lacking adequate engineer support, the 4th Armée had difficulty just getting across the Saar River, but it eventually succeeded in erecting some pontoon bridges and then advanced 8 kilometers into Germany. Rather than face the numerically superior French, the German 6th and 15th Infanterie Divisionen simply fell back to the West Wall fortifications. However, the French advance stopped when within sight of the West Wall and Saarbrücken. Gamelin suggested probing attacks to test the West Wall, but Prételat's troops were content to occupy several deserted German border villages and conduct a little looting. German arms factories in Saarbrücken continued to operate normally, even with French artillery within range. Although Gamelin claimed that 12 French divisions were committed to the Saar offensive, 5 of which were colonial, only 4 French divisions were significantly engaged against 2 German divisions. Having made his demonstration of solidarity with Poland, Gamelin terminated the operation on 16 September, once it was clear that Poland would soon be overrun. The French army did learn a few things from the Saar offensive. Mines were an effective low-cost defensive weapon, and German infantry units were better equipped with machine guns and machine pistols. As a result, Gamelin requested increased production of mines and the new Mas 38 submachine gun. Altogether, the German First Armée suffered about 400 casualties during the Saar offensive, including almost 200 dead and missing. French losses totaled about 3,500 dead and wounded, with the 21st DI alone suffering 80 dead or missing and 249 wounded. The Saar offensive was too half-hearted an effort to seriously distress the Germans and had no effect upon German operations in Poland, but it was the best that the French army could manage at the outset of the war. The ADA supported Prételat's offensive by conducting reconnaissance sorties and fighter sweeps across the German border, which resulted in the first clashes with the Luftwaffe. In 3 days, German Bf-109 fighters shot down 6 French reconnaissance planes for no loss to themselves. Several dogfights between both sides' fighters occurred in late September. The American-built H-75A1 fighters proved able to best the Bf-109D under ideal conditions, but the MS-406 was clearly inferior. French fighter pilots did not lack audacity. Lieutenant Gaston Lacombe demonstrated panache when he led 3 MS-406 fighters from Groupe de Chasse Fighter Group 13, GC-13, in an unauthorized strafing attack against the Luftwaffe airfield near Saarbrücken, for which he was reprimanded. During September, the ADA lost 10 fighters and 19 reconnaissance planes shot down along the German border, while French fighters only managed to destroy 6 enemy aircraft. Initial air operations on the Saar front revealed 2 important tactical facts. First, French reconnaissance planes could not successfully accomplish their missions without strong fighter escort, and second, current French fighters were outmatched by the Bf-109E. Eventually, the ADA simply curtailed reconnaissance missions beyond friendly lines, which of course is exactly what the enemy hoped to achieve. Without accurate aerial intelligence collection, French ground commanders were deprived of situational awareness of battlefield conditions. On the other side, the OKH reinforced the Western Front with additional divisions from its reserve, just in case the French decided to press against the West Wall. Lieutenant Siegfried Knapper was a young artillery officer in the 24th Infanterie Division, which arrived near the border with Luxembourg on 5 September and began digging in. As Knapper writes, troops in his unit were relieved that they were not immediately attacked by the French and had time to train and correct various material deficiencies. On 17 September, as part of the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Soviet Red Army invaded eastern Poland. Once this occurred, Gamelin knew that Poland's fate was sealed. French efforts to issue a formal condemnation of the Soviet action were dissuaded by the British, who chose to ignore it. Neville Chamberlain's foreign policy had become completely incoherent, since he had been willing to declare war on Germany for invading Poland, but was then unwilling to declare war on the Soviet Union for the same offence. Lord Halifax, Foreign Minister, led the obfuscation by proclaiming that Britain's security guarantees to Poland were only to defend it from aggression by a European power, which excluded the USSR. Once again, traditional British indifference to the fate of Poland took hold. 2 months later, Chamberlain would change his mind again when Stalin attacked neutral Finland, a country to which no security guarantees had been provided. Appeasement simply shifted from Hitler to Stalin. Squeezed between the Germans and the Soviets, Polish resistance was now hopeless, and Warsaw surrendered on 27 September. French General Laurie managed to escape Warsaw and reach neutral Romania, where he helped establish a conduit for escaping Polish troops to reach France through the Balkans. Initially just a trickle, the flow of Polish expatriate military personnel to the west quickly grew into tens of thousands. These military refugees included not only combat troops and aircrew, but the Polish Army's Cipher Bureau, complete with 2 Enigma machines. On 30 September, the Polish government in exile was formed in Paris, with General Władysław Sikorski as Prime Minister and Commander-in-Chief. Sikorski immediately began to organize arriving Polish military personnel with the intent of building a new army and air force. Gamelin had hoped that Poland would be able to resist for 4 to 6 months, giving the French army additional time to prepare before Hitler turned westwards. His opinion on Poland was shared by General Ironside, Britain's CIGS, who said that the crushing of Poland by Germany in a few weeks was most improbable. After the improbable occurred, Gamelin hoped that the Wehrmacht would suffer significant material attrition in the Polish campaign, thereby reducing its combat effectiveness for some time. The Panzertruppen, panzer troops, did lose, Totalausfälle, a total of 236 tanks in the Polish campaign, but only 45 were medium tanks. Far more serious was the loss of 1,480 trucks and the consumption of scarce spare parts to repair battle-worn vehicles. German industry was not producing enough spare parts for vehicles, and one of the most crippling shortages was track blocks, which limited the operational mobility of panzer units. Likewise, Luftwaffe losses in Poland were far from debilitating. A total of 285 aircraft were destroyed, including 67 Bf-109 fighters, 78 bombers, and 31 dive bombers. However, the Luftwaffe had expended 60% of its stockpile of bombs in the brief Polish campaign and would not be able to replenish them for several months due to the shortage of steel. As an interim substitute, German industry began manufacturing bombs with concrete casings. Once back in Paris, General Faury's military mission provided the 2e Bureau with a wealth of information about German tactics and weapons used in Poland. Gamelin was fully informed about German Schwerpunkt tactics and assessed that an anti-tank defense in depth, along with strong anti-aircraft defenses, was the answer. Based upon this intelligence, Gamelin tasked General Julien Defieux, the inspector of infantry, to inspect all frontline French units and ensure that they were up to standard on anti-tank and anti-aircraft defenses. Gamelin's professional instincts were good, but assigning a critical task like this to a 66-year-old officer who had been retired for over a year was a mistake. Gamelin also had to incorporate the British into his plans. At the start of the war, the British Army activated Plan W4, which entailed deploying 2 corps, each consisting of 2 regular infantry divisions, to France. Lord Gort was placed in command of the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, which was assigned to serve under Georges' command in northwest France. General Sir Edmund Ironside took over Gort's position as Chief of the Imperial General Staff, CIGS. By the end of September 1939, the BEF had moved 152,000 troops and 21,424 vehicles to France. While the majority of these troops were regulars, many of them were unprepared for active service and required retraining, as noted by the commander of the BEF's 2 Corps, Lieutenant General Alan Brooke. On paper, the BEF divisions were fully motorized, but in reality, more than half the trucks were impressed civilian vehicles that were unsuitable for battlefield use. Gamelin was nonplussed to see that the initial British commitment was only 4 infantry divisions with minimal armour support, just 1 battalion, 4 Royal Tank Regiment, RTR, of 50 infantry tank Mark Is, and 2 light cavalry regiments with 116 light tanks. The French were amazed that the British Army had no gun-armed tanks to send to France and regarded the BEF's tanks as quite useless. The BEF focused primarily upon settling into its deployment area near Arras and preparing for the long term by beginning the construction of 2 main support bases, one at Rennes and the other at Saint-Nazaire. Thousands of troops were assigned to line of communication duties. Soon after the BEF arrived in France, Sir Edward Spears, who had served as a senior liaison officer with the French army in the First World War and was now a member of Parliament, returned as a civilian to assist the integration of the BEF into the French command structure. Spears possessed the bilingual skills that Gort lacked and was able to smooth over some initial friction. Yet in his detailed account of this period, Spears noted that the French were dismayed to see so many British officers lounging around Paris rather than with their units on the Belgian border. Chamberlain's War Cabinet, which included Hoare Belisha, Secretary of War, Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, and Ironside, stated that it tentatively intended to deploy up to 32 divisions overseas, but that no more than 16 could be ready before October 1940. Although Britain and its Commonwealth allies had plenty of manpower, the production of even basic items like infantry weapons was small and would take many months to ramp up. With most of the regular army dispatched to France, there were few professional officers and NCOs left in Britain to train the new recruits. Amazingly, at a time when Britain had just gone to war with Germany and its tiny pre-war army was trying to train a mass of TA personnel, Chamberlain's cabinet seemed more focused on tribal unrest in Afghanistan and a potential military alliance with Turkey. Both countries were offered arms and advisors. Churchill suggested recalling regular troops from India to train the TA troops in Britain, but this would take 6 months for these personnel to return home. Unable to immediately train the mass of new recruits in Britain, Hoare Belisha opted to push TA units to France as soon as possible, where they could train with the regulars. Hoare Belisha's decision proved to be a significant mistake, since it meant that Britain would have virtually no reserves at home in 1940 that were trained and equipped. After the declaration of war, the RAF began to move 2 groups of aircraft to France. The first group was the air component of the BEF, which consisted of 4 squadrons of Hurricane fighters and 5 squadrons of Lysander reconnaissance aircraft. With priority given to home defense, Fighter Command deigned to send only 4 of its 31 active squadrons to France, and not one of its 300 Spitfires. Air Chief Marshal Hugh Dowding and his deputy, Air Vice Marshal Douglas Evell, both protested against any further transfers of fighters to France. RAF pilots sent to France were quickly complaining about the undeveloped nature of the airfields they were assigned in France, which lacked the fine concrete runways and officers' messes they enjoyed in their home stations. The French pilots were distressed that Fighter Command was unwilling to send its best aircraft to assist their allies. The second group of British aircraft sent to France was the Advanced Air Striking Force, AASF, which consisted of 10 squadrons of Fairey Battles and 2 of Bristol Blenheims from RAF Bomber Command. Lacking the range to strike targets in Germany from the UK, the Battles and Blenheims were deployed to airfields around Reims. Soon afterwards, the AASF began flying daylight reconnaissance missions near the German border, which quickly resulted in heavy losses. On 30 September, the Luftwaffe demonstrated the idiocy of flying unescorted bombers near their territory in daylight by shooting down a group of 5 Fairey Battles from the AASF. After all the effort invested in creating and modernizing Bomber Command, regarded as Britain's primary offensive tool, Chamberlain's War Cabinet arbitrarily decided to reduce it to near impotence with overly restrictive rules of engagement. Although the French suggested joint Anglo-French air raids on German military targets near the border, Chamberlain vetoed this idea, and the cabinet minutes noted that it would be desirable to take steps to restrain the French from taking precipitate action in this matter, bombing. Chamberlain was particularly concerned that French bombing raids could provoke Luftwaffe air raids on Allied soil, meaning England, so he adamantly opposed any bombing that put civilians at risk. Instead, Bomber Command's 24 squadrons of medium bombers were only allowed to conduct lethal attacks against German naval warships in coastal areas. Bomber Command entered the war believing that its medium bombers, equipped with the new powered gun turrets, were capable of defending themselves during daylight raids. However, British intelligence failed to note that the Luftwaffe had developed its own radar early warning systems, which was able to direct Bf 109 fighters against incoming RAF raids. British daylight raids were slaughtered. In one raid on 29 September, 11 Hampton bombers were shot down. Refusing to admit that its bombers could not operate over German airspace in daylight, Bomber Command tried again and lost 12 of 22 Wellington bombers in a raid on 18 December. By the end of 1939, Bomber Command was forced to admit that the self-defending bomber concept was not viable and that daylight raids were too costly. However, Bomber Command was not yet sufficiently trained to conduct large-scale night raids, so its ability to contribute anything useful to the Allied cause at this point was close to nil. Instead, Bomber Command contented itself with useless leaflet raids at night over the Ruhr and other German cities. Bomber Command did not drop a single bomb on German soil until March 1940. Tentative discussions about Allied strategy began with the first meeting of the Anglo-French Supreme War Council in Abbeville on 12 September and continued throughout the autumn. With Bomber Command effectively muzzled, Chamberlain had no real military strategy and instead optimistically trusted that the Allied blockade would gradually wear down Germany's economy. Indeed, Chamberlain's stated goal of putting an end to Hitlerism was suitably murky and no basis for measurable war objectives. Lord Gort said that it would take nearly a year to train the TA divisions required to bring the BEF up to full strength, so he was reluctant to have his 4 divisions even assigned a sector of frontier to defend and preferred that the BEF remain in reserve so it could focus on training. In contrast, French strategy was not so passive or clueless, but was inhibited by material limitations. Daladier advocated maintaining an eastern front to distract Germany, which meant finding an ally in the Balkans. Gamelin's concept was to build strong air-ground defences in metropolitan France to keep the Germans out, while looking for opportunities to achieve modest military victories elsewhere in order to gain experience. Assuming that Mussolini would sooner or later join Hitler, Gamelin believed that the French military could achieve some inexpensive victories over the Italians in North Africa or the Balkans. Just in case, Weygand was called out of retirement and sent to Syria in order to direct any expeditionary forces that might be organized in the eastern Mediterranean. In the long run, Gamelin believed that Britain and France would outproduce the Germans and expected that they could achieve a decisive material superiority by 1941 or 1942. Once the Luftwaffe was defeated, the Allies would mount a ground offensive through Belgium towards the Ruhr. After the brief flurry of activity in the Tsar's sector subsided, the Western Front fell into the extended lull known as the Phony War or Drôle de Guerre. In early October, Gamelin ordered Prételat's forces to pull back towards the Maginot Line, since he did not want to leave these troops exposed to sudden German counterattacks. Lieutenant Knapper in the 24th Infantry Division noted that after the Tsar offensive ended, German troops were pulled out of their field works along the border back into local villages, where they could be more comfortable living in homes and barns instead of bunkers. Aside from a minor counterattack by the German First Army in mid-October to drive the last French toeholds off German soil, ground operations trailed off to little more than patrolling. In November, the BEF requested permission to send some units to the Maginot Line in order to gain front-line experience. Beginning on 4 December, one brigade at a time was rotated to the Tsar sector for 2 weeks, but the front was so inactive at this point that little experience was gained. On the night of 9 December, Corporal Thomas Priday was leading a patrol across the line of contact when he became disoriented and walked into a mined area. The resulting explosions drew friendly fire, who thought this was a German patrol, which killed Corporal Priday and wounded 3 of his patrol. After 3 months of war, the BEF had suffered its first combat fatality. Occasional aerial battles still continued over northeastern France and the Saar region in October-December 1939. Altogether, 19 major dogfights occurred in the first 4 months of the war. The ADA lost at least 19 fighters and 41 reconnaissance aircraft, while the Luftwaffe lost 21 fighters and 24 reconnaissance aircraft. Both sides learned valuable tactical lessons. The ADA discovered how to make the best use of its available fighters. On 6 November, the French achieved a rare tactical victory in a dogfight between 9 H-75As from GC-25 and 27 Bf-109Ds from JG-102, shooting down 4 German fighters for the loss of only 1 of their own. The Bf-109D was significantly slower than the H-75A, since it was equipped with the less powerful UMO-210 engine, 690 horsepower, compared to the Bf-109E with the more advanced Daimler-Benz 601 engine, 1,085 horsepower. Luftwaffe pilots also learned a great deal about their opponents during the Phony War and continued to refine their tactics. Meanwhile, the 4 RAF fighter squadrons stationed in France saw only limited action, beyond shooting down a few German reconnaissance planes. Villemain continually begged with the RAF to send 10 more fighter squadrons to France, including Spitfires, in order to match the German Bf-109E. Instead, Fighter Command kept insisting that it could not weaken the defense of Great Britain against the possibility of German large-scale air raids. As a minor concession, Dowding finally sent 2 additional fighter squadrons, 607, 615, to France in November, but both were equipped with obsolete Gloucester Gladiator biplanes. Dowding's decision to send obsolete aircraft to France could only be regarded by the ADA as a gross insult and an indication that the RAF attached little importance to the defense of France. While Dowding's decision to conserve his best planes and avoid committing a large force to the continent may have seemed a sound decision to men narrowly obsessed with the aerial defense of Great Britain, this also deprived British fighter pilots of valuable combat experience against the Luftwaffe. Consequently, RAF Fighter Command retained its clumsy pre-war tactics right up to the summer of 1940. British fighters did not encounter the Bf-109 until 22 December, and on that occasion 2 Hurricanes from No. 73 Squadron were shot down for no loss to the enemy. Planning the next move, October 1939 to April 1940. At its headquarters in the Château de Vincennes in Paris, Gamelin focused on contingency planning to counter a major German offensive, expected to come through Belgium. In line with pre-war assurances to the Belgians, Gamelin informed Lord Gort that he intended to deploy the French Première Armée into Belgium at the proper moment, and that he wanted the BEF to join this effort. Lord Gort was not at all keen on this idea, since he preferred to keep the BEF in France and gradually build up its strength. General Georges, in charge of the whole northeast front, was also opposed to moving into Belgium, since he preferred to avoid a meeting engagement with the German main effort. However, Gamelin pressed the issue with Georges and finally persuaded Lord Gort to agree to an on-order deployment into Belgium. According to Gamelin's plan, issued on 14 November, the French Première Armée and the BEF would enter Belgium once German forces violated that country's neutrality, and then establish a defensive line along the Escaut River. General d'Armée Gaston Billotte, commander of the Première Armée, informed Gamelin that after arriving on the Escaut River, he would need about 8 days to fortify this position. Gamelin hoped that the Belgians would ask for help prior to the beginning of a German invasion, but if not, he believed that the Belgian army could hold off a German invasion for about a week, a rather large assumption. Although much criticized after the disaster of May 1940, Gamelin's plan to move forces forward into Belgium made good strategic sense, since it would keep any fighting as far from France's northern border regions as possible, and add 22 Belgian divisions to the Allied order of battle. As originally conceived, the Escaut plan employed an acceptable level of risk, with only 10 French and 4 or 5 British divisions committed to moving 60 kilometers into Belgium, but a significant reserve would remain in France. Early on, the Belgians resisted Anglo-French attempts to discuss military intervention and stuck to a rigid neutrality. After the occupation of Poland, Hitler wanted to deal with France as soon as possible and ordered the bulk of the Wehrmacht's combat power transferred to the west. However, the movement of 50 divisions would take time, and the Panzerdivisionen required a significant period of maintenance to repair their vehicles. For example, the 1st, 3rd and 4th Panzerdivisionen were not actually transferred to assembly areas near the western German border until the end of November 1939. 3 more Panzerdivisionen, 2, 5, 10, did not reach the western border until December. The 4 Leichter Divisionen began transforming in October into fully fledged Panzerdivisionen, 6, 7, 8, 9, but would not be available for operations until January. Even the infantry divisions were slow to transfer east, with only about half redeployed by mid-November. General Oberst Fedor von Bock, commander of Heeresgruppe B, noted that many of the units coming from Poland were not up to authorized strength and complained about the poor quality of infantry replacements provided. Yet Hitler pressed on with his intent to attack France, ignoring the Heer's need to refit after the Polish campaign and the impact of the deteriorating autumn weather on Luftwaffe flight operations. He wanted to deal with the Anglo-French quickly before Allied economic warfare harmed morale in Germany. Consequently, he issued Führer Directive 6 on 9 October, which outlined the primary objectives for the offensive in the West, designated as Fall Gelb, Case Yellow. The directive stated that the purpose of this offensive will be to defeat as much as possible of the French army and of the forces of the Allies fighting on their side, and at the same time to win as much territory as possible in Holland, Belgium, and northern France, to serve as a base for the successful prosecution of the air and sea war against England, and as a wide protective area for the economically vital Ruhr. Hitler tasked Generaloberst Walter von Brauchitsch, chief of the OKH, and his chief of staff, General der Artillerie Franz Halder, to prepare the actual operational plans. In his guidance, Hitler clearly stated that violation of both Belgian and Dutch neutrality was to be an integral part of the plan, and that the date of execution would be in mid-November. It was also clear that Fall Gelb was not intended to be a decisive operation that would defeat France in a single blow, but should rather set the stage for one or more follow-on operations. Unknown to Hitler, Halder was actively involved in the opposition to the Nazi regime, and Brauchitsch, as well as other members of the OKH, were aware of the anti-regime conspiracy. Within Halder's general staff, Oberstleutnant Helmut Grosskurt, Oberst Eduard Wagner, Generalmajor Erich Fellgiebel, and the diplomat Hasso von Etzdorf were all involved in plotting a coup to overthrow Hitler. Other senior German officers were opposed to Fall Gelb, partly due to qualms about invading neutral countries, and partly because of fears that Hitler was leading the Wehrmacht into a military catastrophe. Some of them began leaking information about the plans to the neutral Dutch. With only 10 days to develop a plan for a major offensive, Halder wrote a very basic outline for Fall Gelb, which essentially massed the majority of German combat power under Generaloberst Fedor von Bock's Heeresgruppen B opposite central Belgium and sought to overrun the country with a brute force assault. The objective was the Belgian coast by way of Brussels. It is unclear if Halder was deliberately trying to write a poor operations order to force Hitler to reconsider the wisdom of launching Fall Gelb, or if he merely lacked the professional skill to develop a better plan. Based upon Halder's later performance, it appears likely that it was a combination of both factors. In his diary, Halder damned Fall Gelb with faint praise, writing that even if we do not gain a decisive victory, we have still an opportunity to gain ground. Despite the OKH's lackluster effort, Hitler was optimistic and told Halder and Brauchitsch that he believed that the Wehrmacht's superior leadership and training would triumph over French units that suffered from poor morale created by rampant defeatism. Hitler based this perception not upon any solid intelligence reporting, but merely upon his subjective impressions gained from French inaction during the crises of 1936 and 1938. Shocked by Hitler's willingness to carry on with an unimaginative operational plan with unprepared forces in poor weather, senior members of the OKH took the unprecedented step of putting their objections to the operation on paper. Stülpnagel drafted the memorandum, which was then presented by Brauchitsch to Hitler in the Reich Chancellery on 5 November. According to the memorandum, the OKH assessed that it was impossible to mount Fall Gelb in the immediate future because the Heer had serious material deficiencies, such as an inadequate stockpile of artillery ammunition, which was true enough. Brauchitsch also made the mistake of mentioning morale deficiencies among the troops. Hitler went berserk and accused the OKH of trying to undermine his objectives, which it was, and sent Brauchitsch packing. From this point on, Hitler did not trust the OKH's judgment and had strong doubts about its ability to plan and direct Fall Gelb. Hitler was still determined to move forward with Fall Gelb despite the OKH's objections, but the slow redeployment of his battle-hardened divisions from Poland, possibly slowed deliberately by the OKH, made it impossible to attack in early November. Furthermore, the onset of heavy rains made air support by the Luftwaffe increasingly questionable. Lacking offensive punch in the west, Hitler was forced to postpone Fall Gelb by 2 weeks to 25 November. Yet divisions were still trickling in from Poland, and another postponement slipped Fall Gelb back into December, when severe winter weather made it obvious that no major offensive could be mounted before the end of 1939. Grudgingly, Hitler finally agreed to further postpone the Great Offensive, but in Führer Directive 9 he stated that a high state of preparedness must be maintained in order to deliver at a moment's notice the offensive which is being mounted. Only thus will it be possible to take immediate advantage of favorable weather. During this period, Hitler began to personally tinker with the Fall Gelb plan by transferring Guderian's corps with 2 Panzerdivisionen to Rundstedt's Heeresgruppe A. Under this revised plan, Guderian would mount a supporting attack through the Ardennes to Sedan, although he was not provided with adequate reserves to achieve a deep penetration of the enemy front. On 10 January 1940, the well-known Mechelen incident occurred, which compromised the original OKH Fall Gelb plan to the Belgians, who were now made certain that Hitler intended to violate the neutrality of both their country and Holland. King Leopold III directed that intelligence gleaned from the captured German documents be shared with Gamelin and Lord Gort, but stopped short of any further military cooperation. Nor did the Belgians reveal the source of this information, which cast doubt on its veracity. Gamelin briefly hoped that the Belgians would come to their senses and invite Anglo-French troops onto their soil before a German invasion, but King Leopold III obstinately stuck to the illusion of neutrality. The Mechelen incident had 2 primary impacts upon future events. First, this breach of operational security provided Hitler with a valid reason to abandon Halder's original concept for Fall Gelb, and secondly, it increased Gamelin's certainty that the Germans would make their main effort through Belgium and Holland. While much of the OKH remained opposed to conducting Fall Gelb, other officers such as Generalleutnant Erich von Manstein, Chief of Staff Heeresgruppe A, Generalleutnant Kurt Student, commander of the Luftwaffe's parachute force, the 7th Fliegerdivision, General de Panzertruppe Heinz Guderian, commander of the 19 Army Corps, and Generalmajor Erwin Rommel, commander of the Führer's headquarters, were chomping at the bit to see action in the west. A number of staff officers in Rundstedt's Heeresgruppe A were dissatisfied that Halder's version of Fall Gelb assigned only a supporting role to their formations, and regarded the plan as unable to achieve surprise. Even the rather lackluster German intelligence services were able to deduce that Gamelin intended to move forces into Belgium to block a German invasion, so Halder's plan could only result in a large-scale meeting engagement with the best Anglo-French units. German General Staff officers were not paid to plan simple frontal attacks. With Rundstedt's support, Manstein began drafting several memoranda with recommendations for a new concept of operations. In collaboration with input from Guderian, Manstein recommended that Heeresgruppe A should mount a major armoured thrust through the Ardennes forest, then conduct an assault crossing over the Meuse River at Sedan. After a bridgehead was established, Guderian's panzers would push west to the English Channel, isolating the Anglo-French forces that had moved into Belgium. Under Manstein's concept, Bock's Heeresgruppen B would mount a fixing attack into Belgium and Holland, intending to keep the Allies focused on them instead of upon the threat approaching through the Ardennes. Halder was incensed by Manstein's efforts to modify Fall Gelb, and in late January 1940 had him transferred to a backwater corps command and suppressed his memoranda. However, other members of Rundstedt's staff were able to get word of Manstein's proposals to Hitler's personal staff. Having decided to ignore the OKH planning for Fall Gelb, Hitler was receptive to new ideas, and Manstein was already known as a very capable General Staff-trained officer. On 17 February, Hitler met with Manstein and was immediately impressed with Manstein's bold concept for Fall Gelb, recognizing that this version had the potential to deliver an enormous operational-level surprise. Forthwith, Hitler ordered the OKH to revise the plan, placing the main Schwerpunkt with Heeresgruppe A in the Ardennes. This was the genesis of the Sickleschnitt, sickle-cut, plan. Between October 1939 and April 1940, both sides formed new units for the battles expected in spring 1940. On the German side, the main effort went into fine-tuning the Panzerwaffe based upon lessons learned in Poland. 10 Panzerdivisionen would now be available, although shortages of medium tanks prevented standard organizational structures. German industry was unable to build even 500 tanks during the 8 months of the phony war, but the captured Czech Skoda plant was able to begin serial production of the PZ-38T tank. Although the total number of German tanks available barely changed, the proportion of gun-armed tanks jumped from only 17% in 1939 to 30% by May 1940. 3 of the new Panzerdivisionen, 6, 7, 8, were equipped primarily with Czech-built tanks, and the 9th Panzerdivision only had 2 Panzerabteilungen. On average, each Panzerdivision had 250 to 300 tanks by spring 1940, with fewer PZ-1 light tanks. The superb SD-KFZ 251 SPW half-track was entering service for the Schützen motorized infantry regiments in the Panzerdivisionen, but there were only enough to mechanize 1 infantry company in each division. Even though about 8,000 military trucks were manufactured during the phony war, the Heer was still so short of vehicles that the only increase it could afford beyond the 4 existing motorized infantry divisions, 2, 13, 20, 29, was to motorize the Infanterie Regiment Großdeutschland and create the 11th Schützen Brigade. These non-divisional units were each provided with 4 motorized infantry battalions and their own artillery, so they could operate alongside the Panzerdivisionen. 3 of the motorized divisions were reconfigured by reducing their number of regiments from 3 down to 2, with the excess battalions transferred to the Panzerdivisionen to enhance their ability to hold ground. This meant that the Heer motorized infantry divisions had only 6 infantry battalions instead of 9, as in a standard infantry division. For political reasons, the Heer was also forced to provide over 3,000 trucks to the Waffen-SS so it could motorize some of its units. The SS Division Totenkopf was formed from SS concentration camp guards in October, and the SS Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, LSSAH, a regimental-size group that saw combat in Poland, was combined with 3 other regimental groups into the SS Verfügungsdivision, SSVT, in April. Lavishing 3 months' work of truck production on these new formations was a poor use of resources, given that the Heer had well-trained battle-proven divisions from the 1st Welle that would have been better candidates for motorization. Considerable resources were also lavished upon the creation of 2 Luftwaffe Flakkorps, Flak Corps, in October 1939. 3 new anti-aircraft weapons were introduced just before the start of the war: the 2-centimeter Flak 38, the 3.7 centimeter Flak 36, and the 8.8 centimeter Flak 36 Flak 37. The first weapon had double the rate of fire of its predecessor and was specifically designed to counter low-flying, high-speed enemy aircraft. The 3.7 centimeter provided better defense against medium-altitude threats, while the 8.8 centimeter gun was upgraded to enhance its dual-purpose capability to be used in either the anti-aircraft or the anti-tank role. By May 1940, the Luftwaffe had over 6,002 cm, 403.7 cm, and 3,008.8 cm guns in service. Over 3,500 trucks were provided to motorize the two Luftwaffe flak corps, enough to outfit 3 Heer motorized infantry divisions, but this meant that the Schwerpunkt could be well protected against enemy air attacks. Meanwhile, the bulk of the Heer's 126 divisions still consisted of dismounted infantry. Reservists and new recruits were used to form 39 additional infantry divisions, 6th through 9th Wellen, but few of these formations would see action in 1940. 15 were assigned to garrison duty in Poland and Czechoslovakia, or functioned as training units in Germany. One exception was the 7th Welle, raised in December 1939. 5 of its divisions were hastily employed in the invasions of Denmark and Norway in April 1940 because Hitler did not want to divert units already assigned to Fall Gelb. Hitler intended to commit 114 divisions, or 69% of the Heer, to the Western campaign, leaving only poorly equipped third-rate units in reserve in case anything went wrong. In order to realize Hitler's goal in Fall Gelb of achieving a decisive operational level stroke through the Ardennes forest, the OKH began massing armored units in the Eifel region. In March, a Panzergruppe was formed under General de Cavalerie Ewald von Kleist, consisting of 3 motorized corps: Guderian's 19 Motorized Army Corps with the 1st, 2nd, and 10th Panzer Divisionen, Generalleutnant Hans-Georg Reinhardt's 41 Motorized Army Corps with the 6th and 8th Panzer Divisionen and a motorized infantry division, and the 14 Motorized Army Corps with 2 more motorized divisions. More than half of the Wehrmacht's mechanized combat power was massed under Kleist's command, which was a revolutionary development in warfare because it increased the shock effect of an armored attack from a tactical action to an action that could affect an entire theater of operations. The French had matched the German creation of Panzerdivisionen by forming their own DLMs and DCRs, but they failed to note that the Wehrmacht had upped the ante by combining their armored units into a rudimentary tank army. During the Phony War, the Germans began to deploy several new types of armored units. Based upon a pre-war concept recommended by Erich von Manstein, the Heer began to develop Sturmartillerie units to provide direct fire support to infantry units in the attack. The first vehicles, the STU-G3 Aus-FA, consisted of a short-barreled 7.5 cm howitzer mounted on a PZ-3 chassis. By April, the first 3 assault gun batteries, Sturmgeschützbatterien 640, 659, 660, were formed, each with 6 STU-G3 assault guns. Concurrently, 6 batteries were formed with 15 cm SIG-33 infantry guns mounted atop the chassis of a PZ-1. While top-heavy, these weapons could provide devastating fire at close range. In order to provide a capability against heavy tanks like the Charles B-1 bis, the Germans also began to field their first self-propelled anti-tank gun, the Panzerjäger 1, which was a Czech-built 4.7 cm gun mounted on a PZ-1 chassis. A single battalion, Panzerjäger Abteilung 521, Tank Destroyer Battalion 521, was ready in time for Fall Gelb. Panzergruppe Kleist received almost all of this new equipment. German industry built over 2,400 combat aircraft during the Phony War, of which about 60% were bombers. The new Ju-88 bomber had seen only minor service in Poland, but would be available in significant numbers for Fall Gelb. Despite scaling back on fighter production, the Luftwaffe possessed over 1,700 fighters by early May 1940, including over 1,000 Bf-109Es and several hundred Bf-110s. The Ju-87 Stuka would also be available in large numbers, 10 Gruppen with over 400. The Luftwaffe saw its primary role in the initial stages of Fall Gelb as gaining air superiority by attacking enemy air bases and battlefield interdiction. Close air support was third in priority. After Spain, the Polish campaign, and months of aerial sparring along the Franco-German border, the Luftwaffe was ready to assume the offensive. The French army formed a total of 10 new divisions during the Phony War, the most important of which were the 3 armored divisions, DCR, and the 3rd Light Mechanized Division, 3rd Division Légère Mécanique, or DLM. French industry was able to build over 900 tanks during the Phony War, or double what German industry achieved. By May 1940, France had as many tanks as Germany, over 3,400, and 91% of them were gun-armed, giving the French army a large technical advantage. The 1st DCR and 2nd DCR began forming in January 1940 and began training in the sweep maneuver area east of Reims in February. Icy ground conditions and lack of radios hindered training, but the U.S. military attaché noted high morale and esprit de corps among the troops. The 3rd DCR began forming in March. The first 2 armoured divisions were reasonably well equipped by May, but the 3rd was still incomplete at the start of the German invasion. The DCRs consisted of 4 tank battalions with a total of 160 tanks, 1 motorized infantry battalion, and 2 artillery battalions. These were very tank-heavy formations. Although attempts have been made to malign French doctrine for large armoured units, its emphasis upon using the DCRs in the counter-attack role or to assist with breaking an enemy front was proper given France's defensive strategy. German Panzerdivisionen were designed to seize ground, but the DCR was designed to recapture ground that had been lost. Given the heavy armament and armoured protection of the French tanks, a properly trained and organised DCR should have an excellent chance of inflicting a severe riposte against a Panzer division that was primarily equipped with light tanks. The DCRs did suffer from a limited amount of organic support units, which meant that they were not configured for independent operations and needed to coordinate closely with other units for additional support. The 3rd DLM was created in February, and this formation trained near Saumur before being sent to the front in April. 2 Reserve A divisions, 6th DINA, 7th DINA, were formed in North Africa and were sent to France, although both had serious material shortages. In order to increase the mobility of their covering forces along the border, particularly in the Ardennes sector, the 3 French cavalry divisions began reforming into hybrid light cavalry divisions, Division Légère de Cavalerie, or DLC, in February, trading in some of their horses for more armoured cars, light tanks, anti-tank guns, and a battalion of motorized infantry. 2 new light cavalry divisions, 4th DLC, 5th DLC, were raised as well. Gamelin intended to convert all 5 of these DLCs into DLMs as soon as the production of Saumur S-35 tanks allowed, although this was unlikely to be before the end of 1940. The creation of the 5 DLCs and 3 motorized corps reconnaissance groups, Groupe de Reconnaissance de Corps d'Armée, or GRCA, to conduct the covering force mission along the border seemed reasonable to Gamelin, but unlike the DLMs, these formations were too weak to seriously delay even a single German Panzerdivision. It would have been better to concentrate the 7 battalions of motorized infantry, 7 battalions of new 105mm guns, and 500 light armored vehicles in these formations into just 3 reinforced armored cavalry regiments and dispense with the horse-mounted components. Chapter 3. The Centre Cannot Hold. Fate smiles on the mighty and the violent. Stefan Zweig, The Tide of Fortune, 1940. The first 90 hours, 10 to 13 May 1940. During the afternoon and evening of 9 May, the OKH sent out the code signal Danzig, which meant that A-Tag, Angriffstag, or Attack Day, for Fallgelb, would begin the next morning. Thereafter, German units in both Heeresgruppe A and Heeresgruppe B moved from their assembly areas towards their jump-off positions for the offensive. Before dawn, hundreds of Luftwaffe bombers began to take off from their bases in Germany. As in Poland, the Luftwaffe decided to open the offensive with an attempt to destroy the enemy air forces on the ground. About 20 minutes after sunrise, the first wave of 500 bombers from Kesselring's Luftflotte 2 and Sperler's Luftflotte 3 struck 72 airfields in Holland, Belgium, and France. A second wave with another 500 bombers attacked additional targets about 90 minutes after the first wave. These strikes achieved considerable success against the small Belgian and Dutch air services, which lost about half their operational combat aircraft in the first few hours. However, attacks on French and British airfields achieved much less success, and once Allied fighters got into the air, unescorted German bombers suffered heavy losses. Just as the first bomber raids were occurring, Sturmabteilung Koch conducted a daring glider-borne attack against the Belgian defences along the Elbe Canal. 4 detachments of Koch's assault pioneers were committed, each of company size. 3 detachments landed near bridges across the canal, and 1 detachment landed on top of Fort Eben Emael at 0524 hours. The Belgian garrison was paralyzed by the audacity of the attack and remained inside its underground chambers while the Fallschirmjäger went about destroying gun turrets and observation cupolas with powerful shaped charges. Koch's other detachments also achieved surprise and captured 2 of the 3 bridges intact. The only bridge the Belgians succeeded in destroying was the one at Cana, closest to Eben-Emael. By 0600 hours, German Fallschirmjäger had seized 2 bridges over the Elbe Canal, and Fort Eben-Emael was effectively neutralized. The Belgian defense on the Elbe Canal, their primary line of defense, was crumbling after being under attack for less than an hour. Amazingly, the Belgian 7th Infantry Division, which held this vital sector, sat virtually immobile all day while these 4 small German airborne detachments consolidated on their objectives. Several small Belgian counterattacks were repulsed, and the Fallschirmjäger not only inflicted 12-1 casualties upon the enemy, but captured about 700 prisoners from the local Belgian garrisons. No effort was made by the Belgians to reach their besieged garrison in Fort Eben-Emael. Luftwaffe air support pounded the Belgian positions regularly, which discouraged further counterattacks. Nor did the Belgian High Command make any effort to rush reserves to deal with this tactical penetration of their Elbe Canal line. Further north, waves of German Ju-52 transport planes began the airborne invasion of Holland at 0635 hours, dropping one of Student's parachute battalions on 3 airfields near The Hague and another battalion to seize the vital Moerdijk bridges in southern Holland. Once the 3 Dutch airfields were captured, the next wave of Ju-52 transports brought in 2 battalions from Sponeck's 22nd Infanterie Division, Luftlande, to reinforce the lodgements. Even more daring, a dozen German seaplanes landed on the Nieuwe Maas River in central Rotterdam and deposited about 70 troops, who captured 2 vital bridges. Although the boldness of these attacks temporarily stunned the Dutch troops, they soon recovered, and units from the 1st Dutch Corps began launching counterattacks against the lightly armed German Fallschirmjäger. Many of the Dutch troops were reservists, but they had artillery support, and the Germans did not. The small number of surviving Dutch fighters and anti-aircraft guns also exacted a heavy toll against the continuing waves of German transport planes, and the Luftwaffe lost nearly half its available Ju-52s on the first day. By afternoon, Sponeck's scattered forces around The Hague were defeated in detail by Dutch counterattacks and lost control over all 3 airfields. Sponeck himself was hiding in a wooded area with his remaining troops. Student's Fallschirmjäger managed to hold on to the Moerdijk bridges, but were hard pressed. By the end of the day, the Germans had committed about 7,000 troops to the airborne invasion, but the Dutch had captured 1,745 of them. Although the airborne operation was a costly fiasco, the Dutch expectation that they could hold Fortress Holland was shattered by the loss of the Moerdijk bridges. In order to relieve the hard-pressed airborne troops, General der Artillerie Georg von Küchler's 18th Army invaded Holland, spearheaded by the 9th Panzer Division and the SSVT Division. The Dutch defenders were able to destroy 7 of 8 bridges over the Maas River, Meuse, before the panzers arrived, but a Brandenburger detachment captured the bridge at Gennep intact. The Germans quickly exploited this coup de main by pushing an infantry regiment across the captured bridge, and by evening the local Dutch commander decided to abandon the Pale line and retreat behind the Zuid-Willemsvaart Canal. However, the 9th Panzer Division did not begin crossing the Maas until the next morning, and the vanguard of the 10 Army Corps was slow to penetrate the covering positions on the IJssel and did not even reach the Grebbe line on the first day. Unlike German operations in Belgium and Holland, the advance by the 18th Army into Holland was more methodical than blitzkrieg. Reichenau's 6th Army was initially tasked with capturing the Dutch-held city of Maastricht, then linking up with Sturmabteilung Koch on the Elbe Canal. The 5 Army Corps, led by 4th Panzer Division and supported by 2 infantry divisions, crossed the border at 0530 hours and headed for Maastricht. Reichenau kept a good portion of his forces in reserve, including 3rd Panzer Division, until the crossings over the Elbe Canal were secured. An attempt by Brandenburg troops in Dutch uniforms to capture bridges over the Maas in Maastricht failed, and the Dutch defenders succeeded in blowing up all 3 bridges. The 4th Panzer Division was obliged to fight for Maastricht, suffering significant casualties, but the Dutch garrison surrendered by 1100 hours. The Four Army Corps then began repairing the damaged bridges while sending infantry across the Maas to link up with the Fallschirmjäger holding the two bridges over the Elbe Canal. All three detachments were relieved by 22:30 hours. Due to the destruction of the bridges over the Maas and the one at Kana, the 4th Panzer Division was still hung up in Maastricht. By the evening of 10 May, the 4th Panzer Division managed to push some of its Kruitschützen, motorcycle infantry, across the canal to attack the flank of the Belgian 7th Infantry Division, creating panic. Amazingly, one of the major extant historical accounts about Fall Gelb discusses what happened next. Despite the fact that the Germans had no tanks across the Elbe Canal and only a few infantry battalions engaged against the Belgian 7th Infantry Division, morale in the Belgian 1st Corps quickly evaporated. Even before troops from 6th Army succeeded in linking up with the glider troops at Fort Eben-Emael on the morning of 11 May, the Belgian 1st Corps began to withdraw from the Elbe Canal and retreat towards the Deal River. At this point, the two divisions of the Belgian 3rd Corps were holding Liège. During the 1930s, Belgium had invested a great deal in the Liège fortifications, known as the Position Fortifiée de Liège, PFL, which consisted of 3 modern outer forts in PFL 1 and 8 refurbished forts in the inner line designated as PFL 2. The new forts of PFL 1 were considered equal to the Maginot Line forts in terms of firepower and protection. Nevertheless, once the 1st Corps began to retreat, the 3rd Corps decided to evacuate Liège, even though they were not yet in contact with German forces. 3 infantry divisions from the 27 Army Corps were advancing towards the outer fortifications, PFL-1, which had engaged the invaders with artillery fire. The garrison troops of the Liège fortifications, perhaps 6,000 to 8,000 men, were abandoned and left to fight on alone, without the benefit of interval troops. Although all of the forts continued to resist and use their artillery against the enemy, Reichenau's 6th Army was able to isolate most of them and bypass them. Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers began pounding the forts, which no longer had anti-aircraft protection. Reichenau assigned several of his reserve infantry divisions to besiege the outer forts and brought up some 30.5 centimeter howitzers to assist. The Belgian abandonment of Liège on 11 May effectively ended any chance for inflicting serious delay upon the German advance across the Elbe Canal and was a disastrous operational mistake. About 90 kilometers southeast of Liège, Guderian's 19 motorized Army Corps began crossing the Our River into Luxembourg at 05:35 hours on 10 May. The Germans encountered no opposition and were assisted by Brandenburg detachments. In the vanguard, the 1st Panzer Division's Kruitschützen Battalion raced across Luxembourg and reached the Belgian border at Martelage in 2 hours. Guderian's objective for the first day was the vital road junction at Neufchâteau, about 65 kilometers from his starting position. On his left flank, the 10th Panzer Division advanced towards Arlon, and on his right, the 2nd Panzer Division intended to pass just north of Neufchâteau. The German bid to push rapidly through the Ardennes with over 40,000 vehicles from Panzergruppe Kleist was a calculated risk. The heavily wooded terrain favored the defense, and the packed, round-bound German columns would make perfect targets if attacked from the air. Meanwhile, the French Second Armée sent the 2nd DLC and 5th DLC into Belgium after 0700 hours, with the 2nd DLC headed for Arlon and the 5th DLC headed for Neufchâteau. The 3rd DLC moved into southern Luxembourg and unexpectedly bumped into blocking detachments from the 34th Infanterie Division, which had arrived by light aircraft. The 9th Armée sent the 1st DLC and 4th DLC to screen the routes through the northern Ardennes. The French cavalry had 2 missions: identify the enemy main axis of advance through the Ardennes and delay it. If pressed, the French cavalry was authorized to withdraw to the Simois River, where several infantry battalions were stationed to strengthen the defense of key crossing sites. Both sides were racing to a meeting engagement in the Ardennes, but the French thought they were only dealing with an enemy supporting attack, not the main effort. Thanks to the excellent defensive terrain, company-sized detachments of chasseurs ardennais managed to delay the 1st Panzer Division for over 6 hours at Baudange, but otherwise the Belgian rearguard effort in the Ardennes was half-hearted. Even though Group K had both artillery and anti-tank guns, it did not use them to cover its obstacles, allowing German pioneers to clear obstructions while not under fire. The Belgians cratered roads and blew up bridges, but then departed the area. Nor did the Belgians coordinate their demolition effort with the arriving French cavalry units, which often suddenly found roads obstructed. Given what single companies achieved at Bordange and Chabrey, if Group K had defended its obstacles and worked more closely with the French, it is highly likely that Panzergruppen Kleist's transit through the Ardennes would have been delayed for another full day. The terrain in the Ardennes greatly favored ambushes, and even small forces could inflict painful losses before falling back to the next position. In this kind of terrain, the tendency of German leaders to lead from the front proved particularly dangerous. One of the first German casualties was General der Artillerie Hans Behlendorf, commander of the 34th Infanterie Division, who bumped into a French cavalry patrol in southwest Luxembourg and was badly wounded. When the lead elements of the 10th Panzer Division bumped into the 2nd DLC at Étal, both sides suffered significant casualties. Most of the tactical actions in the Ardennes were meeting engagements between Gradschützen and Schützen versus French cavalry units. In terms of firepower, the German units had about 50% more machine guns at the battalion level. German battalions usually had 15 mortars against only 2 to 7 for French cavalry units, and the French had nothing analogous to the German light 7.5 centimeter infantry gun. Outnumbered and outgunned, the 2nd DLC could not stop the 10th Panzer Division and was forced to evacuate Arlon. However, the French cavalry did inflict considerable pain on the invaders. In the encounter battles, 10th Panzer Division lost a regimental commander and a battalion commander. After pushing through the Chasseurs Ardennais, the 1st Panzer Division still managed to get within striking range of Neufchâteau by late evening. During the day, the French 5th DLC established screening positions around the town, supported by a battalion of 75mm guns. But the French incorrectly oriented their defense to the northeast, even though the enemy was coming from the east. Just north of Guderian's spearheads, General der Infanterie Hermann Hoth's 15 Motorized Army Corps, the spearhead of Kluge's 4th Army was moving through the northern Ardennes with the 5th and 7th Panzer Divisionen. Erwin Rommel's 7th Panzer Division pushed through Saint-Vite, but was delayed by obstacles and a lengthy skirmish with Belgian chasseurs at Chabrey. However, once Group K was informed about the disaster at Fort Eben-Emael, the Chasseurs Ardennais began withdrawing rapidly towards Namur, leaving the French cavalry to fight alone in the Ardennes on the second day of the German offensive. At Marche, H-39 tanks from the 4th DLC were able to ambush the lead elements of the 5th Panzer Division, and at least one PZ-4 tank was totally destroyed. On the morning of 11 May, the 1st Panzer Division struck the 5th DLC screening forces hard near Neufchâteau and was able to outflank them. By early afternoon, all of the French cavalry units were disengaging and withdrawing, the 5th DLC towards the Semois River and the 1st and 4th DLC towards Dinant on the Meuse. The DLCs were too lightly armed to stand up to Panzer Divisionen for any length of time, and their screening mission in the Ardennes was a failure. Although Gamelin now knew that there were German tanks and motorized infantry in the Ardennes, the information provided by the cavalry did not identify this as the main German effort. Belgium did not officially request Anglo-French assistance until 2 hours after the German invasion began. At 06:45 hours on 10 May, Gamelin gave the order for Biot's GA-1 to advance into Belgium and occupy a defensive line on the Dyle River. Prieux's Corps de Cavalerie sprang forward across the border around 08:30 hours and moved rapidly with the 2nd DLM and 3rd DLM, reaching the so-called Jean Blou Gap before nightfall of the first day. Prieux was disgusted to find that the Belgians had not fortified this vital sector, even though they had promised to establish Cointe anti-tank barriers there. Instead, the Belgians had haphazardly dumped the barrier material 10 kilometers away and never completed the project. Giraud's 7th Armée sent the 1st DLM and 25th DIM racing towards Antwerp, moving over 200 kilometers, and a few reconnaissance units managed to reach the Dutch border before midnight. Blanchard's 1st Armée sent several small reconnaissance groups ahead, but the bulk of the French divisions marched slowly across the border in long columns. On the right flank, Korap's 9th Armée started late in the morning, since several of its units had been involved in training exercises, and by nightfall only its covering forces, 1st DLC, 4th DLC, 3rd BS or Brigade de Spy, had reached the Meuse, and its foot infantry were expected to need 5 days to arrive. The BEF was even slower, and the 1st British unit, the 12th Lancers, did not cross into Belgium until 1300 hours. Montgomery's 3rd Infantry Division did not even begin moving until 1430 hours. At the border, Belgian border guards initially tried to prevent the BEF from entering, and then near Brussels, Belgian troops were so panicked by news of German airborne attacks that they idiotically fired on the first British troops they saw, elements of the 2nd Battalion Middlesex Regiment, claiming they thought they were Germans. The BEF was supposed to occupy a sector near Wavre, but by the evening of 10 May, only reconnaissance units were on the deal. Even after the first 24 hours, the tactical flow of combat was shaping the course of operations. At this point, only a few divisions on each side were directly involved in serious combat. Daring German tactics prevailed in some cases, like Eben-Emael, but failed miserably around The Hague. In general, the Germans succeeded where they had greater firepower or some other tactical advantage, but Sponeck's lightly armed infantry were badly defeated by Dutch reservists who enjoyed artillery support. In the Ardennes, Kleist's panzers were handicapped by the restrictive terrain, but once in contact easily defeated infantry and cavalry units that had much less organic firepower. Both sides failed to reach their objectives on the first day, mostly due to the frictions of war. On the Allied side, the German penetration of the Albert Canal was regarded as the most serious, since it meant that enemy armor would soon be pressing towards Brussels, and it would take days to establish a line on the Deal. Allied air power and Prieu's corps de cavalerie would have to delay that enemy advance. In the air, the Luftwaffe suffered heavy losses on the first day of Fall Gelb. 21 fighters, 126 bombers, and 9 dive bombers were damaged or destroyed, a loss rate over 6%. Although the Luftwaffe had achieved local air superiority over Holland and Belgium, the RAF and ADA were not badly hurt. 3 French fighter units, GC-33, GC-24, and GC-28, were caught on the ground by German raids and lost 12 of their fighters destroyed and another 12 damaged. Allied fighters were able to scramble quickly and inflict heavy losses on withdrawing German bombers, giving them a taste of what fighters could accomplish against unescorted bombers in daylight. However, both the RAF and the ADA made the mistake of holding their bombers back, unwilling to risk attacking German motorized columns due to fears of civilian casualties. The only French bomber raid on 10 May was conducted by 6 LEO 451 bombers sent to destroy the bridges over the Albert Canal. Despite strong fighter escort, German fighters prevented this mission from achieving success. RAF Fighter Command sent 4 additional Hurricane squadrons, 379, 501, 504, to France to join the 6 already there. When the sun came up over Holland on 11 May, the Luftwaffe was able to slip some reinforcements into the airborne troops around The Hague, while Ju-87 Stukas pounded Dutch positions to prevent further counterattacks. Student improved his hold on the outskirts of Rotterdam, while the Dutch lost their chance to crush his isolated units. In the south, the retreat by the Dutch Third Corps to the Zuid-Willemsvaart Canal was chaotic, and the German vanguard was able to seize a crossing by 1300 hours on 11 May. By evening, the Dutch defense of this region was collapsing. The French 25th DIM from Giraud's 7th Armée was able to reach Breda with 2 motorized infantry battalions and a regiment of armored cars, but found the Dutch Third Corps abandoning the area and heading north of the Maas. The Luftwaffe spotted these French units arriving, and a strike by Ju-87 Stukas inflicted 200 casualties. Franco-Dutch military collaboration was brief and unproductive. On the other hand, the British Royal Navy expended considerable effort to evacuate the Dutch gold reserves to England, along with large quantities of diamonds. In central Holland, the SS Standarte der Führer from 10 Army Corps began probing the outposts of the Grebbe line on the morning of 11 May, but spent most of the day clearing out a few companies. Although the 207th Infanterie Division arrived, the 3 Waffen-SS battalions continued to lead the assault on the southern end of the Grebbe line on 12 to 13 May. The German effort to break through the Grebbe line was incredibly under-resourced, with minimal artillery support, leading to a protracted 65-hour battle. The Dutch defense was tough but unimaginative, missing a chance to crush the SS when they impetuously rushed into a gap in the defenses. By the time that the Waffen-SS troops eventually broke through the Grebbe line on the afternoon of 13 May, with the help of a massive Stuka attack, it mattered little, since Dutch resistance was beginning to collapse across the board. In southern Holland, the 9th Panzer Division encountered French reconnaissance units near Tilburg on 11 May and suffered some casualties. The 1st DLM and the 25th DIM were able to establish a very thin screen line around Tilburg with motorized infantry, armored cars, a company of H-35 tanks, and 2 battalions of artillery, but the collapse of the Dutch 3rd Corps left Giraud's advance guard out on a limb. Gamelin ordered Giraud to fall back towards Breda and try to help the Dutch recapture the Moerdijk bridges. The 9th Panzer Division followed hard on the heels of the 1st DLM, seizing Tilburg, then split with one Kampfgruppe headed northeast to link up with Students Fallschirmjäger and the other Kampfgruppe heading towards Breda. By this point, Giraud was unwilling to stick his neck out for the retreating Dutch, so he abandoned the idea of recapturing the bridges and instead focused on building a strong blocking position at Breda with the 25th DIM. Gamelin, seeing problems developing in other sectors, had written off the Dutch and ordered Giraud to begin falling back towards Antwerp to conserve his forces. Unobstructed by Giraud's troops, the 9th Panzer Division was able to link up with the Fallschirmjäger at the Moerdijk bridges by 1825 on 12 May. The next day, the 9th Panzer Division pushed tanks across the bridges and overran most of the Dutch defenders in Dordrecht, but had about 15 tanks knocked out by anti-tank guns in the urban terrain. Afterwards, the 9th Panzer Division established contact with Students' troops outside Rotterdam. By the end of 13 May, Dutch resistance was collapsing. The 3 Corps had dissolved, the 2 and 4 Corps were retreating from the Grebbe line, and German tanks and artillery were on the outskirts of Rotterdam. On the morning of 11 May in Belgium, the Belgian Air Service sent its last 15 serviceable aircraft in a desperate effort to destroy the captured bridges over the Elbe Canal. The attack failed, with 10 aircraft lost and 5 damaged. The RAF and ADA tried their own raids against the bridges, losing 5 more bombers without scoring any hits. Having secured a bridgehead, Reichenau wasted no time and began sending the 3rd and 4th Panzer Divisionen across the Elbe Canal. Traffic congestion over the few intact bridges slowed this deployment, so only the 4th Panzer Division was fully across. By early afternoon, Fort Eben-Emael's pathetic garrison had surrendered, and the Belgian 1st Corps retreated, making it easier for the Germans to expand their bridgehead. General de Cavalerie Erich Höppner's 16 motorized Army Corps assumed command of both Panzer Division and the 20th Motorized Infantry Division for the advance towards Brussels. Once the 1st Belgian Corps fell back, the Belgian 3rd Corps abandoned Liège, and the bulk of the Belgian Field Army retreated towards the imagined safety of the Deal River on the night of 11-12 May. By this point, Brooke's 2 Corps from the BEF was just reaching the Deal near Wavre, and Priou's 2 DLMs were screening the Jean-Blou Gap, but most of the BEF and Blanchard's 1st Armée was still marching towards the Deal. In other words, the Belgian dam had already burst before the Anglo-French were even in a position to stop a German push towards Brussels. The Belgians counted on the garrisons of the 11 Liège forts to slow the German pursuit, but Bock simply directed Reichenau's 6th Army to detach a few reserve infantry divisions to isolate these positions. Belgium had also invested in modernizing 7 forts in the fortified position of Namur, FPN, during the 1930s, and they now counted on this position to anchor the southern end of the Deal position. By 11 May, the French 12th DIM joined 2 Belgian divisions near Namur, and this was one of the few places where the line seemed solid. Priou deployed both of his mechanized cavalry divisions 30 kilometers northeast of Jean-Blou, around the town of Anu. Without waiting for the 3rd Panzer Division, the 4th Panzer Division advanced 25 kilometers towards Jean-Blou until it bumped into armored cars from 3rd DLM. Höppner ordered a halt until the rest of his divisions came up, which gave Priou a chance to position his infantry and anti-tank guns. Although the BEF deployed some of its armored reconnaissance units like the 12th Lancers east of the Deal, It lacked the robust covering forces to seriously delay the German advance. Consequently, Prieux's corps would fight alone against the German spearhead, without any help from the British or the Belgians. On 12 May, 4th Panzer Division attacked towards Anu and captured the town, but French Saumur S-35 tanks from 3rd DLM appeared and knocked out a number of panzers. This was an unpleasant surprise. Fuel shortages forced the 4th Panzer Division to disengage after several hours of skirmishing in order to resupply. It was apparent to Hoepner that the French covering force was backed by ample armour and artillery support, so he opted for a more deliberate approach. Consequently, Hoepner did not mount an all-out assault against Prieux's cavalry screen until 1100 hours on 13 May, when he had both Panzerdivisionen online and plentiful Luftwaffe support. Prieux's screen gave in slowly, pressed back by the weight of German tanks and infantry. But it is important to remember that the French mission was to trade space for time. By 1800 hours on 13 May, Prieux knew that he had fulfilled his mission because 5 French and 3 British divisions had reached the deal in strength, so his 2 battered DLMs began falling back. French tankers did far better on their first encounter with Panzerdivisionen than Soviet tankers would do at Minsk in 1941, or British tankers at Gazala in 1942, or American tankers at Kasserine Pass in 1943. The DLMs inflicted equivalent damage on the enemy and survived to fight another day. Although the Allies were dissatisfied with the lack of Belgian efforts to improve the Deal line, the French 4th Corps began laying anti-tank mines in front of Gembloux. Georges had released the 1st DCR to provide Blanchard with an armoured counterattack force for the Gembloux Gap. Interestingly, on 13 May, a good portion of the BEF, including the entire 3 Corps, was still in France and had not crossed into Belgium. Only 3 British divisions, 1, 2, 3, would actually occupy positions on the Deal, with 2 more in support. While Blanchard's 1st Armée established defensive positions along the Deal and around Gembloux, Corrup's 9th Armée was still moving forward some 60 kilometers into Belgium to occupy a 90-kilometer wide sector of the Meuse River, from south of Namur to just west of Sedan. Corrup's army had only 1 fully motorized division, the 5th DIM, while the bulk of his units had to march to the Meuse. The GQG expected that it would take Corrup's army 5 days to reach the Meuse and dig in. Although parts of Corrup's divisions had reached the Meuse by the evening of 11 May, many units were still in transit, particularly the horse-drawn artillery, anti-tank and support units. In particular, the 18th DI, a Reserve A division, was assigned to cover a 20-kilometer wide sector of the Meuse between Hou and Dinant, but only had 5 of its 9 infantry battalions and 2/3 of its artillery in place by the evening of 12 May. Furthermore, the 18th DI was woefully ill-equipped in support weapons, with no divisional anti-tank company, only 3 25mm anti-tank guns per infantry regiment, and none of its authorized 60mm mortars. By this point, Hoth's 15 motorized Armée Corps was just clearing the Ardennes and approaching the Meuse. Hoth's mission was to seize crossings near Dinant. Corrup's covering force, the 1st DLC and 4th DLC, had failed to seriously impede Hoth's advance, and they retired across the Meuse on the morning of 12 May. French aerial reconnaissance spotted Hoth's columns approaching the sector of the Meuse held by General de Corps d'Armée Julien Martin's 11th CA, which was reported to Corrup. Due to the late arrival of parts of the 18th DI, the Dinant sector was still relatively unguarded, so Corrup ordered the 5th DIM to send a motorized infantry battalion, the 2 39th Régiment d'Infanterie, or 2 39th RI, to cover the gap until the 18th DI was in place. Unfortunately, around 2300 hours on 12 May, a reconnaissance party from the 5th Panzer Division found an unguarded crossing site over an old 1-meter wide weir at the Ile de Hou and quickly pushed a few dismounted troops across. These were the first German troops across the Meuse. When the 2 39th RI arrived to occupy positions in the Bois de Saint-Avold, it soon detected the German bridgehead and called for artillery support from the 18th DI. The French troops also brought the weir crossing site under machine gun fire. However, the French lacked the numbers or the firepower to mount an immediate counterattack, and on the morning of 13 May, the 5th Panzer Division reinforced its tiny bridgehead with 3 Schützenbataillonen. Meanwhile, Rommel's 7th Panzer Division tried to conduct a company-size assault crossing of the Meuse in rubber boats at Dinant around 0530 hours on 13 May. But the initial attempt failed when the 66th RI from 18th DI poured artillery and machine gun fire on the crossing sites. Undeterred, Rommel brought up artillery and tanks, using them to silence French machine guns with direct fire, then tried again. This time he succeeded and gained a firm lodgment. Gradually, the Schützen from 5th Panzer Division cleared the outnumbered 239th RI out of the Bois de Saint-Avold and began expanding north and west. Korap's 9th Armée had all afternoon to mount a counterattack to destroy Hoth's 2 bridgeheads before the Germans got armour across the Meuse, but the incomplete 18th DI could barely hold its own overextended front line, and its last 4 infantry battalions did not reach the front until nightfall. Lacking infantry, the French tried to use air power and artillery to impede the German crossing. The ADA mounted 1 bomber raid on the crossing site, but this had minimal effect, and German pioneers were soon beginning to construct pontoon bridges. Korap himself was not even aware of the crossing until afternoon, due to communication issues, and Martin's 11th CA was unable to coordinate a combined arms counterattack force. A timely Stuka attack disrupted one French counterattack, and it was not until the evening of 13 May that the 9th Armée was able to mount a tiny counterattack with a squadron of R-35 infantry tanks unsupported by infantry or artillery. A number of German troops surrendered, but the French tankers lacked their own infantrymen to round them up, so they returned with just 7 prisoners. Korap and Martin decided to delay another attempt until the next morning, which proved to be a fatal delay. Adding to Korap's discomfiture, the lead elements of Reinhardt's 41 motorized Army Corps reached the Meuse at Monthermé, 45 kilometers south of Dinant, during the night of 12-13 May. This sector was held by the 41st CA. A battalion, 2 DBMC, from the French 102nd DIF, a Reserve B formation, occupied the town of Monthermé. This French reserve unit had an unusually high percentage of professional officers and NCOs, and was equipped with a large number of machine guns. Monthermé was located on a peninsula that was reinforced with a number of bunkers, and the French had time to lay some mines. On the morning of 13 May, a single dismounted infantry battalion from Generalmajor Werner Kempf's 6th Panzer Division attempted an assault crossing over the Meuse, supported by 450 Luftwaffe tactical sorties, but was repulsed twice. A third attempt finally succeeded in getting troops across in the early afternoon, and Lieutenant Paul Barbast's company holding Monthermé was soon overwhelmed. Rather than retreat, the 27-year-old Barbast grabbed an FM 2429 light machine gun and led a desperate counterattack with his last 2 squads, but he was killed in action. By 1600 hours, the Germans were pushing south down the peninsula, but were soon stopped by the rest of the French battalion, which was well supported by artillery. For the moment, Reinhardt's bridgehead at Monthermé was contained. However, the 9th Armée was now confronted with 2 enemy bridgeheads across the Meuse. Both the RAF and ADA continued to prioritize operations over Belgium on 11 to 12 May, and finally began to use their bombers against advancing German columns. The Luftwaffe succeeded in preventing French reconnaissance flights from observing much over the Ardennes, but the Allies knew that enemy armor was moving through this region. On 11 May, the AASF committed 8 battles to attack German road traffic in the Ardennes, but 7 were lost to enemy fighters and flak. Even the 100 French fighters from GC-23 that were supposed to cover the 2nd Armée front were instead assigned to support the Allied forces in Belgium. After the 5th DLC fell back to the Semois River on the afternoon of 11 May, Insiget's 2nd Armée still hoped to continue covering force operations forward of the Meuse for another day or so. Unfortunately, Colonel Olivier Marc's 3rd BS, which was supposed to cover the gap between Korap's 9th Armée and Insiget's 2nd Armée, was not where it was supposed to be, which allowed a Kampfgruppe from the 1st Panzer Division to seize an unguarded crossing at Mouzève on the night of 11-12 May. 10 kilometers to the southeast, an infantry battalion from the 55th DI occupied an excellent defensive position at Bouillon, but this unit panicked when bombed and abandoned its position without orders. The next morning, the 1st Panzer Division was able to cross the shallow Semois at Bouillon, despite long-range bombardment from French 155mm guns in Sedan. The combination of the loss of these two crossing sites enabled the 1st Panzer Division to get across the Semois in force, which forced the 5th DLC to retreat to the Franco-Belgian border near Sedan. The French had constructed a line of fortified houses at the border, each armed with anti-tank guns and covering a likely avenue of approach to Sedan. The 5th DLC briefly reformed this line, but the Germans quickly exploited their crossing of the Semois. Guderian managed to get elements of the 1st, 2nd and 10th Panzerdivisionen across the Semois and then pushed south together. By 1100 hours, Guderian's spearheads had crossed the border into France at 3 places and encountered the first fortified houses. The soldiers from the 147th Régiment d'Infanterie de Forteresse, RAF, who manned these houses, put up a magnificent fight, delaying the German spearheads for several hours. One by one, the houses and their garrisons were eliminated, and the 5th DLC retreated across the Meuse by 1800 hours on 12 May. 4 hours later, the vanguard of the 10th Panzerdivision entered Sedan. Panzergruppe Kleist had arrived on the Meuse after just 65 hours. Although Guderian was ecstatic about reaching Sedan so quickly and planned to attack across the river the next day, his superior Kleist did not share this outlook. Heeresgruppe A's formations were thoroughly jammed up in the Ardennes, and the German line of communications was hindered by numerous downed bridges and cratered roads in Belgium. Some units, like 8th Panzerdivision, were hopelessly tangled up in the rear. Guderian's 19 motorized Army Corps reached the Meuse with virtually no logistical support. Indeed, some units, like 5th Panzerdivision, had to request aerial resupply of fuel from the Luftwaffe. The artillery units in Guderian's corps had just a single load of ammunition, enough to conduct only a limited preparatory barrage. If the battle lasted longer than expected, Guderian could run out of fuel and ammunition. To conservative senior officers like Rundstedt and Kleist, attempting to push across the Meuse in such a disorganized manner entailed excessive risk, so they tried to put a brake on Guderian. Rundstedt even favored breaking up Panzergruppe Kleist and subordinating the Panzerdivisionen to the 12th Army. However, Guderian was a headstrong subordinate who chose to ignore orders when he felt they were wrong, and he pressed on with preparing to conduct an assault across the Meuse by 1600 hours on 13 May. On the other side of the hill, the French GQG was already reacting to the arrival of Panzergruppe Kleist on the Meuse. Biot ordered the ADA to switch priority from Belgium to supporting Insige's 2nd Armée. Georges ordered the transfer of the 3rd DCR and the 3rd DIM from GQG Reserve to 2nd Armée, with General de Corps d'Armée Jean Flavigny sent to organize them for a counterattack if Guderian got across the Meuse. As one of the leading advocates for mechanization, Flavigny seemed an excellent choice. Insiget was confident that Gronsard's 10th CA, consisting of the 55th DI, 71st DI, 3rd DINA, and 147th RIF, would be able to hold Sedan. In addition to bunkers along the water's edge, Gronsard was supported by over 100 artillery pieces, and he had 2 tank battalions with 90 FMC-36 light tanks in reserve. Unfortunately, there were very few anti-aircraft guns in the Sedan sector, and a number of the bunkers were incomplete. There were only about 2,000 anti-tank mines deployed across the entire 70-kilometer wide front of 10th CA, perhaps a few hundred in the Sedan sector. Gronsard had also allowed his forward units to become ridiculously intermixed through a rotation policy, which meant that battalions and regiments on the front line were all jumbled up. This made command and control more difficult. Biot's order for the ADA to shift resources to support the 2nd Armée resulted in 250 French fighter sorties being flown over the entire Meuse sector on 13 May, which meant that Allied air power was dispersed while the Luftwaffe concentrated most of its effort at just 2 points. There simply were not enough Allied fighters to support operations in Belgium and help defend the Meuse. Georges, Gamelin and Villemain continued to press the British for more RAF fighters, and even Lord Gort pleaded for a greater effort by the RAF, but Air Chief Marshal Sir Cyril Newall, Chief of the Air Staff, and Dowding dug in their heels and argued against the transfer of more fighter squadrons to France. Churchill leaned towards the RAF's viewpoint, but left the door open to further transfers if the situation warranted it. On the morning of 13 May, the Luftwaffe began small-scale harassing raids on the positions of the 55th DI and 147th RIF at Sedan, which kept the defenders pinned down while Guderian's forces deployed along the eastern side of the Meuse. Around 1200 hours, the Luftwaffe began a powerful aerial bombardment, first with Stukas, then level bombers, then more Stukas. Altogether about 580 sorties. This bombardment was the culmination of everything that the Luftwaffe had learned about close air support since 1937 in Spain, and it suppressed much of the French artillery. No Allied fighters interfered with the bombardment, and only a single Stuka was shot down by anti-aircraft fire. At 1510 hours, Guderian's artillery began a 50-minute artillery barrage. After hours of continuous bombardment, the forward French troops were thoroughly rattled, but their artillery and automatic weapons were still in action. At 1600 hours, Guderian commenced his assault river crossing operation. On the east side of Sedan, the 10th Panzer Division attempted to cross at Ouadelincourt, but French artillery fire was too intense, and the crossing attempt was broken up. Just when the 10th Panzer Division's attack seemed to be failing, Feldwebel Walter Rubart managed to get across the Meuse with his squad of pioneers, and they proceeded to knock out 7 French bunkers, which enabled more German troops to begin crossing, but their toehold was still tenuous. On the west side of Sedan, the 2nd Panzer Division's attempt to cross the Meuse failed completely due to French artillery fire. It was only in the centre, with the 1st Panzer Division and the Großdeutschland Regiment, that Guderian achieved success. Opposite the village of Glaire, where the Meuse was only 60 to 70 meters wide, the 1st Panzer Division massed 2 Schützenbataillonen on a narrow front, and before the first assault rifles crossed, the opposite bank was smothered in artillery fire and direct fire from PZ-4 tanks. Guderian ensured this effort was supported by the latest weaponry, including STU-G3 assault guns, 15-centimeter SIG-33 self-propelled guns, and 10-centimeter Nebelwerfer rocket launchers. It was an unequal duel, and the French bunkers were mostly suppressed. By the time that the 1st Panzer Division and Großdeutschland crossed the Meuse, French artillery and automatic weapons fire were no longer as intense. Here, the French defence, consisting of 1 battalion from the 55th DI and 1 from the 147th RAF, were overrun in about 90 minutes, which tore a hole in the outer French defences. Led by the aggressive Oberstleutnant Hermann Balck, 2 battalions of dismounted infantry from Schützenregiment 1, SR1, and 1 battalion from Großdeutschland began to roll up the French defences along the river, bunker by bunker. German infantry had grenades and submachine guns, perfect for close-quarter combat, whereas the French reservists had neither weapon. As German infantry surged south and the sound of small arms fire got closer, French artillerymen on the overlooking Marfie Heights panicked when they thought German tanks had crossed the Meuse, and many began to abandon their positions. Within 2 hours of the initial German crossing, the 55th DI began to fall apart, and the panic spread south with mobs of deserting support troops. General de Brigade Henri Lafontaine, commander of the 55th DI, made the rash decision to relocate his command post, which exacerbated the level of chaos. Without artillery support, the remaining positions of the 55th DI were soon lost, and Balck's vanguard surged forward to overrun the French second line of resistance and was able to occupy parts of the Marfie Heights by nightfall. As a result, 5 battalions from Guderian's 19 motorized Armée Corps had secured a narrow lodgment, but as yet had no tanks or heavy weapons across the Meuse. Guderian ordered his pioneers to begin constructing pontoon bridges, but his bridgehead was vulnerable to a counterattack. Given that an attacker can choose where and when to make his main effort, it is not unusual that a strong body of troops can conduct a successful assault river crossing. The 55th DI, probably one of the least capable units in the French army, was attacked by one of the best units in the German army, which also benefited from strong air support, and was crushed in a few hours. By placing the Schwerpunkt at Sedan, the Germans ensured that their very best troops, leaders and weapons were arrayed against a vastly inferior French force, which was also outnumbered and outgunned. In war, one cannot be strong everywhere, and an enemy breakthrough on a 5-kilometer wide front could normally be contained by the rapid commitment of reserves to seal the breach. At Sedan, this did not happen, so this tactical defeat metastasized into a fiasco with strategic repercussions. French failures on this particular battlefield were due to a number of factors, including inadequate training, lackluster leadership, material deficiencies, and fragile morale, but not due to faulty doctrine. Local French commanders had little idea of what was going on at the front due to smoke and communications problems. the commander of the 55th DI made the mistake of relocating his division command post, while the commander of the 10th CA Artillery erroneously reported to Georges that the front was broken. Georges and many of the rest of his staff were shocked and seemed incapable of making decisions. Major André Beaufre was in the GQG when the first reports came in from Sedan on the night of 13 May, and he noted that the French army was still almost intact, but the morale of the High Command was damaged and was never to recover. General Joseph Doumonc, Chief of Staff of the GQG, was apparently the only senior officer who kept his head, and he recommended to Georges and Biot that all 3 French armoured divisions should be committed immediately to counter this German local success. Without any real discussion or mission analysis, Georges and Biot agreed, with the result that France's best armoured reserves were committed to action in a haphazard manner, the exact opposite of bataille conduite doctrine. The Breakout Battles, 14 to 15 May 1940. By the morning of 14 May, the remnants of the 55th DI and 147th RAF, no more than a few hundred troops, managed to establish a thin line against Guderian's bridgehead, but could not last without immediate reinforcement. Only a trickle reached them during the night of 13-14 May. Around 0100 hours, German pioneers completed the first 16-ton pontoon bridge across the Meuse, but it would require 6 more hours before it would be strong enough to allow tanks to cross. Everything depended upon General Gronsard's 10th CA launching an immediate counterattack with everything at hand. Gronsard had adequate reserves, 2 regiments of infantry, 205th, 213th RI, and 2 tank battalions, 4th, 7th BCC, and he assigned these units to support Lafontaine's 55th DI on the afternoon of 13 May. Lafontaine proved to be completely indecisive on how to use these reserves and wasted the night of 13-14 May. By the time that the French counterattack did begin at 0645 hours the next morning, the first German armour was beginning to cross the Meuse. Even after this delay, Lafontaine was only able to organize a counterattack with 3 infantry battalions from the 205th RI and 39 FCM 36 tanks from the 7th BCC, supported by a battalion of 12 75mm guns. Nevertheless, it was nearly a textbook counterattack, with the 3 infantry battalions on line, each led by a company of tanks. After an advance of just 2 to 3 kilometers, the French bumped into the first tanks from 1st Panzer Division near Boulson around 0830 hours. Initially, a handful of French 25mm anti-tank guns performed well, knocking out most of the lead German Panzer Company tank company, while the German 3.7cm anti-tank guns had difficulty penetrating the thick, well-sloped armor of the FCM 36 tanks. However, the 1st Panzer Division managed to commit more armor as it crossed the Meuse, gradually overwhelming the French counterattack force. The 205th RI was virtually destroyed and its commander captured, while 29 of the supporting tanks were lost. The 2nd French Infantry Regiment and another tank battalion arrived just in time to witness the rout of the first force, and they retired without attacking. Although fighting continued for several hours, the French counterattack had failed, and the 55th DI virtually ceased to exist. The 1st Panzer Division pushed south into the vacuum, occupying Chemery, which expanded the penetration across the Meuse to a depth of 12 kilometers. Recognizing the danger at Sedan, Georges and Biot attempted to coordinate a massive all-out air attack by both the ADA and the RAF against the enemy pontoon bridges, to occur while the enemy was supposed to be reeling from the ground counterattack. Around noon, the ADA attacked with a total of 25 bombers, lost 6 and scored no hits. For the first time, the ADA committed its newest fighter, the D-520, to action over Sedan, and the GC-13 probably destroyed 2 enemy bombers and a Bf-110 in that sector. At 1500 hours, the RAF's AASF committed the bulk of its remaining bomber force, but ran into a wall of enemy fighters and flak, which destroyed 40 of 71 bombers. An evening raid by 29 Blenheims lost 8 more aircraft. Although the escorting RAF Hurricane fighters achieved success near Sedan, knocking down Bf-109Es, the RAF was rapidly running out of bombers in France. Even if the Allied bombers had managed to score any hits on the pontoon bridges, their modular design enabled damaged sections to be quickly replaced. Bombing simply could not shut down Guderian's crossing operations by this point. What was needed was observed artillery fire from the remaining French 155mm corps-level artillery, but the Germans had cleared all the forward observers off the high ground overlooking the crossing sites. While the Allied bombers were futilely trying to strike the bridges at Sedan, Guderian moved quickly to exploit his victory, even though he still only had part of his corps over the Meuse. Insige's Second Armée was trying to establish blocking forces around Guderian with the 71st DI and the 2nd DLC and 5th DLC, while Flavigny brought up the 3rd DCR and 3rd DIM. Kleist and Rundstedt still urged caution, but Guderian simply ignored them and ordered the 1st and 2nd Panzerdivisionen to pivot west into the flank of Korap's 9th Armée. He ordered 10th Panzerdivision and the Großdeutschland Regiment to expand the bridgehead to the south and east, as well as dealing with any further French counterattacks. Guderian correctly appreciated that the boundary between the two French armies west of Sedan was likely to be weakly defended. The 2nd Armée had no units west of Sedan, and the 9th Armée only had the 3rd BS and the 53rd DI, another reserve B formation, which was still arriving at the Meuse. By the evening of 14 May, the 1st Panzerdivision was pushing deep into the open flank of Korap's army, which was already stressed by Hoth's bridgeheads at Hou and Dinant and Reinhardt's at Monthermé. During the night of 13-14 May, Reinhardt's 15 motorized Army Corps managed to construct pontoon bridges over the Meuse, and the 7th Panzerdivision was able to get some tanks across. Rommel promptly attacked and crushed the remnants of the 18th DI in front of him, then pushed west 12 kilometers by evening. Korap's front was broken. The 5th Panzerdivision attacked in the afternoon, using its armor to sweep away the French blocking forces, then push northwest. By dusk, Reinhardt had achieved a breakout, and German infantry was already arriving to reinforce the bridgehead. At Monthermé, only a few dismounted battalions of the 6th Panzerdivision were engaged, and they were able to advance 1 kilometer down the narrow peninsula on which Hoth's bridgehead was located. Despite being a reserve B formation, the 102nd DIF's defense still held and prevented Hoth from breaking out. The 41st CA had very little artillery to oppose Reinhardt and only a few battalions from the 61st DI to send to Monthermé. Korap's army was beginning to disintegrate, and Georges and Biot were doing their best to send him reinforcements, including the 1st DCR and the 4th DINA. On the morning of 14 May, General Robert-Auguste Touchon, who only had a headquarters detachment from GQG Reserve, was ordered to move to Ranville and take charge of the reinforcements heading to the gap between 2nd Armée and 9th Armée. His mission was to plug the gap and thereby limit any German breakout. In addition to the 2nd DCR, Touchon was promised 4 more infantry divisions. On 15 May, his detachment was redesignated as the 6th Armée, even though it had very few units under its control. Touchon was a good man to be used for crisis response. Unlike many of the senior French commanders in 1940, Touchon had seen plenty of front-line combat experience with the Chasseurs Alpins, mountain infantry, in the First World War, and had been wounded 4 times. In the 1930s, he ran the Combined Arms School, so he knew something about tanks. Yet the circumstances in which he was committed were most unfavorable. He was being asked to take charge of a heterogeneous collection of beat-up and new units which were arriving piecemeal, and use them to stop the enemy's main effort. The French tactic known as colmatage, plugging, has been much criticized in the post-war literature about the 1940 campaign, even though any military professional would respond in exactly the same way to an enemy breakthrough. Reserves are brought up and committed to seal the gap. Every other major army in the Second World War used similar methods to respond to a breakthrough, and the French colmatage was by no means obsolete or imprudent. The problem in May 1940 was that units were taking too long in transit, and the situation at the front changed before they arrived. The transit problems were mostly caused by refugee-clogged roads, enemy bombing, and communication failures. The French DIM did not have enough trucks to move as a single group, but was forced to move in echelons. Likewise, the GQG preferred to move the heavy tanks from the DCRs by rail, while the rest of the division moved on its own wheels. But this method was risky on a fluid battlefield. The slow, piecemeal arrival of French motorized mechanized divisions was due not to a faulty doctrine, but to innate inadequate operational mobility, which was caused by shortage of motor vehicles and a reliance upon heavy tanks with limited range and poor mechanical reliability. Later in the war, when the Germans created heavy tank battalions equipped with the Tiger tank, these units would suffer from the same mobility issues as French units equipped with the Char B-1 bis. In Paris and London, the senior leadership was slow to learn about the scale of the German successes along the Meuse. Gamelin was particularly skilled in concealing bad news from Reynaud, and Lord Gort was too distant from the main events to have details. Once Reynaud learned indirectly about the defeat at Sedan, he sent a cable to Churchill at 1945 hours on 14 May. In the cable, Reynaud wrote, "The German army has broken through our fortified line south of Sedan. The reason is that we cannot resist the combined attacks of heavy tanks and bomber squadrons. To stop the German drive whilst there is still time and to allow our counterattack to succeed, it is necessary to cut off the German tanks and the bombers supporting them. It can only be done by an enormous force of fighters. You were kind enough to send 4 squadrons, which is more than you promised, but if we are to win this battle, which might be decisive for the whole war, it is necessary to send at once, if possible today, 10 more squadrons. Without such support, we cannot be sure of stopping the German advance between Sedan and Paris." Air Chief Marshal Sir Cyril Newall continued to resist transferring more squadrons. After some discussion, the War Cabinet agreed that the situation was too obscure to permit of a decision being taken at once. Churchill and his cabinet thought Reynaud was being dramatic in order just to get more of RAF Fighter Command to France and saw no urgency. A decision could wait. Meanwhile, Heeresgruppe B brought the invasion of Holland to a dramatic conclusion on the afternoon of 14 May by bombing Rotterdam. 814 Dutch civilians were killed, and the fires would burn for 3 days. Unable to destroy the captured bridges over the Nieuwe Maas, the Dutch army failed to bar the route into Fortress Holland from the south, so the Dutch leadership decided to call it quits. 3 hours after Rotterdam was bombed, its 10,000-man garrison agreed to surrender. The rest of the Dutch military surrendered at 1000 hours on 15 May. Prior to the surrender, the Dutch managed to transfer 1,350 German prisoners of war to England. Out of a total mobilized strength of 280,000, the Dutch armed forces suffered 2,332 dead and about 7,000 wounded, a casualty rate of 3.3%. Altogether, Küchler's 18th Army and the Luftwaffe suffered about 2,000 dead in the 5-day campaign in Holland. After the capitulation, Küchler sent the 9th Panzer Division on a show-of-force drive through the main Dutch cities to intimidate the population. The SSVT Division and 3 infantry divisions marched south in slow pursuit of the French 7th Armée units retreating from Breda. On 14 May, the SS Standarte Germania attacked the 25th DIM near Antwerp, but received a rude shock when the French counterattacked with 2 battalions of R-35 tanks. This was one of the very few occasions in the campaign where the French were able to mass armor on the battlefield, and the 3.7-centimeter pack guns of the Waffen-SS were not very effective against the thick armor on the French tanks, so Germania was obliged to retreat. Despite their tactical victory, the 25th DIM continued to retreat southwards. By the morning of 14 May, the northern end of the Deal line was held by 8 Belgian infantry divisions. The BEF held the centre with 3 infantry divisions, and the French 1st Armée held the southern end with 6 infantry divisions. The fortified position of Namur anchored the southern end of the line. After pursuing Priou's cavalry from Anu, Reichenau's 6th Army chose to attack the south end of the Deal line. Hoepner's 16th Motorized Army Corps pushed forward until it ran into the main French line of resistance near Gembloux, which was well supported by artillery, anti-tank guns, and mines. The German panzer units particularly disliked the French 47mm anti-tank gun, which knocked out several of their tanks. Hoepner regrouped, brought up his artillery, and planned a set-piece attack with the 3rd and 4th Panzerdivisionen against the 1st Division d'Infanterie Marocaine, 1st DM, at Hernage, 3.5 kilometers north of Gembloux. At 0800 hours on 15 May, Hoepner's artillery began an ineffective artillery barrage, followed by Stuka attacks that missed their targets. Then both German Panzerdivisionen attacked a narrow 2-kilometer wide sector around Hernage. French artillery and automatic weapons fire was punishing and inflicted heavy casualties, while the Moroccan infantry put up a tough fight for the village. Oberstleutnant Heinrich Eberbach, commanding Panzerregiment 35, later wrote that the enemy was vastly superior to us in numbers of artillery. He put down a barrage of fire that was not surpassed even by those of the First World War. All of the Panzer IVs received direct hits. The brigade commander, Oberst Hermann Breit, who was up front as always, was wounded. After a 6-hour fight, Hoepner's corps succeeded in creating a 2 to 3 kilometer deep salient in the French main line of resistance, but his losses were significant, so he ordered his armour to pull back and regroup. Eberbach's Panzer Regiment 35 had suffered only 24 casualties, but fewer than half its tanks were still operational. For once, the French demonstrated some tactical agility and took advantage of the German pause to launch their own counterattack with Moroccan infantry and R-35 tanks from the 35th BCC, which recovered some ground. The French defence on the Deal River was one of the few places that French units were able to conduct the kind of defence they had trained for, and they performed well. Lacking adequate artillery firepower and effective air support, 2 Panzerdivisionen were unable to break through a strong enemy defensive line. Instead, Bock and Reichenau recognized that attacking a fortified position was better left to infantry divisions. While assaulting the French, Reichenau's 6th Army virtually left the Belgian army alone and only conducted probing attacks against the BEF near Wavre and Louvain, which were all repulsed. The BEF did little to help the hard-pressed French units on their right and spent more of their time bickering with the Belgian army. On 15 May, Brooke was already planning to withdraw his corps up to 25 kilometres westwards, abandoning Brussels. The Belgians might have helped the French by keeping their 8th Infantry Division in place to support the Namur fortified position, but instead they withdrew it and left the forts to fend for themselves, as they had with Liège. Between the hard pounding from Hoepner's panzers and the weakened end of the line at Namur, Blanchard felt it prudent to begin refusing his right flank on the night of 15-16 May. Footnote: refusing one's flank is a military term, meaning to reform at an angle, usually 45 degrees to the enemy approach, in order to prevent the enemy from getting around a line. End footnote. On 15 May, the French desperately tried to conduct Dumont's scheme for a counterattack with all 3 DCRs, but a myriad of frictions of war conspired to undermine this effort. General de Brigade Marie Bruneau's 1st DCR had been shifted south from the Jean Bleu sector to support Corrup's 9th Armée and counterattack Hot's bridgeheads near Dinant. But due to refugee-clogged roads, the first elements did not reach the chosen assembly area near the crossroads of Flavion until the night of 14-15 May. Division elements were still trickling in the next morning, and most of the French tanks were low on fuel. Some of the last units to arrive were the tracked UE Chenillette fuel carriers, so refueling did not begin until about 0500 hours on 15 May. Bruneau found that rather than reinforcing the 11th CA near Dinant, the 9th Armée was already beginning to retreat from the Meuse, and Corrup expected him to mount a counterattack to delay the German pursuit. This kind of delay mission was better suited for a DLM than a DCR, but Bruneau had to make the best of it. Unfortunately, before Bruneau could organize his strung-out division, the lead elements of Rommel's 7th Panzer Division arrived around 0900 hours. The 1st DCR was caught by surprise, with half its tanks immobilized for lack of fuel. Although surprised himself to find French heavy tanks, Rommel did not realize that he had encountered a French armored division and chose to bypass the 1st DCR and race on to his objective, Philippeville. The follow-on 5th Panzer Division arrived soon thereafter and engaged Bruneau's division in an action which lasted several hours. Not only were the French tanks hampered by refueling, but the 1st DCR had little of its artillery or infantry on hand. In contrast, the 5th Panzer Division fought as a combined arms team and forced the 1st DCR to withdraw. Bruneau's 1st DCR lost 58 tanks destroyed and 42 abandoned, leaving the division with just 17 operational H-39 light tanks. The 5th Panzer Division suffered about 60 tanks disabled, but since it retained the battlefield, many vehicles could be recovered and repaired. While the 1st DCR was fighting its lopsided battle at Flavion, Rommel went on to occupy Philippeville and dispersed the 4th DINA, which had been marching to reinforce Corrup. General de Brigade Albert Brouche's 2nd DCR was supposed to reinforce Corrup's collapsing right flank, but the division was dispersed while in transit by a series of orders and counter-orders that separated the tracked vehicles from the wheeled vehicles. General de Division Louis Keller inspector of armoured troops, interfered with the deployment of 2nd DCR and essentially rendered it hors de combat for several days. General de Brigade Georges Brocard's 3rd DCR had reached Insiget's 2nd Armée on 14 May and was assigned to General Flavigny's 21st CA, but 10 of 63 Char B-1 bis heavy tanks broke down en route. Instead of launching an immediate counterattack towards Sedan with the 3rd DCR and 3rd DIM, Flavigny instead ordered these units to occupy blocking positions, including the village of Stonne, 16 kilometers south of Sedan. Around 0500 hours on 15 May, the 10th Panzer Division and the Großdeutschland Regiment began pushing southwards and attacked Stonne. The Germans in this sector may have become a bit contemptuous of the French after the poor performance of the reservists from the 55th DI and 71st DI, because they approached Stonne in column without adequate reconnaissance. In the village, a battalion from the 3rd DI had deployed a single 25mm anti-tank gun manned by a veteran sergeant to cover the road, and he promptly knocked out the first 3 PZ-4 tanks as they approached. Although the Germans managed to clear out the town with a hasty assault, they lost 5 more tanks. Flavigny began feeding in tanks from 3rd DCR, and a French counterattack retook the town. A protracted battle occurred in Stonne for the rest of the day, with the town changing hands 7 times. For once, the French were able to mount some combined arms attacks using tanks, infantry, and artillery, which inflicted serious losses on the 10th Panzer Division and the Großdeutschland Regiment. In particular, the German infantry were shocked to see that their 3.7-centimeter Pack anti-tank gun had great difficulty penetrating the thick armour on the Char B-1 bis tanks at Stonne, and got to experience tank panic for themselves. Nevertheless, the French ability to recapture Stonne several times was irrelevant, because 3rd DCR and 3rd DIM wasted their strength in a tactical fight, rather than against their primary objective of interfering with Guderian's lines of communications. Flavigny lost sight of the objective. Insiget compounded Flavigny's error by misreading Guderian's likely course of action. He believed that the attack on Stonne indicated that the Germans were trying to outflank the Maginot Line, rather than trying to roll up the flank of 9th Armée. Insiget still controlled a long stretch of the Meuse, and he had 3 excellent regular divisions, 3rd DINA, 1st DIC, and 3rd DIC, from 18th CA holding the sector east of Sedan, including the fortified positions at Mouvin. The 18th CA was not under heavy pressure, and from its position it could still use its long-range artillery to harass the German bridgeheads at Sedan. Fearful of having his flank turned, Insiget decided to pull back 15 kilometers to the east, to the perceived security of the westernmost position in the Maginot Line, the Ouvrage La Ferté. The Germans promptly flooded into the vacuum with 3 infantry divisions from the 7 Army Corps and 2 motorized infantry divisions from 14 motorized Army Corps. Not only had Flavigny failed to crush the Sedan bridgehead, but Insiget actually helped it to expand. On the night of 14-15 May, Biot relieved Corap of command and ordered Giraud from 7th Armée to take his place. If Touchon and Giraud had been in place at the start of Fall-Gelb, it might have made a difference, but now that the Germans had multiple bridgeheads across the Meuse and the 9th Armée was disintegrating, it was too late. The French also continued to plead for more help from the RAF. Paul Reynaud told Churchill that if we are to win this battle, which might be decisive for the whole war, it is necessary to send at once, if possible today, 10 more squadrons. Newell and Dowding continued to argue against this, so no decision was reached. As the bad news continued to roll in, Reynaud called Churchill directly at 0730 hours on 15 May and exclaimed, "We have been defeated. We have lost the battle. The front is broken near Sedan. The tanks are pouring through." Reynaud again pressed Churchill for more aircraft. Churchill promised to fly to Paris to confer, but said the issue of further RAF fighter reinforcements was still under discussion. He told Reynaud that the cabinet had decided to employ RAF Bomber Command to bomb the Ruhr, although this would have no effect upon Guderian's or Hoth's panzers. Even as the French armoured counterattacks were unfolding, the Germans made their move to begin pushing west from the Meuse on the morning of 15 May. As mentioned, Hoth's 5th and 7th Panzerdivisionen overran the remnants of the 11th CA and pushed in Corap's left flank. Guderian pushed west from his Sedan bridgehead with the 1st and 2nd Panzerdivisionen into Corap's right flank. In order to buy time for the 2nd DCR to arrive and Touchon to organize the 6th Armée, Colonel Olivier Marques's 3rd BS and a company of FT-17 tanks from 33rd BCC were ordered to hold back Guderian's panzers for as long as possible. As any professional soldier would recognize, this was a die-in-place mission. Nevertheless, Marques's cavalrymen quickly fortified the village of La Horne with 2 25mm anti-tank guns, 4 mortars, and 11 Hotchkiss machine guns. At 0900 hours, the lead elements of General-Lieutenant Friedrich Kirchner's 1st Panzerdivision arrived and soon managed to encircle Marques's brigade, but the tough Algerian and Moroccan cavalrymen resisted for 10 hours, forcing Kirchner to commit artillery and tanks to blast them out. French resistance only faded when the ammunition ran out and the last anti-tank gun was destroyed. A few cavalrymen escaped, but Colonel Marques was captured and both his regimental commanders were killed in action. Just south of La Horne, the lead battalion of General de Lattre de Tassigny's 14th DI, a first-class regular unit, arrived at the village of Bouvellemont and joined up with survivors of the 5th DLC. Motorized infantry from Oberst-Leutnant Balk's SR-1 and a few tanks attacked the village at 1800 hours, but French anti-tank guns quickly knocked out 5 armored vehicles. A 4-hour battle for the village followed, until the French forces withdrew. At La Horne and Bouvellemont, French troops showed no shortage of valor. The death blow to Corap's 9th Armée was delivered by Reinhardt's 41 Motorized Army Corps at Monthermé. Although the 102nd DIF had put up an excellent defense for 2 days, Kempf's 6th Panzer Division was finally able to get a company of tanks across the Meuse, and the 102nd DIF no longer had any operational anti-tank weapons. German tanks and infantry finally achieved a breakthrough on the morning of 15 May, and the 102nd DIF tried to retreat, but once it abandoned its fixed weapons, the unit became nearly helpless and lacked the mobility to escape. Reinhardt was able to get the 8th Panzer Division across the Meuse now, and he used it to pursue and demolish the retreating 102nd DIF and other elements of the French 41st CA. After mopping up, Kempf's 6th Panzer Division formed a pursuit Kampfgruppe under Oberst Hans-Karl Freiherr von Esebeck, commander of the 6th Schützenbrigade in 6th Panzer Division. Esebeck was a Prussian aristocrat and good friends with the division's personnel officer, Hauptmann Klaus Schenk Graf von Stauffenberg. Both officers would later be fully involved in the conspiracy to assassinate Hitler. Now, however, Esebeck was leading the charge into France at the head of a 2,000-man task force, equipped with about 60 tanks and 350 motor vehicles. Oddly, half of Esebeck's tanks were the Czech-made PZ-35T. With no appreciable French units left in front of him, Esebeck managed to advance 55 kilometers westwards in 5 hours, capturing the town of Montcornet by 2000 hours on 15 May. The right flank of the 9th Armée was completely torn apart by this maneuver, and it was now virtually impossible for Touchon's 6th Armée to establish a continuous front with the remaining forces. The sudden German advance to Montcornet was a game-changer for the French military and political leadership, since there was no more obfuscation that a major defeat was at hand unless something was immediately done. At GQG, Gamelin and Georges remained ineffectual and incapable of showing resolute leadership. Biot and Dumont were trying to act, but now that the deal plan was clearly dead, they had no viable contingency plan. Despite 2 decades of planning for and anticipating another German attack, the French GQG had not seriously considered the possibility of an unexpected enemy breakthrough. The collapse of the French centre clearly pointed to the vulnerability of the Allied forces in Belgium and the need to retreat, but retreat to where? Even if the armies in Belgium were saved, then what? No one in the GQG had any answers. As the night of 15-16 May fell, RAF Bomber Command conducted its first raid on the Ruhr. A total of 99 bombers were dispatched, and they succeeded in killing a single German farmer. Bomber Command was pleased that it could now demonstrate its capabilities in a strategic bomber offensive against German industry, but ignored the fact that its actions were disconnected from the ongoing battle in France. Furthermore, the RAF forces supporting the battle in France were rapidly dwindling in strength. Bomber Command's AASF had lost half its light bombers and was now a spent force, incapable of contributing much to the battle. The 10 fighter squadrons in France had lost over 60 Hurricanes in the first week of combat and could only be sustained by the infusion of fresh planes and pilots. The ADA had also lost a good portion of its fighter strength, and after 15 May it could rarely put up more than 150 fighter sorties per day. As the battle turned against the Allies on the ground, the Luftwaffe gained increasing control in the skies over the battlefield. Chapter 4. To the Sea. Thalata, Thalata. Greek soldiers upon sighting the Black Sea in 401 BC, Xenophon's Anabasis. The German advance to the English Channel, 16 to 25 May. After hours of indecision, the GQG finally issued an order on the morning of 16 May for Blanchard's First Armée and the BEF to abandon the Deal position and fall back to the Escaut River. If Panzergruppe Kleist could be stopped east of the Sambre River, the fortified area at Maubeuge would serve as a linchpin for the new line. Biot transferred 3 strong regular divisions to his right flank, 1st DLM, 1st DINA, 9th DIM, while GQG began transferring 3 divisions from quiet sectors of the Maginot Line to reinforce Touchon, who was reforming south of the Aisne River. Within hours of Giraud arriving to replace Corap at 9th Armée, he was forced to displace his undefended headquarters to Saint-Quentin to avoid Guderian's approaching armour. Giraud's staff described the situation as wholesale chaos, with no coherent front line remaining. Around 1500 hours, General de Corps d'Armée Jean Bouffet, commander of the 2nd CA, was killed when Stuka's bombed his headquarters group, further disrupting command and control east of the Sambre. Giraud was one of the most capable commanders in the French army, but he had little to work with and would barely communicate with any of the units in his sector. At first, he thought he could conduct a delaying action east of the Oise and Sambre rivers with the 1st DCR and 2nd DCR, but it quickly became apparent that such a course of action was impossible with these scattered units. Instead, he ordered General de Brigade Charles Delestraint to take charge of those 2nd DCR elements which were assembling around Saint-Quentin and send them forward to guard the bridges over the Oise as bouchons, corks. This meant deploying 7 companies of tanks and 1 company of motorized infantry along a 50-kilometer-wide sector until the 9th DIM arrived from Belgium. Delestraint was one of the most experienced armour officers in the French army, and fully aware that this decision completely violated doctrine, but there were no other forces nearby to hold the crossing sites. If the Oise could be held even for another day, time would be gained for reinforcements to arrive. At this point, the French army still had plenty of tanks, but most of them were already engaged. Gamelin had ordered Colonel Charles de Gaulle to form a 4th DCR at Laon, which happened to lie just south of the German breakthrough zone. Arriving in Laon, de Gaulle began energetically pulling together a command from bits and pieces, but the 4th DCR would never be more than an ad hoc formation. Lacking much ground combat power to delay Panzergruppe Kleist, the ADA was ordered to focus low-level bomber strikes against German columns near Montcornet. Unfortunately, the ADA was already forced to begin abandoning some of its air bases due to the German advance and could only mount 44 bomber sorties against Guderian's spearheads. Typically, histories of these dramatic days focus almost exclusively on what the tanks on each side were doing. It is noteworthy how little infantry was involved on either side near the breakthrough zone, a few motorized infantry battalions on the German side and a few motorized companies on the French side. Proper defences cannot be mounted without infantry, nor can tanks hold ground without infantry support. The advancing German Kampfgruppen were forced to drop off some troops to secure their lines of communication, leaving fewer and fewer at the forefront. In essence, both sides were tactically handicapped by their paucity of available infantry in the critical sector. Furthermore, the absence of appreciable engineer units on either side had an unseen impact upon the battle. If the French had engineers available on the Oise, they would simply have blown up all the bridges, but the horse-drawn engineer units from the 9th Armée were scattered in the retreat and were quickly bypassed by German armoured spearheads. Now the French pre-war decision not to motorize more engineer units proved a critical deficiency. Likewise, the German bridging pioneer units were well to the rear of the advance guard, so the advance could be stalled if blown bridges were encountered. Guderian's advance guard did not have the capability to bounce the Oise as it had the Meuse. On the German side, by the afternoon of 16 May, a total of 6 Panzerdivisionen were fanning out across a 40-kilometer-wide breakthrough corridor and pushing west against minimal resistance. Even the modified Fall-Gelb plan had never spelled out exactly what Panzergruppe Kleist was supposed to do after getting across the Meuse, and Rundstedt and Kleist were both upset that the vanguard commanders were making decisions without reference to higher authority. A large gap was growing between Kleist's spearheads and the follow-on infantry from Kluge's 4th Army and List's 12th Army, which were 100 to 120 kilometers behind. This gap made Brauchitsch and Rundstedt extremely nervous, since they saw that the open flanks on both sides of the breakthrough corridor were vulnerable to Allied counterattacks until German infantry divisions arrived. Even though Gamelin's forces seemed in disarray, many German officers remembered how a retreating French army had rallied on the Marne in 1914 and were troubled that history could repeat itself. There was also the question of wrecking the Panzerdivisionen through physical and mechanical exhaustion, since both men and machines had been moving continuously for a week. Even Guderian commented upon the evident exhaustion of his front-line troops, but was unwilling to stop the exploitation for any reason. Kleist tried to rein in Guderian with orders not to proceed to the Oise until some infantry had caught up, but this was ignored. Brauchitsch also joined in and stated that the panzer forces required a rest period before the next phase of the operation, but he was also ignored. Despite the notion that French generals were all hidebound fossils who couldn't understand modern warfare, it was quite evident during Kleist's push to the English Channel that much of the German senior military leadership also had difficulty adjusting to high-tempo, non-linear mechanized warfare. On the afternoon of 16 May, Churchill flew to Paris to confer with Reynaud and Gamelin. Churchill would not accept that the German breakthrough was an irreversible catastrophe, as Gamelin seemed to suggest. Churchill wanted to strike back, but famously, when he asked Gamelin about his strategic reserve, "Où est la masse de manœuvre?" "Where are your mobile reserves?" Gamelin supposedly replied, "Aucune," "There are none." At least, that is how this dramatic meeting was depicted by Churchill in his memoirs. While it was true that Gamelin had no significant GQG mobile reserves left, he still had 5 fresh infantry divisions that he was transferring from GA2 and GA3, and France still had other uncommitted infantry units. Furthermore, the BEF had 3 unengaged infantry divisions between Lille and Arras, which Gamelin simply ignored. If several British brigades and armoured cavalry regiments had been moved quickly from Arras to the Oise river crossings, this might have helped to delay the German advance a bit and assist Giraud in making some kind of stand on the river. However, Gamelin and Biot made no requests to commit BEF units to help deal with the breakthrough, and Lord Gort did not volunteer any of his units. Nevertheless, upon Churchill's recommendation, the British cabinet agreed to immediately send the equivalent of 4 more Hurricane squadrons to France. These were not complete units, but 8-plane flights detached for temporary duty. Given the scale of Hurricane losses thus far, this act barely replaced losses to date, and did not reverse the growing numerical imbalance between Allied and German fighters. Indeed, the RAF lost 15 Hurricanes on 15 May alone. Although the French front to the west of the German panzer spearheads was chaotic, Touchon's 6th Armée succeeded in establishing a continuous front along the Aisne River. After falling back from Bouvelmont, de Lattre de Tassigny's 14th DI was ordered to defend a bridgehead on the north side of the Aisne at Rethel, because Touchon was already thinking about attacking northwards against the German lines of communication. De Lattre deployed a regiment, 152nd RI, in the Rethel bridgehead, but the rest of his division was responsible for holding a 26-kilometer-wide sector of the Aisne front. He was a tough, well-trained combat veteran of Verdun and the Rif War, wounded a total of 6 times. De Lattre was also resourceful, scooping up a detachment of 3 new Chars B-1 bis tanks intended for the 2 DRC, which he sent to reinforce the bridgehead. Although the German panzers were pushing on westwards, List's 12th Army was authorized to seize bridgeheads over the Aisne in anticipation of Fall-Roth. The lead elements of the 23rd Infantry Division attacked the 152nd RI at Rethel on 17 May, but were repulsed. De Lattre used his 3 Chars B-1 bis tanks aggressively, mounting local counterattacks that kept the Germans off balance. Hitler became increasingly nervous when he saw even the smallest French counterattacks, and he directed the OKH to push infantry divisions forward as fast as possible to secure a front on the Aisne. In order to reduce the vulnerability of Guderian's open flanks to Allied counterattacks, the OKH transferred the 20th Motorized Infantry Division from Reichenau's 6th Army to reinforce Reinhardt's 41 Motorized Army Corps, and the 29th Motorized Infantry Division was attached to Guderian's corps. The OKH also decided to commit its only mobile reserve, the SS Division Totenkopf, which had been held back at the start of Fall Gelb. On 16 May, the SS Division Totenkopf was sent to Belgium to join Hoth's corps. It was the infusion of these relatively fresh motorized units which not only helped Panzergruppe Kleist to hold on to territory it seized, but also served to prevent the exploitation from running out of forward momentum due to exhaustion. Despite Rundstedt's efforts to restrain Guderian, his panzers continued to advance about 30 to 40 kilometers on 16 May. Kampfgruppe Esebeck and Kampfgruppe Ravenstein from the 6th Panzer Division reached the Oise by nightfall, giving Giraud's retreating troops no respite. The lead elements of the 1st and 2nd Panzer Divisionen also reached the Oise, and they managed to capture 3 bridges during the night of 16-17 May. A single company of French H-38 tanks from the 327th BCC, 2nd DCR, fought to hold these crossings against much superior forces and without any infantry or artillery support. Eventually, the French tanks were overwhelmed, and then both Panzerdivisionen pivoted north to roll up the other defending companies. The 2nd DCR was defeated in detail, 1 platoon at a time. Rommel's 7th Panzer Division, at the forefront of Hoth's advance, staged a spectacular armoured raid on the afternoon of 16 May, overrunning a line of concrete casemates near Clairfait that belonged to the outer defences of the Mauberge fortified position. Rommel erroneously claimed that he had broken through the Maginot Line, instead of some incomplete bunkers manned by reservists from the 101st DIF. He continued to push forward in the evening twilight and bumped into elements of the 1st DCR and the 5th DIM, stopped for the night along both sides of the road. The French were caught flat-footed by Rommel's PZ-38T light tanks, which moved down the road to Avesnes, shooting up trucks and other wheeled vehicles. All of the 1st DCR's artillery was captured and the 5th DIM scattered. Rommel pushed on, entering Avesnes around midnight. A group of 17 H-39 tanks from the 25th BCC, 1st DCR, were in the town and engaged Rommel's tanks in a wild 4-hour melee. After the fighting in Avesnes died down, Rommel made the impetuous decision to dash forward another 18 kilometers to the Sambre River crossing at Landrecies. Around 0600 hours on 17 May, Rommel captured an intact bridge, thereby compromising Giraud's effort to form a line on the Sambre. However, Rommel's advance guard had virtually exhausted its fuel and ammunition and was now isolated from the rest of Hoth's corps. Bypassed French units lay all along Rommel's line of advance. Rommel made the raid at Avesnes the template for his personal method of warfare that he would employ for the next 4 years, accepting near foolhardy risks in order to paralyze the enemy by the sheer boldness of his actions. In France, it worked. Later on, it did not. At 0415 hours on 17 May, de Gaulle began his counterattack towards Montcornet with 2 tank battalions, a total of about 90 tanks, and 1 motorized infantry battalion, the 4th Bataillon de Chasseurs Portés, BCP, embarked on buses, supported by a regiment of 105mm howitzers. De Gaulle only had a vague idea what German forces were located in Montcornet, and his troops had never worked together before. Nor did he have radios to coordinate his troops, nor air support, nor even reconnaissance troops. He simply pushed blindly into the hornet's nest. Nevertheless, de Gaulle's 4th DCR was far luckier than the 3 better organized French armored divisions, and luck plays an important role in combat. Although delayed by some Char B-1 bis tanks from 46th BCC getting stuck on a causeway over marshy terrain, de Gaulle's tanks overran the German outpost line on the road to Montcornet and shot up a German artillery convoy. A platoon of 3.7-centimeter pack guns were distressed to see their AP rounds bouncing off the armor of the French heavy tanks. Slowly, the French tanks advanced towards Montcornet. By chance, Major Walter Wenck, Operations Officer 1A of the 1st Panzer Division, was wounded by fire from a French tank. Unknown to de Gaulle, Guderian had established his command post for the 19 Motorized Army Corps at Soise, 4 kilometers east of Montcornet. In the town of Montcornet, the Germans only had a single company of Pioniere and a battery of 4 Luftwaffe 8.8 centimeter flak guns. At 0700 hours, Kleist flew into the Montcornet airstrip in a Fieseler-Storch to deliver a blistering reprimand to Guderian for disobeying direct orders and advancing past Montcornet. Guderian was temporarily relieved of command for a few hours, while the sound of approaching tank fire could be heard. Generalleutnant Kirchner, commander of the 1st Panzer Division, also happened to be in Montcornet. Fate offered the French a fleeting opportunity to cut off the head of the snake by pushing rapidly into Montcornet and eliminating the key leadership of Panzergruppe Kleist. Unfortunately, the 46th BCC's Char B-1 Bis tanks ran short of fuel before reaching Montcornet and spent 4 hours refueling from civilian trucks, which gave the Germans a chance to mine the approaches to the town and press 6 disabled tanks back into service. A frustrated de Gaulle finally urged the R-35 tanks from the 24th BCC to press on to Montcornet, but its 2 companies attacked without any kind of support. These tanks were expressly designed to attack with supporting infantry, not alone into a town. The handful of German tanks and 3.7 centimeter pack guns repulsed the unsupported R-35 tanks. By the time that the French heavy tanks finished refueling and resumed the attack around 1500 hours, the Germans had managed to deploy the 8.8 centimeter flak battery outside Montcornet, and it destroyed 2 D2 and 3 Char B-1 Bis tanks. Among those French tankers killed was the commander of the 46th BCC. Soon thereafter, a Stuka attack inflicted further damage on de Gaulle's tanks, and elements of the 10th Panzer Division began to appear southeast of Montcornet. It was time to break off the action. De Gaulle claimed that his troops had taken 130 prisoners, which is probably correct. Yet de Gaulle lost 23 of his tanks, 9 Char B-1 Bis, 2 D2, 12 R-35, most of which had to be abandoned on the battlefield. De Gaulle's counterattack at Montcornet can best be described as a raid, but unlike Rommel's raid at Avesnes, the effects were only local. Later in the day, de Gaulle received additional reinforcements, including a regiment of Saumur S-35 tanks, some armoured cars, and another motorized infantry battalion. French failure at Montcornet was due not to doctrine or poor leadership, but the limited resources applied to the effort and the mechanical shortcomings of French heavy tanks. With a bit of air support and faster medium tanks like the Saumur S-35, de Gaulle might have scooped up Kleist, Guderian, and Kirchner in Montcornet. As it was, the French counterattack brought Kleist and Rundstedt back to reality. Guderian was reinstated, and he was authorized to conduct a reconnaissance in force west of the Oise River. He also brought up 10th Panzer Division to deal with de Gaulle's 4th DCR. While Guderian's forces were gaining bridgeheads over the Oise and the Sambre, the bulk of Blanchard's 1st Armée and the BEF were slowly retreating to the Escaut River. The 7th Armée was dissolved, and the remaining troops of the 60th and 68th DI near Antwerp were put under Belgian command. The 6,000-man French expeditionary force on Walcheren Island, a total of 5 infantry battalions and an artillery battalion, was isolated and overrun by the Germans, despite efforts by 4 French destroyers to provide naval gunfire support. General de Brigade Marcel-Émile de Laurent, commander of the 60th DI, was killed leading a rearguard action that enabled about 1/3 of his troops to be evacuated by the Navy. De Laurent was a tough colonial officer who went down fighting with his troops. Georges and Biot continued to issue vague orders that hoped to create a new continuous front with the French armies south of the breakthrough zone, but without specific guidance on how this was to be accomplished. In order to protect Paris, General de Corps d'Armée Aubert Frère was ordered to begin forming a new 7th Armée along the Somme around Péronne. He was promised 4 infantry divisions en route from GA2 and GA3, but initially he only had elements of the 23rd DI and the 3rd DLI, Division Légère d'Infanterie, or Light Infantry Division, to protect the river crossings. Thanks to an intelligence windfall, the interrogation of a captured German officer, the GQG now knew with certainty that the enemy objective was to isolate GA1 by reaching the English Channel, not make a push for Paris. The obvious response to this enemy course of action was to try to move as many units from Belgium as fast as possible, building up a new line of resistance south of the breakthrough zone. However, the Belgians continued to drag down the Allied effort by expressing reluctance to abandon more of their soil, even though they were doing very little to defend it. Adding insult to injury, Belgian railway workers decided to go on strike, which affected the Allied use of the railroads. Nonetheless, the French leadership was reluctant to just cut and run, and placed their limited reservoir of faith in the potential of joint Anglo-French action to stop or deflect the German exploitation across the Oise and Sambre. However, a number of senior British leaders were already beginning to think about how to evacuate the BEF. On 18 May, the French gained a brief respite due to the restrictions placed on Guderian's advance and enemy supply difficulties, which limited the amount of fuel and ammunition reaching their spearhead units. Nevertheless, the 2nd DCR's corks were destroyed piecemeal, and 2nd Panzer Division surged forward to capture Saint-Quentin. Once the Germans were across the Oise in force, it was absolutely essential for the French and British forces to work together on the battlefield, but French reluctance to share information hindered this cooperation. It is important to remember that the first joint staff talks were only held at the beginning of the war, and due to the inactivity of the phony war, the French GQG and subordinate armies had few opportunities to share time-critical information. The existing procedures relied upon routine information sharing through liaison officers, which was completely inadequate for providing a common operational picture of a fast-moving battlefield. Even if Gamelin, Georges, and Biot had been more forthcoming with Lord Gort, their own understanding of current battlefield conditions was far from perfect. What information they did pass to Lord Gort was that the Germans were pressing westwards, and the French were having great difficulty stopping them. Georges asked the BEF to provide some units to help protect the area between Arras and Amiens, and Lord Gort offered his least effective units, the 3 TA divisions, 12, 23, 46, involved in line of communication duties. The 12th Infantry Division sent its 35th Brigade to Abbeville, the 36th Brigade to Doullens, and the 37th Brigade to Amiens, while the 23rd Infantry Division kept both its brigades around Arras. These TA units had no artillery and no towed anti-tank guns, but they were told to expect only enemy reconnaissance elements. Unfortunately, the territorials happened to be in the direct path of Panzergruppe Kleist to the English Channel. As a further precaution, the British also decided to protect their logistic bases south of the Somme. Acting Brigadier Archibald B. Bowman, in charge of various depot units around Rouen, was ordered to form a mobile reserve to deal with any enemy units that might reach the rear areas. Bowman had been a distinguished battalion commander in the First World War, but he fell afoul of Haube-Belischer in 1938 and was prematurely retired. He was recalled at the start of the war, but rather than given a combat command, he was assigned to mundane logistic tasks. Now, with the threat to the BEF's line of communications suddenly apparent, Bowman moved with alacrity and skill to create 2 ad hoc tactical groups known as Beauforce and Vicforce from various support groups and replacements. Initially, these groups were only lightly armed, but Bowman began to scrounge heavy weapons for them from across France. As part of the effort to establish a line on the Sambre to protect the right flank of the First Armée, Blanchard redeployed the 1st DLM to conduct a spoiling attack against Hoth's panzers moving through the Mormal forest south of Maubeuge. The fortified position of Maubeuge, garrisoned by the 101st DIF, was supposed to be a linchpin for the French field forces, and Hoth's advance threatened to outflank it. The 1st DLM's counterattack commenced at 1830 hours on 18 May, and it caused some temporary problems for the 7th Panzer Division, but it was too little and too late to reverse the threat to First Armée's right flank. The 1st Flak Corps deployed 1.8 centimeter flak guns from the Flak Regiment General Göring, which destroyed 18 French tanks in the forest. The 1st DLM also deployed a blocking force at Jolimetz, consisting of 12 Saumur S-35 tanks and a company of Moroccan tirailleurs, who managed to hold off the 5th Panzer Division for much of the day. When the Germans finally encircled and then assaulted the town, they overran the French group, but lost 26 of their own tanks. In addition to Hoth's panzers, Blanchard's First Armée was hard-pressed by Reichenau's 6th Army, which entered Brussels on 17 May and Antwerp the next day. Blanchard's army was being squeezed between 2 jaws of a German vice and lacked the strength to simultaneously fight off both threats. With Rommel across the Sambre at Landrecy and the remainder of Hoth's troops pressing Maubeuge from the south, Blanchard's position was untenable. As Blanchard's First Armée slowly retreated to the Escaut, the 5 battalions of troops from the 101st DIF within the Maubeuge forts were left to fend for themselves. Kluge's 4th Army assigned 2 divisions from the 8th Army Corps to reduce the forts, which all surrendered between 21 and 23 May. The balance in the air battles continued to shift further against the Allies on 18 May, as the AASF and air component began evacuating their most mangled squadrons back to England. Once the Blenheims were withdrawn, the BEF was left without bomber support. Those RAF units that remained in France were forced to relocate to avoid the German spearheads, further reducing the number of daily sorties. The loss of Hurricane fighters was also becoming serious, since many damaged aircraft had to be destroyed when airfields were evacuated. Consequently, the remaining RAF assets could not even adequately support the BEF on the ground, never mind helping the French effort. The RAF's ability to conduct reconnaissance missions over France also evaporated, which deprived Lord Gort of situational awareness about the location of the German vanguard units. As Allied fighter resistance slackened, the Luftwaffe resumed its attacks on Allied airfields and achieved some success. One raid destroyed 10 of 14 LEO 451 bombers on the ground at Persan-Beaumont airfield north of Paris. The Luftwaffe was also quick to begin moving into captured Allied air bases, extending its reach over the battle. With the campaign spiraling out of control, Reynaud finally moved to remove Daladier as Minister of Defense and Gamelin as Commander-in-Chief. Pétain was brought into the government, largely as a figurehead at this point. Weygand had been summoned from Syria and replaced Gamelin on the morning of 19 May. Reynaud disliked Weygand, but knew he needed to replace the ineffective Gamelin, and Weygand had a reputation from 1918 as a superb operational planner. Although the replacement of the 67-year-old Gamelin by the 73-year-old Weygand has been described as an act of desperation, it made sense. Weygand was still in excellent physical and mental health and had not been out of touch in Syria, but closely conferring with Gamelin on contingency plans. He was a vigorous, tough-minded officer who knew the French army and its capabilities very well. However, by the time that Weygand was put in charge, the French army no longer had the initiative and could only react to enemy moves. Even worse, just as Weygand assumed command, Rundstedt removed the operational restrictions on Guderian, allowing his armour to push west towards the Channel. Guderian's stampede on 19 May demolished the last French defences that could cause any further delay. The 9th Armée headquarters was overrun and Giraud was captured. French units retreating or moving up to the front in column were bombed and ruthlessly shoved out of the way. Hoth's armour captured Cambrai, while Bapaume also fell. The flimsy excuse for a continuous front north of the Somme ceased to exist. Blanchard's First Armée and the BEF were both forced to deploy forces to the southwest, to Arras, to avoid having their flank turned, but there was almost nothing except 2 poorly equipped British territorial infantry brigades to prevent German armour from cutting the Allied line of communications to the south. In the final phase of the advance to the English Channel, the German armoured spearheads fanned out. Guderian's 19 motorized Army Corps aimed for the Abbeville-Amiens sector. Hoth's 15 motorized Army Corps went for Arras, and Reinhardt's 41 motorized Army Corps headed for Calais. Blanchard's counterattacks continued, with the 1st DLM and 1st DINA attacking Hoth's armour southwest of Maubeuge in the Mormal forest, and Rommel's bridgehead at Landrecy. 2 surviving Char B-1 Bis tanks from the 2nd DCR succeeded in fighting their way into Landrecy, where they shot up over 50 vehicles, then left. Blanchard might have achieved more with air support, but little was available. Since the ADA had few operational bombers left, the French Navy was called upon to assist Blanchard's counterattack with 20 LN-411 dive bombers from the Aéronautique Navale's AB-2 and AB-4. The French naval dive bombers attacked Hoth's armoured columns near Berlaymont and ran into a veritable wall of flak, which shot down 9 dive bombers and damaged 7 more. The BEF needed to move south immediately before its lines of communications to the south were severed. General Ironside arrived at Gort's headquarters on the morning of 20 May and ordered him to immediately attack south in force, but Gort instead claimed that this was not feasible due to his limited reserves of fuel and ammunition. In truth, Lord Gort was just as paralyzed by the speed of events as Gamelin and Biot were, and he was reluctant to make a complete break with the agreed campaign plan. Nor did it help that King Leopold III was constantly whining that the Belgian army would quickly break without the full support of the BEF to hold the Escaut River line, which distracted Lord Gort from ruthlessly committing his forces to a counterstroke. As it was, the Belgians were defending a 65-kilometre stretch of the river with 11 divisions and kept 6 in reserve, while the BEF was forced to commit 7 of its 9 divisions to holding a 40-kilometre wide stretch of the river. The unwillingness of the Belgian army to make a greater effort prevented the BEF from concentrating a larger reserve for a counter-offensive. Lord Gort ordered the 5th and 50th Infantry Divisions and 1st Army Tank Brigade to assemble near Arras for a counter-attack, but refugees and air attacks made rapid movement impossible. The 1st Tank Brigade was only able to move 39 kilometres a day and lost 12% of its tanks to mechanical problems. Blanchard wanted the French First Army to contribute at least part of Prieux's cavalry corps to the counter-attack, although they were fully engaged in delaying actions against the 6th Army. On the southern side of the German breakthrough zone, de Gaulle's reinforced 4th DCR launched another counter-attack, this time due north towards Crécy-sur-Serre. Initially, de Gaulle's second counter-attack with 3 tank battalions made progress against the German outposts, but the 10th Panzer Division was solidly dug in at Crécy-sur-Serre with infantry, tanks and anti-tank guns, and had mined the approaches to the bridge. De Gaulle's ad hoc combined arms team was far too small to take on a full-strength Panzer Division or to conduct a river-crossing operation. German Stuka attacks also harassed the 4th DCR, which had no air support. French tanks did penetrate into Crécy-sur-Serre, but most were knocked out by close-range fire. Instead, de Gaulle harassed the enemy for as long as he could before retiring as evening approached. Altogether, the 4th DCR lost another 28 tanks, but unlike the other French armoured divisions, de Gaulle's division had not been routed and was still combat effective. Recognizing that a breakthrough here was impossible, the GQG authorized de Gaulle to withdraw to the Aisne River in order to regroup his division. While de Gaulle's counterattack failed to inflict significant material damage upon Panzergruppe Kleist, it did cause further consternation about Guderian's vulnerable flanks within the German High Command. One of the few bright spots for the French was the stand of Delatre's 14th DI at Rethel. A large-scale German attack with infantry and artillery on 19 May forced Delatre to evacuate his bridgehead north of the Aisne. Before withdrawing from the northern bank, his 3 Char B-1 bis tanks succeeded in knocking out 20 enemy tanks, 9 armoured cars and 26 other vehicles. However, when the Germans began to cross the Aisne the next morning, they ran into a ferocious French counterattack. Delatre had succeeded in scavenging 11 more Char B-1 bis tanks from various sources, and he used his armour and 2 battalions of the 152nd RI to crush the German infantry that crossed the Aisne before they could get heavy weapons across. Delatre's troops captured 800 Germans, the largest haul of enemy prisoners taken during the French campaign. Ignoring local French counterattacks, Guderian was already looking to the next stage of the campaign and pushed his tired troops to seize crossings over the Somme before the newly organized French 7th Armée could establish a continuous front. Although Frère sent Foreign Legion cavalrymen from the 97th Groupe de Reconnaissance de Division d'Infanterie, GRDI, to secure the bridges at Peronne, Kampfgruppe Nettwig, Panzer Regiment II and 1st Schützenregiment I managed to seize the unguarded bridge just before the French unit arrived. Apparently as a welcome diversion from Guderian's freewheeling push to the sea, the OKH authorized 16th Army to conduct operations to turn the left flank of the Maginot Line, even though this was not part of Fall-Gelb. The retreat of 1st 2nd Armée from Sedan exposed the leftmost position of the Maginot Line, Fort-la-Ferté, which List's 16th Army decided to attack. The German 71st Infanterie Division spent 2 days fighting its way past 2 outpost positions against tough resistance from the 3rd DIC, an active division. Fort-la-Ferté consisted of 2 main blockhouses and a 107-man garrison from the 155th RIF under the command of Lieutenant Maurice Bourguignon, but it had very limited artillery support. After bombardment by 21-centimeter howitzers and other heavy artillery, the Germans mounted a full-scale assault on Fort-la-Ferté on the evening of 18 May, which succeeded in neutralizing all of the fort's weapons positions. However, fires within the fort prevented the Germans from entering, and the entire garrison perished within from asphyxiation. 2 French relief attempts, supported by tanks, were repulsed by German artillery fire. The German capture of Fort-la-Ferté was more of a tactical experiment than anything else. Despite the loss of the fort, the Second Armée was able to maintain a continuous front with the neighboring Third Armée, so there was little point in the Germans expending further resources in this sector. Gamelin had taken 7 of Prételat's 28 divisions in GA2 to reinforce GA1, but there were still too many French units assigned to the Maginot Line. The British 51st Highland Division, which was assigned to the Third Armée, was withdrawn from the front line on 20 May and prepared for transfer back to the BEF. Although Gamelin had recommended a counter-offensive against Panzergruppe Kleist before he was relieved, when Weygand assumed command, he did not issue any specific orders. Instead, on the morning of 20 May, he simply exhorted Biot to attack like a beast to break out of the German encirclement and push southwards to link up with the forces that would push north from the Somme. Weygand was updated on the current situation and was shocked that Gamelin had withheld much of the worst reports from him. He was also surprised that communications with subordinate units were so poor and reporting about events was often contradictory, which greatly complicated his ability to effect events on the battlefield. General d'Armée Antoine Besson, who had been watching the Swiss border with his GA3 headquarters, was sent to take charge of the forces on the Somme. Unfortunately, there were almost no Allied forces on the Somme. It was too late. On Weygand's first full day in command, the only Allied offensive action was some futile attempts by the Aéronautique Navale to bomb German motorized columns moving across the Oise River. Attacking without fighter escort, 5 of the 11 American-built Vought 156F dive bombers from AB-1 were shot down by Bf-109E fighters, but the 10 remaining LN-411 dive bombers only lost a single aircraft. The RAF sent 47 Blenheims with fighter escort from England to bomb Reinhardt's armour south of Arras, which succeeded without loss. However, these attacks were too puny to stop Guderian's avalanche, which struck the British infantry brigades deployed like beads on a string as roadblocks between Arras and Amiens. In the morning, the 8th Panzer Division overran 1 British battalion south of Arras, while 1st Panzer Division overran another east of Amiens. By early afternoon, the 6th Panzer Division struck Brigadier George Roupel's 36th Brigade at Doullens. Desperately under-equipped to fight tanks, Roupel's troops managed to put up a stout fight before both of his battalions were shattered and overrun. Roupel, a Victoria Cross recipient from the First World War, managed to escape, but he would spend the next 2 years in hiding in occupied France. Amazingly, very few French troops were in Amiens. A unit of reservists, the 28th Régiment Régional, reinforced with 10 elderly FT-17 tanks and a few 75mm guns, had organized roadblocks on all the main roads leading into the city. An engineer unit was tasked with destroying the bridges if the enemy approached, but the explosives were not yet in place. In an effort to prevent the Allies from transferring reinforcements into Amiens, the Luftwaffe heavily bombed the city on 18 and 19 May. The 7th Battalion Royal Sussex was caught in the train station during the raid and suffered over 100 casualties, including its commanding officer. Afterwards, with the track damaged, the battalion detrained and waited for orders that never came. Abbeville was also bombed on the morning of 20 May, with the main bridges and the telephone centre destroyed, which left the British 35th Brigade in the dark about enemy movements. Frère's 7th Armée had 7 divisions under his command, most still in the process of arriving by road and rail, and the nearest regular units were about 20 kilometres south of Amiens. Blanchard's 1st Armée tried to redeploy part of the 21st DI by road and rail from Belgium to assist Frère, but only 2 motorized squadrons of the Divisional Reconnaissance Unit, 27th GRDI, under Capitaine Marie Salès-Laverne, managed to reach Abbeville before the Germans. Upon reaching Abbeville, the 2 squadrons moved south of the river to an assembly area to await the rest of their group, but the Horst elements were delayed by refugee columns and would remain in Belgium. Despite transportation shortages and disruptions caused by enemy air raids and refugees, the French were somehow still able to move 79 Belgian collaborators, including Léon de Grelle, by road to Abbeville. Around 0830 hours on 20 May, the first motorcycle scouts from Gefechtsgruppe Balk 2nd SR1, 2nd PR1 from the 1st Panzer Division appeared along the Albert-Amiens road. The French roadblock on this avenue consisted of 15 soldiers with a machine gun and 2 FT-17 tanks, each armed with a machine gun. Once elements of the Divisional Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, Panzeraufklärungsabteilung 4, arrived, they assaulted the barricade with at least one tank, several armored cars, and motorcycle troops. After firing furiously, both French FT-17s were destroyed by the German tank and the barricade overrun. The men from Kreuzschützen Bataillon 1 rolled into the city past the burning French barricade, reaching one of the main bridges around 0930 hours before engineers could destroy it. Once they realized that Germans were behind them, most of the remaining French regional troops abandoned their roadblocks. Belatedly, a local French commander armed some prisoners in the citadel and put up resistance for 7 hours, but this proved only a minor nuisance to the Germans. South of the city, the hapless 7th Battalion Royal Sussex, which was not deployed in a defensive posture, was unaware of what was going on. When Balk's troops discovered this British battalion around 1400 hours, they attacked and overwhelmed its bewildered troops with tanks. Afterwards, the German troops were rewarded for capturing Amiens by receiving captured British chocolate and coffee. General-Lieutenant Rudolf Weil's 2nd Panzer Division was desperately short of fuel, but managed to move 90 kilometers in a single day and reach the outskirts of Abbeville by 1800 hours, where it found the British 35th Brigade still deployed north of the Somme as roadblocks. Caught by surprise, the 3 British battalions attempted to escape across the river, but were quickly surrounded, and only small numbers of survivors made it across the Somme. By 2030 hours, Abbeville was in German hands. Just before Abbeville fell, French gendarmes managed to spirit away Léon Degrelle, the pro-Nazi Belgian collaborator who was in French custody. Degrelle barely missed summary execution by overzealous gendarmes, but after his release by German forces, he would later go on to noteworthy service as a Waffen-SS officer on the Eastern Front. Guderian's panzers had not only seized several crossings over the Somme and a major city, but they had demolished parts of the BEF's 12th and 23rd Infantry Divisions. To complete the day's triumph, a battalion of motorized infantry continued on to the village of Noyelles, 12 kilometers northwest of Abbeville, to occupy the main north-south rail line along the coast. By this action, a total of 16 French and 9 British divisions were isolated in Belgium and the northwest corner of France. By the end of 20 May, the RAF Air Component evacuated its remaining Hurricane fighters back to England. The AASF still had 3 Hurricane-equipped fighter squadrons, 1773-501, and 6 bomber squadrons in France, at bases southeast of Paris. Likewise, most of the French fighters had withdrawn to bases around Paris, and only 155 were still operational. Now, the Allied forces in Belgium were not only isolated, but they were deprived of their remaining air cover. RAF Fighter Command promised to provide some sorties from southern England, but this was a drop in the bucket compared to the Luftwaffe's remaining 500 operational fighters. Although still resolute, the synergy of German mechanized firepower and overwhelming air support put the Allied troops in Belgium at an insuperable disadvantage. After 2 days of hesitation and slow repositioning, the BEF was finally able to mount a limited counterattack against Hoth's corps on the afternoon of 21 May, but it was far smaller than originally envisioned. Instead of 2 British divisions and a tank brigade, the counterattack was conducted by an ad hoc group known as Frank Force, consisting of just 2 tank battalions, 4 RTR, 7 RTR, with 88 tanks, 58 Mark I, 16 Mark II Matilda, and 14 Mark VI-B, 2 infantry battalions, 1 reconnaissance battalion, and 1 field artillery regiment with 24 25-pounders. The other brigades of the British 5th and 50th Infantry Divisions were assigned defensive tasks holding the line of the Scarpe River. Most of Prieux's Corps de Cavalerie was still engaged against the 6th Army, but the 1st Armée was able to provide a mixed group from the 3rd DLM, 15 tanks and some armored cars from the 12th Cuirassiers and 1 battalion of motorized infantry, and the 13th BCC with 45 H-35 tanks to serve as a flank guard. Frank Force had no maps, very few radios, only a vague idea of enemy dispositions, and no air support. Furthermore, Frankfurt was only ordered to conduct a local mopping-up action southwest of Arras, not an all-out effort to sever Panzergruppe Kleist's lines of communication. At 14:30 hours on 21 May, Frankfurt advanced southwards in a movement to contact. By sheer luck, the Allied counterattack occurred just as Rommel was taking extreme liberties with the enemy. One of the basic tactical principles of war is to avoid marching obliquely past an enemy strongpoint, which is what Rommel was caught doing. He knew that the BEF held Arras in strength, but he simply ignored them. He advanced with Panzer Regiment 25, PR-25, in the lead, separated by a considerable distance, followed by his motorized infantry and artillery. For some reason, the Luftwaffe failed to spot the approaching enemy armor, and Rommel made the mistake of advancing without flank guards. Frankfurt struck Rommel's division when it was strung out in long, vulnerable columns, and the British tanks began to shoot up a number of wheeled vehicles from Schützenregiment 6. Initially, the German infantry were shocked to find their 3.7-centimeter pack anti-tank guns unable to penetrate the thick frontal armor of the British Matilda II tanks, which were able to absorb a tremendous amount of punishment. Although a number of British tanks from the 4 RTR and 7 RTR were able to penetrate into the depth of the 7th Panzer Division's positions, they did so without much infantry support and could not call for indirect fire missions to suppress enemy positions. Lacking a high explosive round for their 2-pounder guns, the Matilda II tanks had difficulty engaging enemy infantry and concealed guns. One group of British tanks overran elements of the SS Division Totenkopf and shot up a number of their wheeled vehicles, which caused panic among these untried troops. Yet when the 4 RTR encountered a battery of 8.8-centimeter flak 36 anti-aircraft guns, the slow-moving Matilda IIs proved vulnerable and were shot to pieces. German field artillery also joined in, using direct fire to engage enemy tanks. Thanks to excellent radio communications, Rommel was quickly aware of the enemy counterattack and was able to personally rally his forces. Within 3 hours, the British counterattack had fallen apart, and the commanders of both tank battalions were dead. The French joined the counterattack later and bumped into Panzer Regiment 25. In the ensuing tank battle, the French knocked out 3 PZ-4 and 6 PZ-38T tanks, but lost 20 of their own tanks before withdrawing. Altogether, the Germans lost at least 20 tanks and about 500 casualties from the Allied counterattack, but the entire action was over in less than 5 hours. The British had lost 53 of their tanks for no gain. Only 2 Matilda II tanks survived their first action, and after Arras, the BEF had no real mobile reserve left. Overall, British tanks had proved inferior in terms of firepower and mobility. From the German perspective, the Battle of Arras validated their German pre-war investment in tactical communications and dual-purpose anti-aircraft guns, but also demonstrated that even aggressive commanders like Rommel were capable of making serious tactical errors. While Frankfurt was clanking towards defeat, Weygand made the ill-considered decision to fly to meet with Lord Gort, Biot, and Leopold III at Ypres on the afternoon of 21 May. Weygand naively sought to energize the Allied leaders with a face-to-face plea to mount a desperate breakout effort to the south, but the 6.5-hour-long conference was a dismal failure due to diverging priorities. Leopold III was actively considering capitulation, while Lord Gort no longer believed that the Allies could fight their way out of the pocket in Belgium. Weygand wanted to continue counterattacks around Arras, but few intact units were left to participate. Weygand ended up wasting precious time in his conference, which would have been better spent at GQG devising a new defensive plan. Adding to the wastage, Biot was mortally injured after leaving the Ypres conference when his staff car collided with a military truck, and he died 2 days later. Blanchard moved up to take command over the wreck of GA-1, while Priou took over 1st Armée. Anglo-French military cooperation, already strained, began to fray visibly over Weygand's insistence upon continuing counterattacks against Panzergruppe Kleist. The RAF tried to assist the Anglo-French forces in Belgium with sorties flown from bases in England and from the remaining units based near Paris, but these proved of limited value. Between 18 and 25 May, the RAF flew 314 sorties with Blenheim light bombers against German armoured columns and lost 16 aircraft, a 5% loss rate. Accuracy from level bombing at low altitudes was poor, and there is little indication from German records that RAF bombers inflicted much damage. In order to keep casualties down, some British bombers attacked at night, using estimated time of arrival tactics against road junctions and bridges, which were all but futile. Since the RAF had not invested in developing long-range fighters, Fighter Command could not escort daylight sorties very far into France or Belgium, which was also a significant factor in limiting the ability of British air power to influence events on the ground. Having almost no gun-armed tanks left, Lord Gort focused on forming a viable perimeter from Arras to Boulogne to protect his rear areas. The French had small naval garrisons at Boulogne and Calais, consisting mostly of anti-aircraft and coastal artillery troops. Biot had managed to pull General de Brigade Pierre Lonctot's 21st DI, an active division, out of the line in Belgium in order to reinforce the Boulogne sector. Unfortunately, the movement to Boulogne was chaotic, and only part of the 21st DI reached the city. Lonctot established a blocking position south of the city with a regiment of infantry and a few anti-tank guns. In London, Churchill was worried about the threat of German armour enveloping the BEF's open right flank, and he ordered that reinforcements be sent immediately to safeguard Boulogne and Calais in order to protect the BEF's line of retreat to Dunkirk. Forthwith, Brigadier William Fox Pitt's 20th Guards Brigade, 2 battalions, was sent to Boulogne, and Brigadier Claude N. Nicholson's 30th Motor Brigade, 2 infantry battalions and a motorcycle reconnaissance battalion, was sent to Calais. Both brigades had disembarked by 22 May. Nicholson's brigade had been detached from the 1st Armoured Division in April in order to provide the War Office with a ready reserve. The 3rd RTR, equipped with 48 tanks, was also detached from the 1st Armoured Division and sent to Calais. Both British brigades began to establish thin defensive lines outside the ports, but lacked artillery and had to borrow 25mm Hotchkiss anti-tank guns from the French. On the morning of 22 May, Guderian assigned the 2nd Panzer Division to take Boulogne and the 10th Panzer Division to capture Calais, with the 1st Panzer Division in support. Weil's 2nd Panzer Division pushed through the 21st DI's positions south of Boulogne and reached the outskirts of the port by 15:30 hours, then conducted probing attacks that identified the shape of the British defence. However, the bulk of the German armour was focused on enveloping the British forces around Arras, which consisted of the 5th and 50th Infantry Divisions. After regrouping, Rommel's 7th Panzer Division attacked north across the Scarpe River, and by the afternoon captured the village of Mont-Saint-Éloi, 9 kilometres northwest of Arras, which threatened to isolate the 2 British divisions. However, Rommel handed the village off to a battalion from Schützen Regiment 14 of the 5th Panzer Division, which had no time to consolidate on the objective. Priou gathered up a squadron of 11 S-35 tanks and a battalion of motorized infantry from the 1st DLM and launched a hasty counterattack at 1700 hours with some artillery support. For once, the French executed a brilliant combined arms counterattack and aggressively assaulted into the village with grenades. Not only did the French cavalrymen retake the village, but they managed to capture 130 Germans. Unlike the British effort at Arras, which was only a local action, the French First Armée intended to make a real effort to attack south to sever the German line of communications. General de Corps d'Armée Félix Altmeier's 5th CA, holding the Scarpe east of Arras, was chosen to launch the counterattack on the morning of 22 May. The objective was Cambrai, and in order to reach this, French engineers built pontoon bridges across the Canal de la Sensée during the night of 21-22 May. Infantry from the German 2 Army Corps had moved into this sector around Abancourt, but the front was still fluid. Altmaier hoped to commit 3 divisions to the operation, but it was impossible to detach this much strength and still hold a continuous front. Instead, the counterattack would consist of only 1 regiment, Colonel Gaëtan Charbonnier's 121st Régiment d'Infanterie Motorisée, RIM, from Général de Corps d'Armée Jean Molanier's 25th DIM, 3 reconnaissance groups and 13 H-35 tanks from the 38th BCC, supported by over 70 artillery pieces. At 0900 hours, the French counterattack began, with Charbonnier's regiment attacking south across the Sensée and advancing 4 kilometres to capture Abancourt. The ADA even managed to provide fighter cover from the GC-23 D520 and the GC-14 H-75A1, which managed to shoot down a dozen German aircraft, including 8 Ju-87 Stukas. French bombers also joined in the attack. Hard pressed, the German 12th Infantry Division frantically called for air support, which finally stopped the French assault only 3 kilometers outside Cambrai. After attacking all day and suffering 500 casualties and the loss of 8 tanks, the French withdrew back across the Sensee. The French counterattacks on 22 May are interesting because they demonstrate that the French army was not hamstrung by the methodical battle doctrine, and at least its active divisions had the agility to mount combined arms attacks with minimal planning, just like the Germans. French commanders like Colonel Charbonnier led from the front, just as German regimental commanders did, and French infantry demonstrated that at the tactical level they were capable of going toe-to-toe with German infantry. However, the French forces involved were far too small to achieve any lasting results, and the offensive potential of the Anglo-French forces evaporated quickly after this point. At the senior levels, Allied decision-making was hampered by ignorance, wishful thinking, and poor communications. British cabinet records indicate a breakdown in communications on 22 May between London and Lord Gort's General Headquarters GHQ, which greatly reduced reporting on the status of BEF units and enemy movements. In Paris, Reynaud informed the French Senate about the loss of Amiens, but then took a departure from reality by suggesting that a miracle might restore the situation, alluding to the Battle of the Marne in 1914. Weygand finally got around to issuing his first operational order, 2 days after taking command, which airily directed the BEF and First Armée to continue their counteroffensive south towards Cambrai, even though their best effort had just shot its last bolt. Weygand also mistakenly believed that Frére's 7th Armée was capable of offensive action when it could not even hold the crossings over the Somme. One odd decision Weygand made was to call one of his old cavalry comrades, the 65-year-old Général de Corps d'Armée Marie-Robert Altmeyer, out of retirement to take charge of the Abbeville sector, which had virtually no French troops present. When Churchill arrived in Paris for further consultations with Reynaud, he was initially impressed by Weygand's aura of leadership, which led him to believe that the situation could be restored by vigorous counterattacks. Yet Reynaud, Churchill and Weygand seemed to believe that battles could be won with speeches instead of sound planning. Returning to London, Churchill told his cabinet that the whole success of the plan agreed with Weygand depended on the French forces taking the offensive. Yet Churchill did not realize that the Anglo-French forces in Belgium were no longer capable of significant offensive action, with few operational tanks left, supplies running low, and only sporadic air support. At 0730 hours on the morning of 23 May, Guderian introduced the Allied leadership to harsh battlefield realities by mounting a set-piece attack on Boulogne with the 2nd Panzer Division. 4 hours after the attack began, Fox-Pitt's outnumbered 20th Guards Brigade began retreating towards the harbour. General Lonquetot managed to gather some of his troops from the 21st DI to reinforce the French naval garrison, but he had no direct communication with the British brigade. At 1800 hours, the decision was made, without consulting the French, to evacuate Fox-Pitt's brigade. 7 Royal Navy destroyers swooped in to rescue Fox-Pitt's brigade, and RAF Fighter Command even committed a squadron of Spitfire fighters to prevent German bombers from interfering with the evacuation. 3 Spitfires were lost. Nevertheless, the evacuation was something of a shambles, with German tanks and artillery engaging the British destroyers with point-blank fire, and the captain of HMS Vimy was killed by sniper fire. During the night of 23-24 May, the Royal Navy succeeded in evacuating 2/3 of the brigade, but hundreds were left behind. When Lonquetot found out about the sudden British evacuation, the French were furious and openly talked of betrayal. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Lonquetot's troops held the old medieval citadel in eastern Boulogne, which was surrounded by thick stone ramparts. 2 German assaults on 24 May were repulsed with the help of naval gunfire support from French destroyers, and the 2nd Panzer Division's infantrymen were forced to mount an old-fashioned assault with scaling ladders, grenades, and flamethrowers. Lonquetot's beleaguered garrison did not surrender until 0830 on 25 May. The apparent abandonment of the French garrison in Boulogne created great acrimony between the British and the French senior leadership about the commitment to the war. The French accused the British of having a cut-and-run mentality, which stung Churchill's sense of honour. At Calais, the 3 RTR was given a string of confusing orders until it bumped into Kampfgruppe Kruger from the 1st Panzerdivision 8 kilometres south of Calais in the afternoon of 23 May and lost 7 of its tanks. The 3 RTR retreated towards Calais and Nicholson organised a hasty defence of the city. Despite evidence that German tanks were moving to isolate Calais, Churchill actually suggested reinforcing the defence of the city with the 3rd Canadian Infantry Brigade under Major General Andrew McNaughton, although this unit would later be sent to Brest. One of the reasons that the British were intent upon holding Calais is because it held a large stockpile of rations for the BEF. By this point, the supply situation for the BEF was becoming acute, and Lord Gort ordered his troops placed on half rations. The RAF, which unlike the Luftwaffe had not invested in medium-sized cargo aircraft, was forced to use civilian aircraft to fly in about 20 tons of food per day, while the Royal Navy was able to deliver some supplies to Dunkirk. Even Churchill was beginning to change his mind and thought that it might be best for the BEF to fall back on the Channel ports. By the evening of 23 May, the Germans were closing in around Calais, isolating Nicholson's 30th Motor Brigade and the small French garrison, which included a single battalion from the 61st DI. Churchill decided that Nicholson's brigade would not be evacuated from Calais in order to demonstrate British resolve to Reynaud's cabinet. Kluge's 4th Army was also squeezing the British 5th and 50th Infantry Divisions at Arras into a thin salient. At first, Lord Gort ordered that Arras be held to the last man, but once it became clear that 2 British divisions were about to be annihilated, he ordered the city evacuated on the night of 23-24 May. The 2 British divisions fell back 25 kilometres to new positions behind the La Bassée Canal. Once Arras was lost, Weygand's plan to cut off Panzergruppe Kleist's line of communications was no longer feasible. Brooke wrote in his diary on 23 May, "Nothing but a miracle can save the BEF now, and the end cannot be very far off." Weygand regarded the British retreat from Arras as a betrayal and tried to affix blame for the failure of his planned counter-offensive upon Lord Gort, without acknowledging that the 2 British divisions would have been encircled and destroyed if they had remained in place. Even though the situation at the front was going exceedingly well for the Germans, a meltdown was occurring at Rundstedt's headquarters in Charleville. The proximate cause of Rundstedt's command anxiety was his distaste for small Panzer Kampfgruppen dashing all over the place beyond his control. It was a messy, chaotic battlefield that he could not understand any better than Gamelin or Georges. Rundstedt was a conservative, old-style officer, retained by Hitler as a symbol of the traditional Prussian General Staff officer, not because of any innate command skill. On the evening of 23 May, Rundstedt decided to reimpose an understandable linear front upon Guderian, Hoth and Reinhardt. At 2000 hours, a halt order was issued by Heeresgruppe A, mandating a temporary suspension to further advances until the infantry divisions had caught up with the Panzerdivisionen. Rundstedt's order did not apply to the infantry in Kluge's 4th Army, which was engaged with the BEF, nor did the halt order apply to Bock's Heeresgruppe B forces in Belgium. Of course, commanders at the front like Guderian and Rommel tried to ignore Rundstedt's halt order, but when Hitler arrived at Heeresgruppe A headquarters, he issued his own stop order at 12:45 hours on 24 May. When the halt order arrived, the 1st Panzerdivision and Großdeutschland Regiment were approaching the Aar River near Gravelines. SS Obergruppenführer Sepp Dietrich's LSSAH had just been attached to Guderian's command and was also approaching the Aar. Although the western approaches to Dunkirk were virtually unprotected on 21 May, the French had moved with great alacrity to reinforce this sector once Boulogne and Calais came under attack. Most of General de Corps d'Armée Marie Fagald's 16th CA, primarily the 16th DI, 1 regiment of the 21st DI and a brigade of reservists, were rushed to secure a 35-kilometre wide sector behind the Aar from Gravelines to Saint-Omer. Fagald was provided with 11 battalions of field artillery in support and was also given a substantial number of anti-tank guns. Initially, the BEF contributed Usher Force, 1 TA infantry battalion from the 23rd Infantry Division, some of its corps artillery and the 12th Lancers, Mark 6, to help secure the Aar. Ostensibly, Hitler's stop order temporarily halted the German advance towards Dunkirk from the west for the next 36 hours, but Dietrich ignored the halt order and began crossing the Aar near Watten on the morning of 25th May. Dietrich was a headstrong combat leader and ardent Nazi who throughout the war would demonstrate a willingness to disobey inconvenient orders even from Hitler. Guderian, who also had a habit of disobedience, supported Dietrich's unauthorized crossing by sending the Großdeutschland regiment across as well. Yet Watten was in a remote marshy area 23 kilometers southwest of Dunkirk. Guderian and others have used the controversy over the halt order to claim that Hitler and Rundstedt stopped them from pushing on to Dunkirk and thereby preventing the escape of the BEF. However, nobody on the German side yet knew that the British were planning to evacuate the BEF by sea, so a 36-hour pause did not seem critical. Furthermore, Guderian's Panzerdivisionen were clearly in need of a rest after 2 weeks of continuous combat. Half of his vehicles were non-operational due to combat damage and mechanical defects, and the troops were exhausted. In Calais, the fighting in the city dragged on for 2 days because the tired motorized infantrymen from 10th Panzer Division had lost their edge. Even without the halt order, it is not at all evident that Guderian would have fought his way into Dunkirk before Operation Dynamo began. Fagald was able to establish a defence in some depth behind the Aar, and the direct route through Gravelines was a tough position, reinforced with a Vauban-era fortress. For once, the French had local firepower of superiority, with plentiful artillery support compared to Guderian, who had most of his artillery tied up at Calais. RAF Fighter Command was able to provide more fighter cover over the Gravelines-Dunkirk sector, and there were also plenty of anti-aircraft defences in this area, which somewhat reduced the Luftwaffe's close air support capability. A strong case can be made that the sacrifice of Nicholson's brigade at Calais and Fagald's defence on the Aar did more to save the BEF than the stop order. While Panzergruppe Kleist had been making such dramatic progress on the German left flank, the German right flank in Belgium had virtually stopped. Once mopping-up operations were completed in Holland, Bock redirected Küchler's 18th Army against the Belgian forces deployed around Ghent, but only 4 German infantry divisions were committed against 8 Belgian divisions. Reichenau's 6th Army deployed 9 infantry divisions against 7 British and 3 Belgian divisions behind the Escaut. For 4 days, 19 to 22 May, the front along the Escaut was static. On the morning of 23 May, the German 11 Army Corps managed to get across the Escaut River and maul the British 44th Infantry Division. As a result, the BEF and Belgians decided to fall back behind the Lys River on the night of 23-24 May, but 6th Army followed hard on their heels. On 24 May, Reichenau attacked the Belgian 1st Infantry Division near Courtrai, with 4 of his own divisions from 11 Army Corps, and succeeded in getting across the Lys River in strength. Belgian morale, already flimsy since the beginning of the campaign, began to crack once their last real line of defence was pierced. The next day, Reichenau brought the 4 Army Corps across the Lys, and they pivoted west toward Ypres. With Belgian resistance evaporating, Lord Gort was forced to reposition his 5th Infantry Division to prevent the envelopment of his left flank. Thanks to the fact that Reichenau had only committed infantry to the attack, the BEF was able to seal the gap in time. However, it was now obvious that the total collapse of the Belgian army was approaching, and that the only viable course of action was to retreat to Dunkirk. The Royal Navy had already begun evacuating surplus non-combatant troops from Dunkirk on 24 May, and preparations were underway to establish a strong perimeter defence around the port. At 22:30 hours on 25 May, Blanchard gave the order for the BEF and the 1st Armée to fall back towards Dunkirk. Mopping up, 26 May to 4 June. On the morning of 26 May, Fall Gelb entered its mopping-up stage. The OKH staff was already thinking about the follow-on operation against France, Fall Rot, Case Red. In order to enable Rundstedt's staff to focus on planning and preparation for Fall Rot, Bock's Heeresgruppe B was assigned the task of reducing the Dunkirk Kessel pocket. The Anglo-French divisions were in a thin salient, 90 kilometers long but only 28 kilometers wide, and were highly vulnerable to being cut off from the channel. Against the faltering Belgian army, the Germans had 2 infantry divisions from 18th Army and 7 divisions from 6th Army. Reichenau's 6th Army also had 6 infantry divisions attacking the BEF units on the eastern side of the salient. Kluge's 4th Army had 6 infantry divisions opposing the 1st Armee at Lille. Kleist had 8 Panzerdivisionen and 4 motorized infantry divisions on the western side of the Allied salient. The BEF had only a small number of Mark VI light tanks left, while the remnants of Prieux's 3 DLMs formed a composite squadron with 21 S-35s and 18 H-39 tanks. The First Armée should have evacuated Lille by this point, but remained in place because its divisions were still supposed to participate in Weygand's mandated counteroffensive south to Cambrai. Bock was not entirely satisfied that he had been given the task of eliminating a cornered enemy, but not been provided with any Panzerdivisionen. He complained that several of his infantry divisions, composed of older reservists, were exhausted. The German 4 Army Corps was making good progress near Ypres, but the rest of 6th Army was advancing at only a glacial pace. In an effort to choke off supplies to the isolated Allied forces, the Luftwaffe began large-scale bombing raids against Dunkirk. At 18:57 hours on 26 May, the Royal Navy was directed to begin Operation Dynamo, the evacuation of as many Allied troops as possible from Dunkirk. Around the same time, the 10th Panzer Division completed the destruction of Nicholson's brigade in Calais and captured the port. Late in the day, Hitler also rescinded his halt order, but relatively few German tanks were involved in the final push. On the morning of 27 May, Guderian attacked Gravelines with the 1st Panzer Division and managed to isolate the garrison, but Fagald's infantry would not yield. Further south, the 10th Panzer Division crossed the Aar and the fresh 20th Motorized Infantry Division advanced towards Wormhout, which was held by the British 48th Infantry Division. Hott attacked across the La Bassée Canal with the 3rd and 4th Panzer Divisionen and smashed the British 2nd Infantry Division, tearing a hole in the BEF's line. Rommel's 7th Panzer Division vaulted forwards and by evening had established contact with infantry from the 10 Army Corps, thereby trapping 40,000 troops from 5 active French infantry divisions. 1st DM, 1st DIM, 15th DI, 2nd DINA, 5th DINA, in the Lille pocket. Only 3 French infantry divisions under General de Corps d'Armée Léon de Laurency, commander of 3rd CA, succeeded in escaping towards Dunkirk. The Luftwaffe bombed Dunkirk harbour with all its might, dropping 350 tons of bombs, which sank multiple ships and destroyed the docks. However, the RAF Fighter Command's Group 11 was able to contest the Luftwaffe over Dunkirk, shooting down 15 bombers. On the eastern side of the salient, the impending collapse of the Belgian army left a gap on the developing perimeter around Dunkirk, further weakening the Allied position. After brief notice to his erstwhile allies, Leopold III agreed to the German capitulation terms, which went into effect at 0400 hours on 28 May. Both Churchill and Reynaud were quick to condemn Leopold III's capitulation, but the truth of the matter was that Belgium had been more of a liability than an asset from the opening moments of the campaign. Until the final 4 days of its 18-day campaign, most of the Belgian army had studiously avoided fighting and allowed its allies to deal with the German invasion. There was no surprise in Belgium's military ineffectiveness, which was the result of years of budgetary neglect and wishful thinking at the highest level. Had the Anglo-French recognized how poorly Belgium would perform as an ally, it is unlikely that the deal plan would have been adopted. After the collapse of the Belgian army, the Germans moved quickly to crush the trapped French forces in Lille, which were under the command of General de Corps d'Armée Jean Molanier. For once, the French caught a lucky break when a patrol managed to capture Generalleutnant Fritz Kühne, commander of the 253rd Infanterie Division. Kühne was carrying operational documents which showed German dispositions around the city, which Molanier used to plan a breakout attempt on 28 May. Unfortunately, the French units lacked the firepower or mobility to conduct a successful breakout, and the result was 3 days of heavy fighting until Molanier's troops exhausted their ammunition. Molanier's resistance at Lille helped to tie down 7 German divisions, which brought time for the BEF and remnants of First Armée to establish a continuous perimeter around Dunkirk. By 29 May, some French units were beginning to surrender, including General de Brigade Alphonse Juin's 15th DIM, but other French troops managed to escape the Lille pocket before the end. Among them, Capitaine Philippe de Hautecloque, Chief of Staff of 4th DI, managed to reach the positions of the 7th Armée on the Somme. Molanier did not surrender until 1 June, by which point Operation Dynamo was well underway. Unusually, the Germans allowed Molanier's troops the honours of war, marching out of the city in formation and carrying their arms. Küchler's 18th Armée was not fast enough to take advantage of the Belgian capitulation, which enabled 2 regiments from the French 60th DI and the British 12th Lancers to plug the gap on the eastern end of the Dunkirk perimeter at Nieuport. The bulk of the BEF, along with the French 12th DIM and the remnants of the 1st DLM, ran the gauntlet of German artillery and air attacks to reach Dunkirk, suffering heavy casualties along the way. The British 48th Infantry Division tried to hold back the tide of German armour sweeping in from the west, and its 145th Infantry Brigade made an epic stand at the town of Cassel against the 6th Panzer Division. 2 British battalions had created a hedgehog in the town, strengthened with anti-tank guns and artillery. On the morning of 28 May, the 6th Panzer Division made the mistake of launching a frontal assault on the town, which was repulsed with heavy losses. However, the brigade was surrounded and forced to surrender 3 days later. During the fighting on the western side of the salient, Waffen-SS troops were involved in 2 war crimes: the execution of 97 British prisoners at Le Paradis on 27 May, and the execution of 80 British troops at Wormhout on 28 May. Just prior to these atrocities, the SS Division Totenkopf was involved in the execution of over 60 French civilians in the area. There were no immediate repercussions for the SS officers involved in executing Allied prisoners. From the moment of their introduction into combat, the Waffen-SS troops had decided that the accepted rules of war did not apply to them. The Germans succeeded in compressing the Dunkirk pocket, but then the OKH ordered most of the Panzerdivision and pulled out of the line to refit for the next phase of the campaign, Fall Roth. Küchler's 18th Armée was assigned to destroy the pocket, but the only armour it was provided was the 9th Panzer Division. Küchler launched several attacks on the Dunkirk perimeter, which were all repulsed. By this point, his infantry was exhausted and his artillery units were almost out of ammunition. The Heer relied upon the Luftwaffe to deliver the coup de grâce to the trapped Allied forces in Dunkirk in order to preserve its best units for Fall Roth. Nevertheless, the Allied troops within the perimeter were hard pressed and losses mounted. On 29 May, the last French stragglers from the 1st Armée made it into the Dunkirk perimeter, equivalent to only 5 infantry and 4 artillery battalions. The French troops under de la Laurencie, particularly the 68th DI, repulsed several large German attacks on the perimeter during 1 to 2 June. There was no collapse of morale, even though the situation was hopeless. An ungrateful Brooke, who was about to embark with his 2 corps thanks to de la Laurencie's rearguard actions, boorishly commented in his diary that the French army had become a rabble, and claimed that they were panic-stricken. If true, Brooke never would have made it back to England. Without the full support of RAF Fighter Command, Operation Dynamo would have been an utter failure. Dowding committed a considerable portion of his strength in an effort to protect the evacuation convoys. During the 8-day period from 27 May to 3 June, Fighter Command sent more than 2,200 fighter sorties over Dunkirk and lost 87 fighters. Although 9 Allied destroyers were sunk and many other vessels were lost or damaged, RAF Fighter Command prevented a naval massacre. In comparison, the Luftwaffe committed more than 3,000 fighter sorties to the Dunkirk sector and lost 36 fighters. As is well known, Operation Dynamo succeeded in evacuating over 350,000 troops from the Dunkirk perimeter by the night of 3–4 June. De la Laurencie's French rearguard put up a stiff defence and held off Küchler's 18th Army for 5 critical days, allowing the bulk of the trapped armies, including Brooke, to escape. On the morning of 4 June, the German 18th Infantry Division entered Dunkirk, and the remaining 40,000 French troops of the rearguard surrendered. Most of the BEF's personnel was saved, but all of its equipment was lost, and the disarmed troops returning to England would stay there. In contrast, a total of over 148,000 French troops were evacuated from Dunkirk, and priority was given to personnel from the DLMs and independent tank battalions. The bulk of the French evacuees was sent either to Cherbourg or Brest within a few days. The French GQG hurriedly tried to form these unarmed survivors into 4 rebuilt infantry divisions, plus 2 reduced-size DLMs using new equipment. Yet by the end of May it was evident that the French army had lost its best divisions and that the BEF and RAF would not play much of a role in subsequent operations. The Dunkirk evacuation demolished the French strategy of fighting as part of a coalition. All quiet on the Somme, 21 to 26 May. While GA1 was being demolished in Belgium, Frère was busy trying to establish a new continuous front along the Somme River, but initially there was just a vacuum. For 4 critical days, Capitaine Marie Salès-Laverne's 2 motorized squadrons from the 27th GRDI were the only French units blocking the roads south from Abbeville. This motorized detachment had about 250 troops with 8 heavy machine guns, 2 Hotchkiss 25mm anti-tank guns, and a single 60mm mortar. Without any instructions from higher command, the French cavalry captain on his own initiative organized roadblocks along the Brel River and repulsed several enemy reconnaissance probes with furious automatic weapons fire. He reported numerous French stragglers retreating past his roadblocks, some armed, but none offered to join his defense. Were it not for the selfless action of Capitaine Salès-Laverne's motorcyclists, the Germans would have pushed out of the Abbeville bridgehead and jumped the Brel before a line was established. Frère moved the 4th DIC and 7th DIC north to contain the German bridgehead at Amiens, and the 7th DINA to Péronne, while the 5th DIC was in reserve. These were 4 good-quality colonial divisions, but he had still far too few troops to create a continuous front behind the Somme. Instead, he deployed 6 battalion-size reconnaissance units, 2nd GRCA from 1st CA, and the division-level 9th, 27th, 34th, 74th, 75th GRDI as screening forces to cover the gaps. Altogether, these lightly armed reconnaissance units had fewer than 4,000 troops to cover at least 100 kilometers of front line. General Georges was still in charge of the northeast front, but mostly focused on the fighting in Belgium. General Besson's GA3 assumed command over Frère's 7th Armée, but Besson's headquarters was located at Montry, back on the Seine. In order to provide additional command and control, the GQG transferred General de Corps d'Armée Théodore Marcel Siard's 1st CA and General de Corps d'Armée Pierre Gronsard's 10th CA. Siard was a good choice to help restore the front, since he had experienced German methods in Belgium, but Gronsard was not. Indeed, this was the same Gronsard who had performed so poorly at Sedan, who was now given another opportunity to command in a critical sector. Guderian's panzers did not remain on the Somme, capturing Amiens and Abbeville, but shifted direction to march north along the coast. General der Infanterie Gustav von Wittersheim's 14 motorized Army Corps moved in to occupy positions along the Somme with the 2nd and 29th Motorized Infanterie Divisionen by 22 May. Wittersheim's motorized divisions were extremely short of fuel and ammunition by the time they reached the Somme and requested emergency supply by air. Generalleutnant Paul Bader's 2nd Motorized Infantry Division took over the defence of both the Abbeville and Amiens bridgeheads. When Wittersheim noticed that the French only had reconnaissance units covering some of the other crossing sites over the Somme, he boldly took advantage of this by seizing additional bridgeheads at Aubigny and Fouilloux, 15 kilometres east of Amiens, on 23 May. In response, the 4th DIC launched 2 regimental-sized counterattacks to recover these villages. The 16th Régiment de Tirailleurs Sénégalais, 16th RTS, was repulsed at Fouilloux, but the 24th RTS managed to recapture Aubigny after heavy fighting. On the same day, the 7th DIC launched an attack at Dury, 5 kilometres south of Amiens, supported by some Saumur S-35 tanks from the 7th Cuirassiers. However, when several tanks were knocked out by artillery, the attack was suspended. The next day, the German 13th Infantry Division managed to retake Aubigny, and during the mop-up process, approximately 50 wounded African tirailleurs were executed. Although Wittersheim did not have sufficient troops to further expand the bridgeheads across the Somme, he kept aggressively probing with his motorcycle and armoured car units to keep the French off balance and gather information. Lacking sufficient troops to form a continuous front behind the Somme, Frère instead focused on trying to organize the menagerie of broken and novice units dumped into his command. While Weygand wanted Frère to launch a counter-offensive to drive across the Somme into the southern flank of the German breakthrough corridor, this was clearly impossible until 7th Armée was provided with tanks and more artillery. The GQG ordered de Gaulle's 4th DCR to transfer to Frère's command, and the British 1st Armoured Division disembarking at Cherbourg was ordered to the Somme as well. Weygand stressed that the best way to buy time for the French army to replace its grievous losses in Belgium was to win the fight on the Somme. He stated, "It is essential that all intact bridges across the Somme be seized and bridgeheads on the northern bank be established." However, Weygand failed to appreciate the difficulty of moving units along roads that were often clogged by refugees and under frequent enemy air attack. It would require 5 days for de Gaulle's 4th DCR to move 180 kilometres to the 7th Armée sector, and 30 of his tanks broke down along the way. Likewise, Major General Roger Evans took nearly 5 days to unload at Cherbourg and move to the front, losing tanks from mechanical defects along the way. Once he had established a rudimentary front, Frère attempted to launch the counter-offensive Weygand demanded, but the result was only a series of uncoordinated local actions. Gronsard's 10th CA, responsible for the Amiens sector, did little to try to recover the city. Instead, Gronsard directed his fine colonial infantry divisions to dig in south of the city and mount patrol action against Bader's 2nd Motorized Infantry Division. When finally pushed to make a counterattack towards Amiens, Gronsard made the same kind of mistakes he had at Sedan, attacking with just a single regiment of the 4th DIC, the reconnaissance battalion of the 7th DIC, and a few tanks on the afternoon of 24 May. The colonial infantrymen only made it to the eastern outskirts of Amiens, where they suffered about 30% casualties from German artillery bombardment and air attacks. Siar's CA-1 was more aggressive. Before dawn of 25 May, Siar launched a local counterattack with 1 regiment of infantry from the 19th DI and some tanks salvaged from the 2nd DCR against the German bridgehead across the Somme at Bethencourt, south of Péronne. This sector was held by elements of the German 62nd Infantry Division, a unit of Silesian reservists. Thanks to support from a battalion of 105 mm howitzers, the French counterattack succeeded in recapturing the bridge over the Somme at Pargny and destroying the one at Bethencourt. In this sector, the Germans were checked. En route to the Somme, Evans' 1st Armoured Division began to receive a string of contradictory orders from the French GQG, the British War Office, and local French commanders. Initially, Evans was directed by the GQG to proceed to the Somme in great haste and then recapture the crossings over the river. The British tanks went forward by rail and unloaded near Rouen, then began a 100-kilometre road march to the front, with virtually no information about friendly or enemy units of the Somme. The first unit from Evans' division, the 2nd Dragoon Guards, Queen's Bays, arrived near Gamache around 21:30 hours on 23 May and encountered Capitaine Salès Laverne, still holding the road alone. At this point, the GQG ordered Evans to advance immediately with whatever part of his division was available, while Georges separately told him that the 1st Armoured Division should mop up enemy elements south of Abbeville. On top of this, Altmeyer arrived at Gamache and tried to add the 1st Armoured to the detachment he was forming. In an effort to do something, Evans ordered the Queen's Bays to reconnoitre the Longpré Bridge across the Somme west of Amiens on 24 May. As a result, 2 Mark VI tanks were lost to mines, which revealed one useful piece of information. The Germans had emplaced anti-tank mines along likely avenues of approach to the bridges. Following this, the Queen